So, welcome to the second day of broadcasting of Stockholm Climate Week, live here from the Space Arena in central Stockholm. The theme of the day today is energy and security, and my name is Nick Nuttall, and alongside me my co-host Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansen, and we'll be covering all the solutions, the systems and the innovations that could help expedite a green and secure energy transition.
And with the war in the Ukraine causing a scramble for alternative energy sources, plus the continuing urgency to halve emissions by 2030 to hit net zero by 2050, this is the moment Europe and the world must restart the green energy transition. And it needs to be done with purpose and also with determination, focusing on sustainable sources like renewables, green hydrogen and energy efficiency, which is our first topic.
Joining us to kick off the dialogue are two very special guests. The first is Dr. Friederike Otto, who will be joining us, hopefully, by the magic of Zoom. Dr. Otto is a climate scientist and senior lecturer at Imperial College London's Grantham Institute. In her work, she explores attribution science, extreme weather and climate change. Dr. Otto is also part of the scientific team behind the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's recent sixth assessment synthesis report. That's such a mouthful. Dr. Otto, Friederike, it's great to have you with us. Yes, we can see you there. Can you give everyone a heads up first on the IPCC's synthesis report? Why was this important? What did you find and what did you bring out? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning from London. So I think why it is important is the synthesis report brings together the most important information from all the reports that the IPCC, and that's thousands and thousands of pages, of course no one will read, have been written over the last 8 years. And so in this synthesis report, really the most important information from the different working groups on vulnerability, on mitigation, on the physical science, but also special reports on ocean and land are all brought together. And I think you can summarize the outcome of this synthesis report in 3 words: gravity, urgency, and agency. And the gravity is that we already see adverse impacts from human-caused climate change and associated losses and damages across the world. So on infectious diseases, on malnutrition, on mental health, on displacement, on water availability, on agriculture and crops, on livestock, on fisheries, on all the infrastructure we care about in cities, in rural areas, and of course, ecosystems, terrestrial freshwater and ocean ecosystems, all have been severely affected already with the 1.1 degree of warming that we have currently. And these risks will continue, or these impacts that are realized risk will continue to grow with every increment of warming. And while the climate is changing exactly as scientists have projected for decades, we are now much more aware of how vulnerable our societies are, our communities, our ecosystems. And so the risks, the high risks, and also the limits of what we are able to adapt to as a society will be reached sooner than in previous assessment reports estimated. For example, on my area of expertise for extreme events, in the last assessment report from 2014, it was thought that we can basically adapt to changing extreme events until for almost ever. It would be hard, but we could. But now we know that in a 2-degree world, we will have reached the limits of what we are able to adapt to globally. So that's the gravity bit. The urgency, we have it now in our hands to still avoid having a 2-degree world and to still keep warming to 1.5 degree. That would still mean that impacts will be more severe than they are right now, but not as devastating as they would be with 2 degrees or even higher. But at the moment, we are very far from where we need to be in terms of implementing policies that allow us to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. At the moment, with all the policies that are implemented, we would end up with over 3 degrees of global warming. But there is hope, and we have agency because we know what we need to do. All the technology that is needed to change the course we are on is already available. We know what we need to do to have adaptation that is not just incremental, but that is actually transformative and makes our societies more resilient to a warmer climate. So it's not that we still need to have some great inventions or wait for more information. We have everything we need right now, but we do need to implement it now.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you very much indeed. I think for some of us who have been around a while, seeing yet another report out from the IPCC, such a landmark report again. I mean, the kind of certainty levels that are happening with these reports just get more and more clear. And it is kind of slightly scary, I think, that the world isn't moving faster with the kind of urgency that's absolutely clearly needed right here, right now. I think we're supposed to peak global emissions in 2025. We're supposed to nearly halve them by 2030 to have, a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero by 2050. I mean, as an expert on extreme weather events, Frederica, I just wanted to get, in a sense, a personal sense of how you feel as a scientist who's actually looking at these day-to-day realities of what uncontrolled climate change might actually mean to real people, particularly in developing countries. I mean, does that keep you awake at night? How does it feel? You have all the knowledge. This is what I'm saying.
I think it doesn't. I'm not sure if it keeps me awake at night, but I think it definitely shows what we see through these extreme events and how they are affecting societies and how they are always hitting those who are most vulnerable wherever in the world, in developing countries, but also in extreme weather events that are happening in Europe or in the US. It's always those who have least information, live in poor housing, have less money, who are the ones who pay with their lives. And I think that on the one hand really shows who actually is affected by climate change, and that we might be in the same storm, but we are definitely not in the same boat. But it also shows that there is so much that we can do, and that we have so much agency to change things, because it's not a given that our cities have to be built the way they are at the moment. And we know we have all the knowledge that we need to have cities that are better adapted to extreme events, to changing climates, and at the same time, are basically emission free. We know how to do this, and I think there is a lot that we can do, and that every city, every community can do on a community level, and doesn't have to wait until the next meeting of the parties has decided a new NDC or a new step in implementing the Paris Agreement, and I think that actually does give hope that it's not all dependent on just global decisions.
I mean, it's interesting you mentioned the Paris Agreement, because I know that sometimes people right here, feel sometimes a bit gloomy about the speed in which governments are responding to their responsibilities. And yet, you know, nobody ever dreamed that the Paris Agreement would ever happen. I mean, one of the architects of the Paris Agreement, Christiana Figueres, who was head of the UNFCCC, just a few years before Paris, said to a journalist, well, I think we will get a global agreement of nations on climate change, but not in my lifetime. And then Paris happened. So surprises can occur, you know, and this is the moment where we need some positive surprises, clearly, from governments, but also backed up by business and cities and others to really speed things up. I mean, do you see areas yourself where you feel that there is movement? Are there areas of the economy, areas of your research where you feel that the world is stepping up faster to these challenges? Where do you get some positivity out of it all?
I think there is definitely some positive changes, and well, as you said, the Paris Agreement, its existence is a really positive thing. And I think in terms of extreme weather events, a few years, not many years ago at all, so less than a decade, people have always said, oh, we can't really attribute extreme events to climate change, and we don't know if it's climate change or not. This has completely changed. So there is no doubt anymore in that what we already see the impacts of climate change and that they are affecting people, which is, of course, it's bad that these losses and damages are happening, but I think it has really changed our understanding of what climate change actually means. So it has, and of course the other aspect of that is that climate change was a complete niche topic still in 2018. It's now every company, every government needs to have a policy on climate change, and will be asked about it and scrutinized about it. Of course, these policies are at the moment not where they need to be, but they at least exist. So I think we have seen in really a few years a complete change in the debate, and I think that is reason to think that, well, maybe we will also in a few more years really manage to speed this process up. I think there's a lot of reason to think that we could do this, because I think, and that's really the most important outcome of this IPCC report, is we have everything we need.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. We have the technology, we have the human creativity, we actually have enough finance in the world to do this. It's not, you know, impossible. Everything's in place if only the right buttons are pressed at this moment in time. Please stay with us because we're going to have our second very special guest for this very special opening on the second day of Stockholm Climate Week. So if you can stay with us, that would be super. And we're just going to go to a little video right now, and then our second guest will be on the show. So stay with us. Thank you. So we're now going to turn to our second special guest for this session, and it's the Deputy Prime Minister for Spain, Teresa Ribera. And Teresa is also the Minister for the Ecological Transition and Demographic Change. Welcome. Great to see you.
Hello.
Okay.
It's my pleasure.
We've just heard from one of the key authors of the IPCC 6 Assessment Synthesis Report. Don't say that too quickly after too many beers. It's quite a mouthful. But Teresa, can you respond a little bit to what you heard from Frederica Otto? What were your feelings about the synthesis report? What did you take from it?
I think that I can echo what she has said, and I could add a couple of additional comments. I think that something that we still need to work much more intensively is mainstreaming climate action in everyone's mind, including, of course, the way we act in politics. Because apparently everybody has understood that this is an issue. But when trying to develop what we may need to do in order to fulfill our aspirations, there is a kind of black hole where we still have many things that need to be covered. So it's not just to keep on going in an incremental manner, doing small things alongside the different policies. But I think that she's right when she's saying that we need to change the way we approach to climate action. And I think that the IPCC is right when saying that this is good news, but pitifully not enough good news. We need to transform everything in order to achieve our goals. And the urgency is a key aspect of this discussion. So in fact, we need to empower people and empower politics so that we drastically change our way to deal with this issue and to transform not only the energy system, but probably the way we produce, the way we consume, the way we relate to ecosystems. I come from a country that has been experiencing summertime in March. So after 5 years of drought, temperatures between 25, 30 degrees in March, wildfires, horrible wildfires already in March, people start to understand that this is not just a question that is going to happen from time to time, but that it's increasingly dangerous and that we need to react in a very dramatic manner. So paying attention to how the society, the way any citizen can understand why we need to act and what we can do could be very important to get the social support for this transformation, feeling the pressure, but also feeling the optimism that we can do things differently.
Mm-hmm. You're here in Stockholm because there is this informal meeting of environment ministers. I think there were probably less environment ministers and more state secretaries, if I can put it that way. But this is what brought you here, and that's why we're lucky to have you on the show, so that's really brilliant. Did you get a sense from the people you met at this informal meeting of ministers under the EU presidency of Sweden, from different countries, that they have also internalize the 6 assessment synthesis report? Because, of course, governments sign these reports off. And as a citizen, you're hopeful that when they sign something off, they kind of got the information. Did you sense any urgency among colleagues? Yeah.
I think that there are some ministers that are real courageous leaders. You realize that they feel and they are ready to fight for a very transformational agenda in their countries and at the local ground. Mm-hmm. And of course, there are others that go along the lines of something that has already been written and are more inertial due to the fear in this context of how we can recover and how we can face this, the consequence of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and so on and so on. The good thing is that there is no single country challenging the need to transform the way we produce and consume and the way we react on climate. And this is very good news because we have to remember that there were some doubts on the speed, there were some doubts on who needs to do what. Everybody needs to do as much as possible. And of course, Europe is in a very critical situation and has very good reasons why to fight for this agenda as the most urgent and transformational also from a social and economic perspective. Mm. So I think that that is the good news. The difficulties are already there. And the other thing which was interesting in the meeting yesterday was that the Swedish government asked every single government to identify someone coming from a corporate to this discussion. Mm-hmm. So there were representatives for the business community coming from the energy sector, chemicals, fashion, and there was a kind of a complicity and interesting exchange of views with the business community, of course. They are very key players in this discussion. I think that, as you were saying later on, it's very important that the society as such leads the discussion, understands that this is our battle. This is not just a business battle. This is not just a technology battle. This is a society battle, but the role that everyone can play, including the corporates and the business, makes also a difference. So having this conversation is very important.
No, I mean, it's a kind of interesting time because, okay, I'm British, so I'm apparently no longer in the European Union. But when I see all the things coming out of the Commission right now, so many new directives on energy efficiency, we'll be talking about that later, on renewable energy targets, green economy transition, circular economy, end-of-life directives. I mean, there's a real tsunami of actions coming forth, which is trying to chart some new and better course for the sustainability of Europe that hopefully shows leadership and inspires other nations as well. So it's potentially a very interesting and positive time. Do you get that sense that Europe's looking to show leadership in the world?
I think we need to show and we need to play, I don't know if leadership is a nice word, but I would say being brave on this.
Right.
Being clear, transparent and brave. I think that we could not look as feeling the pain, feeling the threat, being coward, or thinking on where could be the difficulties that we cannot solve. Sorry, this is not the way we can win a battle. We need to go deeper in the fight and identify that there may be things that are audacious and that we need to risk a little bit because we are in the learning process, but it is worthy. It is worthy because we know that even if we don't have every single element to do the things 100% right, we have most of the elements to go into a direction that it is a winning direction.
Yeah.
So we need to defend that, and we need to play it in every single day and every single field. And still, I think that there are some lack of loud voices coming from the governments that sound convincing on how to do these things.
Yeah, because I know, other people probably know, that the case for action has been built over so many years that we all know from all the evidence we've got that it's economically the right thing to do, it's socially the right thing to do, it's environmental responsibility, it's intergenerational. I mean, we know all the reasons why we're supposed to act. And that doesn't need to be even discussed hardly. Some of the fine detail needs to be discussed, always will be, but the actual direction is clear that it's actually good for us if we go this way. And yeah, okay. Teresa, there's so many questions I'd love to ask you, but time rolls on. But tell me a little bit. You're not just energy. You're everything, right? In your country. So what about COP27? I thought that was kind of interesting, was COP27 in Egypt, because some areas, which we actually discussed on the show yesterday, so nature-based solutions and sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture, whatever we want to call it, they emerged into the sunlight in Egypt at COP27. And I thought that was very positive. Did you get a sense it was about time that nature-based solutions and agriculture came forward as climate solutions?
The good news coming from Egypt, from this COP, were that we start to be much more serious and much more sophisticated in understanding how we can play together to build resilience and adaptation, how there is a strong case to facilitate the response to loss and damage, to those situations where you cannot cope with the impacts of climate change, and that there is a much more comprehensive understanding of the different interlinkages between biodiversity and nature and climate action. I think that all of this is positive. The big elephant in the room is that we miss a conversation that we need to reinforce in this coming year in Dubai. Changing the energy system, getting rid of fossil fuels, is not just changing a coal plant by a wind plant. There is much that needs to be done behind, but we need to ensure that the ecosystem that this change requires is in place. So please do not forget about a clear direction, so the message on where we need to be and how we build the pathway, but how we can create the concrete conditions for this to happen.
Yeah.
The financial cost of the renewable energy deployment in Africa is much more higher than the financial cost of the renewable energy deployment in Europe. So how we can ask people that needs access to energy, that needs access to water and sanitation, to play with these cards without a concrete instrumental approach on how to do these things. So I guess that there are many things that still need to be put in place. And this cycle in the United Nations conversations on climate need to be much more focused on how to build the pieces for concrete action being accelerated in the time to come.
Yes.
So I think that Egypt has some positive news and some things that we were missing and made us felt a little bit disappointed.
Well, you know, one of our friends, one of our partners is the UN Development Programme, and we forged that partnership, in a sense, just before the COP in Glasgow, the UN Climate Conference in Glasgow, because we decided to work together with them, with Frankie the dinosaur. I don't know if you know Frankie the dinosaur, but this was this dinosaur that went into the UN General Assembly and said, don't choose extinction. And the whole campaign from UNDP is about how we can, you know, get rid of or manage down fossil fuel subsidies. And I mean, when you talk about renewables and you talk about coal and you think about the size of these fossil fuel subsidies that we're still with, and in fact they've gone up. So there are still some crazy things happening in the world that just don't seem to be in step with our ambitions to decarbonize the economy. So, because I mean, fossil fuel subsidies, if they were spent somewhere else, could be quite beneficial, including to developing countries, to bring down the cost of energy access.
But this is what I wanted to mean. I think that we need to take into consideration the human factor.
Yeah.
If we only consider science, knowledge, or engineering, things seem too much. But then we introduce the human factor and things seem not to match together. This is why I think that the social dimension of all this transformation is so important. So, of course, it is madness to think about the huge amount of money being used, public money being used to subsidize fossil fuels, or new investments being promised so to keep on digging the ground to get natural gas or to get coal or to get oil. Of course, we will still use some of these natural gas things for a while, but we need to be much aware on how much, when, and how we accelerate the transformation to phase out those things, thanks to phasing in new things. And in this transformation, the social dimension, as I was saying, was key. Is key. We need to anticipate who can feel the menace and to what extent these people may not have tools to react to this menace, how we can create positive impacts for these people in these transformation times. So the conversation about just transition dealing with coal was a very interesting conversation, and we have managed more or less to do very nice things in Spain, not in all countries. There are many countries where we still need to work in this field. But what about agriculture, or what about other fields where we know that things are changing and that it's fantastic to say, I'm going to forbid all the fossil fuel subsidies. I'm going to bet on a signal on pricing. But who is going to pay this price, and to what extent people has the capacity to pay this price? Probably not everybody can cope with CO2 price being reflected in their energy bills. So how we can reorganize the incomes and the expenses, the budgetary expenses, to facilitate this transformation and to allow people to experience the benefits to do so. Something that it has been very successful in Spain was to facilitate to very tiny village the creation of local energy communities. So to facilitate that the mayors could be facilitating the access to photovoltaic energy, wind energy, to their communities and create a kind of cooperative that could help them to reduce their energy bills. It has been fantastic. The reaction was overwhelming. So we, in fact, had many more demand. That capacity to respond with the public budget existing, we have to raise our public budget. But people is happy to be part of the solution. So I guess that we need to go into a much more focused and detailed discussion on the ground. It's not just the big words, the big headlines, which are very important because they provide the sense of direction, where we want to be, how we agree on these goals, but then entering into the small details so to build this pathway together.
Okay. No, I love the idea of what you're saying, and also the idea of local action, because people then can connect with it, can't they? They can see what's happening, and they can also tweak it or slightly change it if it isn't quite right for their community, rather than the complete top-down. I think that's really fascinating. We are rapidly running out of time, but I need to ask you one question before I bring back Frederica, and that is, tell us about your wonderful, famous Doñana National Park in Spain, which is well known all around the world. I've been there. It's absolutely sensational. That is suffering from drought right now, Teresa. And there is some debate going on in your country about how much water farmers should be allowed versus how much they shouldn't be allowed, and so on. What is happening? What are you doing about this? Because it's such a famous national park.
Well, in fact, this is such a famous national park and World Heritage declared by UNESCO that we need to put all the political energy so to facilitate that this park can survive this drought period. This means reducing the pressures from the surrounding areas and not increasing the potential pressures as the regional government is doing by saying there may be new surface being allowed to use water to irrigate and grow up strawberries. It doesn't make sense at all. So what we are doing is trying to say, okay, we need to reduce all these pressures coming from water being used in the surroundings, having the legal access to water, but they cannot use this water. We should be bringing water from somewhere else. And of course, we cannot allow any increase of this demand in the surroundings. This is also something that shows to what extent climate action is not only dealing with reducing emissions, but also anticipating, understanding that there could be increasing events of extreme weather, but also a new normal that can create such a big stress on some of the main elements that allow us to build the traditional way of life that would require a very important effort in anticipation and resilience. So, of course, the water conditions are changing, the temperature conditions are changing, there are magnific ecosystem treasures that we need to preserve, being inspired by nature, but reducing the pressures. And this is the type of effort that we should be trying to respond together.
Right. Very important that everybody works together and understands that they're all part of the solution or all part of the problem, but mainly part of the solution. Yeah. Frederica, I'm so sorry. Could you come back to us? You've heard the Deputy Prime Minister of Spain, and she's also the Environment Minister of Spain. She has a longer title, but I'm shortening it to Environment Minister. Do you get a little inspired that we have a country in Europe that is clearly thinking very deeply and acting on some of these challenges?
I do, and I think she is not the only environment minister who is actually really trying to do. I had several conversations with the German environment minister, and she has a similar spirit. But I think what we are still missing for it in our society, in our governments, to speed this up is that we stop treating climate change as a singular issue, as one issue amongst many, and seeing it as one aspect of a big problem on inequality and injustice that we have in the world. And by addressing this global, but also within our countries, the inequality and injustice, we will go a huge amount faster in also solving the climate problem. And I think that is what is still missing, that we are still talking about these aspects as if they are separate problems, and we have still the underlying narrative that the perfect life for everyone would be to have a house and 2 kids and 2 cars, and that's sort of what is and eating meat every day. And as long as we are not changing away from this narrative that is what a good life is, we will not make that much progress.
I'm inspired by 2 fantastic women we've had on the show, For you, Frederica, a great scientist, and I'm sure we're going to hear more from you into the future. And you, Teresa, an old friend as well. Congratulations for what you're doing in Spain. I'm well over time. I'm 6 minutes over time. I'm in serious trouble. I may get spanked very badly by the technical crew. Thank you, everybody in the room. Thank you very much indeed. Right. See you later. So, welcome to our next session of the day, supported and co-moderated with one of our long-standing partners, Alfa Laval. Let me introduce Madeleine Gilbourne, who is Alfa Laval's Head of Clean Technologies and Vice President of its Energy Division.
Thank you so much, Nick. In this session, we'll be listening to some of the leading experts from the United Nations and International Energy Agency to the leading industries on how to accelerate energy efficiency solutions globally. They will be joining us here on stage, but also via Zoom. To kick things off, we're going to enjoy a pre-recorded interview with Damilola Ujumbi. She's the CEO and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All, and also the co-chair of UN Energy. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much for having me at the Stockholm Climate Week.
That's really great. We're so delighted that you could find the time to be with us. We think energy efficiency is a very important topic. So let's go to our Q&A. I'm going to ask you the first question, which is, why is energy efficiency important? Which seems a blindingly obvious question to you and I'm sure. But for the audience out there, could you just frame why this is very key for, like, reaching the Paris Climate Agreement goals?
Well, for anyone who doesn't know, I focus on Sustainable Development Goal 7, which is to basically provide clean, affordable, and sustainable energy to everyone that doesn't have. To allow that to happen, every kilowatt counts. It's also important for our climate goals that we practice energy efficiency. And energy efficiency doesn't have to be these complicated practices. It's actually finding a way to use less, because each kilowatt of electricity counts. It also helps improve energy access, powering development when people use less of it. I feel like it's the first fuel of choice, and it's one of the things that we're really pushing for.
Could you maybe give us some framing on where are we in the story on energy efficiency? How well are we doing in the world, and where do we need to go?
So energy efficiency is one of these things that are not a key visible part of the Sustainable Development Goals, but it's actually key for the Sustainable Development Goals to thrive. It's actually the SDG target 7.3, which calls for energy efficiency doubling the rate of improvement globally by 2030, and we're not on track. We have made some progress, but we haven't made progress in terms of doubling. It sounds like we might improve in terms of like an average of about 40 to 60%, but it doesn't look like we will double if we continue our business as usual. But on the good news is that, and what is encouraging is that a lot of countries are seeing energy efficiency as a key thing. So they are looking at their transport sector, the way they heat their homes, the way they build buildings now. And we feel like in the next 5 years, we'll see a real spike in how people do things. One of the key things that we feel that strengthens everything are things like building codes, cooling plans, and all these other plans that you can do in the developing countries, not just in the developed world. There's a big difference on how we view energy efficiency. I think it's important in developing and developed. The developing world, actually, because they don't have enough energy anyway, are actually being a little bit more efficient. While in the developed world, we are pushing the boundaries of saying that we really, really need to tighten a lot of our practices. So energy efficiency isn't seen as a like to have. It is just part of how you develop your economies.
COP28 is coming up. We just had COP27 in Sharm el Sheikh. We've had a lot of COPs, COP28 in Dubai. Do you think this could be a moment where the world actually redoubles its efforts on energy efficiency and actually says, yes, we've got a lot of targets, we're not meeting them. How do we get on track for, say, 2030 and then 2050?
Absolutely. I think the COP presidency saying cooling is a key part of their COP presidency already shows that energy efficiency is front and center. I'm particularly keen to see kind of people-centered energy efficient plans, especially for emerging economies and developing nations. I think sometimes people leave the developing nations and the emerging economies out the equation, basically. And this is because, I see people-centered energy efficiency plans, meaning creating local jobs in construction for energy efficient buildings, building sustainable mobility, expanding cold chains. We have to look at this as a development and a growth issue, an economic growth issue, not just as something that we're suppressing or trying not to have. And I think when we marry the two, which we've been doing so far, but on a larger scale, we're funding behind it. That should be key for COP and sustainable cooling for all that the COP28 presidency is championing. It's a big issue, and it could also bring a lot of jobs to emerging and developing nations.
Yeah, yeah. I always feel that we'd be behind the curve in the world, both in developed and increasingly in developing countries, if we didn't have digitalization, so we can manage all these interconnected issues of green energy, energy efficiency, other things. Do you see digitalization as being potentially very useful to fast forward energy efficiency?
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like if you look at just the technology advances that we take for granted in lighting or cooling or heating or mobility, those are all forms of digitalization. Even now with all the ways people track efficiency through all these cool blockchain type things that I've been seeing lately, it's all part of how you develop. And you also have to realize that building systems are completely different. My degree is in construction engineering. So I remember when I was doing my degree to now where everything is so automated, so digitalized, you can basically, it's not on paper that you have to calculate the output of your building. You can actually do that all online now with fairly basic software that did not exist when I was in university. So we have to encourage that. And more importantly, we have to encourage digitalization in policy and planning, right? It's gone the days where we have a big, whiteboard and you write what policies you have to put in place. You have to store that into some type of algorithm to give you the results now. That is what I think is the power of data and digitalization. I'm a bit of a data geek. Everybody knows that. I feel like just being able to have evidence to back decisions just makes better decisions. And even if you are wrong, you can go and tweak it as lessons learned instead of failure. So I'm a big fan. I think we're just going to see more and more of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. So that was a big thanks to Damilola. And now we're going to switch to Sheila Agrawal Khan. She's a director of the Industry and Economy Division for the UN Environment Programme. And she's going to be joining us, hopefully, via Zoom from Nairobi, Kenya, which is where UNEP is headquartered. Yes, she's there. Sheila, she's a very highly experienced management and technical expert with over 30 years of experience in various institutions, including the US State Department of Environmental Protection and, of course, the United Nations Environment Programme. Sheila, it's great to have you with us. And can you please share with us the importance of energy efficiency in the energy transition?
Thanks, Nick. So let me maybe start by saying something that the International Energy Agency says, which is it calls energy efficiency the first fuel in the clean energy transition. And why? Well, because it's the quickest and most cost-effective way of dealing with carbon dioxide mitigation options. And so it lowers energy bills for the consumer, but it also strengthens energy security for countries. Energy efficiency is the single largest measure available to us to avoid energy demand, according to the International Energy Agency and according to its net zero emissions scenario by 2050.
Great. So, Sheila, let's have a few questions here, because I think, everybody's convinced that this is a good idea, right? But, we've got targets all around the world. Do you think we are actually on track with energy efficiency to reach net zero in our Paris plans as national governments?
So the rate of improvement in global energy intensity needs to be 2 to 3 times higher than it has been for historical rates. And the increase that we've seen on the energy efficiency side is actually going up, an increase of just over 4% per year between 2020 and 2030. And the good news, in 2022, energy efficiency grew twice the rate that it had in the previous 5 years, primarily driven by high energy costs. So, energy efficiency has, in a way, occupied some of the space there. We've seen in 2022 a growth of 560 billion in energy efficiency investments, so 160% more than the year before. So governments are putting in place the measures that are needed to push energy efficiency, but possibly this could take advantage of having grown a lot more than it has.
Yeah. What about opportunities for energy efficient solutions? Maybe over the short term, or you could even think about the medium term, but where do you think we need to bring this stuff in faster? Where do you see the areas where we could really see some big pickup and transformation?
So there are 6 product groups that consume more than 50% of electricity worldwide: lighting, room air conditioning, commercial refrigeration, residential refrigeration, distribution transformers, industrial electric motors. So those take up 50% of electricity worldwide. If governments put in the kind of standards needed to promote energy efficiency, we could save 1.7 gigatons per year. That's about 850 power plants being shut down. And it would account to 270 billion in energy saved by the consumer in annual bills globally. And this is why actually UNEP is positioning this as its focus for energy in terms of energy efficiency in these product groups.
Okay. These are really amazing numbers. Thank you. Finally, what main actions can policymakers, the private sector, associations, I suppose business associations, what can they do to unlock the implementation of energy efficient solutions?
So policymakers are key in this whole journey because they're setting the enabling environment for industry to operate. If they set in place the kind of standards, minimum standards, to say what is outlawed in terms of inefficient appliances and what is, promoted or incentivized through their regulations on energy efficiency, they can stretch industry. So, industry we know has the innovations there. There are more efficient appliances out there. So it's a matter of how do you stretch the industry to innovating further in the space. And on the industry side, well, we already see quite a few front-runner companies, but industry associations can help to engage government and to see that they do have the markets in place for efficient appliances to come in. So when you coordinate across countries in terms of the policies, you can actually unlock markets at a regional scale and even at a global scale so that industry has a more level playing field to operate.
Okay, finally. And by the way, I'm loving this, Sheila. I think this is really interesting what you're delivering. So, I think the audience here in the room as well is enjoying it. The energy transition worldwide needs to be fair, and it needs to be just. And so what is the role of energy efficiency in the developing countries? Because often in the past, everyone said, well, they don't need to worry about it because they don't have any energy anyway to be efficient about. But clearly, they have to have energy efficiency as well as green energy, access to energy. So the role in the developing world.
So if I were to just maybe look at basic, in a way, needs, whether it's cooking, lighting, communication, thermal comfort, especially with the heating up climate and more fans being used. We see more lower end consumers coming into the market for refrigeration. And if these consumers are ending up having to pay more for in the long term, so their total cost of what they purchase and what services they use is costing more just because inefficiency is allowed in the system, actually you could say that's not a just transition towards the clean energy transition. So in the long term, these countries are actually paying a higher price because the total costs of that they will, in terms of their energy usage, will be higher in the end. And so it's unbelievably critical at this time when countries are looking to seeing how do they avoid the kind of energy demands and the costs, to look at energy efficiency as a critical measure even in the developing country context.
Right. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for joining us today. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's now turn to Brian Motherway. He's the head of energy efficiency at the International Energy Agency, for a Q&A on the importance, but also how to accelerate the implementation rate of energy efficiency solutions. He's also joining us via Zoom from Paris. Very welcome, Brian.
Thanks, Madeline. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for joining us. So, Brian, you have been leading the work and the importance of energy efficiency internationally for a very long time. So when you now listen to Damilola and Sheila talking about the importance of energy efficiency from a UN perspective, what are your reflections? How do you see it at the International Energy Agency?
Madeline, I think what Damilola and Sheila both said is spot on. At the end of the day, energy efficiency is about making people's lives better. It's about making people in warm countries cool enough for comfort, people in cold countries warm enough, helping people move around, get jobs, helping industry be competitive, helping countries grow economically and socially. And energy empowers that, but the more efficiently we do it, the more affordable it is, the more resilient it is, and of course, the lower emissions it entails. So really, it's really about understanding how we can help people get the benefits of energy, but in the most efficient way. And the reason I'm in Paris today, Madeline, and not with you on the ground, unfortunately, is we have 150 people from developing countries here with us in the building, undertaking one of our training courses in how to make better energy efficiency policy with a focus on emerging and developing countries. And they really understand that. That's all our discussions this week is how can we bring the good things of energy to people's lives in a way that's most efficient, most affordable, and most clean.
Thank you very much. And I think it's fantastic that you're also hosting, because we all believe that education and training is such important when it comes to this area. We heard also from Sheila. So in IEA, you say the energy efficiency is the first fuel or the first principle. Can you just elaborate a little bit what you mean with that?
If we think about energy efficiency as a source of energy, that we can make more use of the energy we're currently wasting, well, then we realize that it's a huge energy resource that every country in the world has in abundance available to bring good things to citizens and to businesses in terms of enhancing the value they get from their energy. And we don't tend to appreciate how much progress we've actually made on energy efficiency. In the last couple of decades, because of the progress countries around the world have made on energy efficiency, in fact, globally, the energy system is producing 30% fewer carbon emissions today than it would be were it not for our progress collectively on energy efficiency. But as you just heard from Sheila as well, we can go faster. We can actually double our progress this decade. And that would see by the end of this decade alone, just in the next 7 or 8 years, we could have lower emissions, lower energy bills for everybody, less dependence on fossil fuel imports. So energy efficiency is really key to faster progress towards all of these goals.
Yeah. So to elaborate on that, I mean, so with all the potential we see on energy efficiency to reach net zero, why do you think we are still behind? Do we give energy efficiency the attention it deserves?
I think when most people think about clean energy, it's probably fair that the first thing they think about is wind turbines, solar panels. They don't tend to think firstly about energy efficiency, it's more abstract, it's more difficult to explain, it can feel more technical. And I think sometimes the policy responses and the responses for industry and consumers are more complex. We have to change the way we live, we have to change what we buy. So it is just a more complex issue, I think. But having said that, I think in the last few years, with a growing focus on decarbonisation and net zero, we see governments giving it more attention. And I must say, particularly in the last year, we've seen a huge amount of stronger focus on how we're using energy efficiency. And I think that's leading to some really exciting opportunities going forward in terms of how we can make faster progress now.
Yes, so I mean, with all the changes that have happened in the last year with the war, but also any higher energy prices and the ongoing energy transition, are you saying that you think that the role of energy efficiency has changed in the way we look upon it?
So remember the gains that I talked about over the last couple of decades, they were originally stimulated by the wake-up call so many of us and so many of our countries got way back in the 1970s during the oil crises, when we realized our dependence on oil and the dependence of our societies and our economies. And some of the huge gains we've seen in the decades since were driven by countries who really woke up to that issue. And I think we're possibly seeing exactly the same thing happening now. I think we could look back at the last year in a few years' time and say that was a real turning point in global energy efficiency, because so many countries decided to take stronger action. I've seen so many countries in the last year introducing new policies, and not just vague policies or promises, but real firm financial commitments, investment targets, new increasing state interventions and funding. So yes, I think all of us collectively as energy users, as citizens, as societies, I think we could really see that this is a turning point for energy efficiency.
That's fantastic to hear, both the potential but also your optimism that we're actually making a fantastic progress when it comes to this very important topic of energy efficiency. Thank you very much, Brian, for joining us from Paris today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have now invited some guests here on stage, but also on Zoom, for a panelist discussion on opportunities and barriers of how we can accelerate energy efficiency solutions. And with me here on stage, I have Kevin Lane, the Senior Program Manager and Policy Expert at the International Energy Agency. I have Thomas Möller, Vice President Alfa Laval and also President of the Energy Division at Alfa Laval. I also have Adam Savitz, Sustainable Infrastructure Director at Johnson Controls. And with us on Zoom, we also have Ravichandra Shirsagar, Vice President Digital Building, Commercial and Services at Schneider Electric. Very welcome, all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome, Ravi. So Kevin, we just heard from your colleague Brian from the International Energy Agency. So if we start, what are your reflections about the importance of energy efficiency?
Well, I think you already heard a very good introduction already from Brian, but also from UN as well. So if you look at energy efficiency and look at some of our reports, and if we look out to 2050, and especially the net zero emissions target that we have at the IEA, which is to try and reduce emissions to essentially zero in that time frame, energy efficiency is going to be essentially one of the key components to deliver that transition that we have. So it's going to be 30–40% of the carbon reduction will be from energy efficiency. And more importantly, it has to be done this decade. We have to ramp up significantly, mainly because we know how to do it. It doesn't cost very much. It's an easy undertaking to do, so it can be done, and we know how to do it. And then some of the other opportunities will follow. So renewables we see are already starting to ramp up. So the good news in solar and wind, but some of the harder to abate sectors will have to come down the line. But it's efficiency first is the clear message.
That's the clear message, and the importance of here and now.
Absolutely. So this is the decade where we have to take action.
Yes, thank you. Thomas, why do you think energy efficiency is important right now, and where do you see the main opportunities?
Yeah, I think it's like you say, it's the next decade, so or within this decade. So there's 6.5 years left, and half of the emission reductions has to come from energy efficiency. So I think the why is pretty clear to everybody now. I see a big move just compared with a year ago. So I think it's more about the awareness of the opportunities, so we can deploy even more. And I think it's about technology implementation of more efficient solutions, and it's to make sure it's optimized and then reduce the waste. And just to exemplify that a bit, I have a heat exchanger with me, which is about heating and cooling. Nick, you know this one,
You're
right?
always bringing these.
Yeah, it's such a nice piece. So everybody knows about it now.
Year.
It has fossil-free steel as well, if you want to touch it. Let's put that here. So if we take that example and say there are millions of heat exchangers installed, and there are much more efficient solutions already today that can be deployed. So it's not about new innovation, it's about employing or deploying what is already there. And what we deploy in a year is like 50 gigawatts. Then you have to service them at the right time, and that's another 50 gigawatts. So that's 100 gigawatt just from this piece of equipment, and there are so many technologies that are more energy efficient than the installations that are today. And it is more fancy to talk about wind turbines and so on. We heard that from Brian also. And that is important. But the 100 gigawatt is actually more than wind turbines being deployed in a year. So just this piece of equipment is actually giving more efficiency and carbon emission reductions than turbines being deployed in a year. And then we have the whole waste heat. So 2/3 of all the energy being the primary energy supply, 2/3 of that goes to waste today, and that cannot be. So I think that's the three main opportunities as I see it.
Yes. Adam, what do you see as the main opportunities here when you talk energy efficiency?
Well, I think if you're a manufacturing industrial business today in Europe, your factories are producing goods which cost more to produce than you can sell. Energy prices are up 100, 200, 300, 400, 500% in some instances. So it's a real business challenge for you as an organization to ensure that you can get costs down at your sites. So thinking about energy efficiency as part of a wider net zero transition play where you're looking at energy efficiency, reducing demand for energy on site, electrification and on-site renewables is all part of what is required today. So it's arguably the biggest transformational change program that a manufacturing industrial customer today is looking at. So masses of opportunity, large challenge around an understanding of really what are those energy efficiency measures that you can actually do. So traditionally as engineers, we like to tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and to optimize rather than thinking, well, is there a new process that we can use that is much more energy efficient, much more carbon less intensive? And so I think there's a huge business rationale right now based on the energy costs across Europe, the UK and elsewhere for business to really tackle this in a systemic way across their whole portfolio. Imagine you're an organization with 400 factories across Europe right now. Each of those factories is hemorrhaging money because of this energy bill that's gone up massively. There's never been a better time in history for energy efficiency projects. It's just we need to kind of help organizations think through and demystify what those measures are, talk to them and educate them on the new technologies that exist. Not everyone knows how a heat pump works if you've never deployed it before. And then also critically think through how you're going to finance that. So we're talking a lot more money than the P&L of a local factory will ever be able to afford. This is a corporate executive level decision. You're not going to roll out a new HR system at one site. This is an energy efficiency program that has to be across your whole portfolio.
I think that's super important. Ravi Chandra, what do you say? What do you think as the main opportunities, and what is also the top priorities from a Schneider Electric perspective?
Well, if I step back a bit, I think some of the participants mentioned earlier I think these are unprecedented times and the biggest opportunity that exists in front of us, and also a wake-up call. When I look at what has happened in Europe over the last 1.5 years or so, where the energy prices have multiplied big time, for households, for businesses. For businesses, if you look at that, if you are spending 30, 40 million euros, you expect that to be multiplied by 2, 3, or 4 times, depending on the country that you are in. So that's one data point. Second, when we look at the market that we address and I address for buildings, 40% of the carbon emissions and 30% of the energy is consumed by buildings. And more than 30 to 50% of this energy in buildings goes to waste, which is massive, the wastage that we see in these buildings. And then 90% of the building stock that is built today will exist in 2050. So the biggest opportunity in front of us is to drive that building stock to deep renovation. What that deep renovation means is helping those buildings to become highly energy efficient and to decarbonize that building stocks. And when we talk about energy efficiency here, there are two sides that we need to look at it. One is the demand supply side. So what type of energy sources that we integrate into, especially microgrids, renewable, and ability to switch between those sources. And second is the demand side. How are we able to reduce that energy demand that is coming from buildings through electrification and digitization? And electrification means looking at those assets that are installed, including boilers and moving to heat pumps, and then digitization, starting with simple systems that help you analyze where you are spending that energy and then optimize and further automate through technologies that exist today. And again, if I take some data points, I mean, if you're looking at a small facility today, and then we have looked at our own customer base during this crisis, small facility, you're looking at a savings between 100,000 to 250,000, which is roughly 10 to 15% of your energy bills, and a larger facility even more. And you multiply that over a portfolio, you're talking about millions and millions of euros of savings. Not only that, but also reduction in carbon, and it puts us on a good path, towards energy efficiency as well as sustainability.
Yeah, thank you very much. But when we talk about energy, we often end up talking about electricity. But actually 50% of the energy demand is heat, right? So do we see any specific opportunities around energy efficiency if we talk it from a heat perspective? Anyone who wants to... Thomas?
Yeah, I think if we, like you say, the whole energy supply, 20% go to electricity, and then you have the transport sector, 30%, then 50% is heating. And half of that heating is the industrial sector. And I think the industrial sector, that's where we have a lot of gaps still. It's also a bit more complex, but that is what we need to address in a much better way. And like I said before, 70% going to waste that is produced but never being used. That has to stop. And of course also you can say heat and electricity, it also comes together because you can have electricity producing heat. We have the whole residential heat pump booming in especially Europe, millions being installed every year. You have also heat that you can turn back to electricity. So many more opportunities are coming up with, for example, the heat pump example also on the industrial sector. So I think we have the technologies there also to bridge between the two.
Yes.
The technology exists today. It's just that, we have industrial scale heat pumps that can, effectively get you off gas completely. It's just about how do we integrate that into a program and educate people on how some of this technology works. Because if you've been the head of engineering for an organization for the last 30 years who's never used a heat pump, you don't naturally know how it works. So you're naturally skeptical about kind of what's going to happen, but it's the greatest decarbonisation weapon that we have. We can get off gas completely. Yes, we might need more electricity, which there goes back to your kind of integrated solution. You may need more solar on site than you ever thought, initially. But we really have to tackle this in an integrated way, and certainly there's a huge amount going on in the private sector at the moment where companies are looking at that kind of thermal consumption and saying, how do we half that by 2030? It's huge kind of opportunity, and the technology exists. It's just how do we bring the technology, the financing, and everything together to do it at scale in the 6.5 years that we have to go. Think about all the engineering that is required, the engineers. If we talk about kind of the built environment, and we talk about the EU's 57% reduction by 2030 target, we have to touch with engineers at the moment. Every school, every airport, every hotel, public sector building, private sector building, factory, do the engineering, understand it, go implement, and then see those savings. It's a huge task, but one where we have the pieces of the puzzle, we just have to kind of start to act.
Yeah, so you are talking about now the sort of a little bit the barriers, right? Because we're doing this piece by piece, but we need to get into the exponential curve. So if we discuss a little bit, what are these main barriers to get us to the exponential implementation of energy efficiency solutions? Kevin, what do you see as the main barriers for acceleration?
I'll give you some of the traditional barriers that we see. So usually they are just around lack of information that people don't understand what those opportunities are. And for heat pumps, say, for example, that's a very clear one that people just don't understand how they even work. They are a piece of magic in some way, even to me, that you can put 1 unit of electricity in and get 3 units of heat coming out, or 4 units of heat, which is quite astonishing. So I think there's this information, just how technology works, but then also informational understanding that efficiency is important, that it is a key driver. One of the other ones is sometimes there's an upfront cost that you may need to pay more to install this particular piece of equipment. It's not always the case, and policy can get around this by making sure that we have efficiency in place. So for refrigerators, you may not have known over the last 10, 15 years, they're using maybe half the electricity they would have done just through regulations, primarily the Eco Design Directive, which most people wouldn't be aware of. But this upfront cost, it can be important, so I think there are ways around it. So there are maybe new business models. Maybe Matt will talk about some of these later, perhaps, some of the other ones. Those maybe the 2 key ones.
Yeah.
Maybe one other one,
yes.
If I may.
Ravishandra, what would you say? What do you think are the sort of main barriers to why we get to acceleration and more exponential implementation of energy efficiency solutions?
I think the number one barrier is competencies. When we look at how we are going about energy efficiency solutions and scaling those solutions, is still a very old approach, in terms of looking at technologies that people are used to, comfortable with, that they want to stick to that. Moving to cloud, digitization is one weapon in our hands where, you move your portfolio to cloud, you analyze systems, you compare systems, you look at the energy that is getting consumed in different assets, and then you optimize them with fault detection, diagnostics, or AI. And here what happens is, obviously, with the older approach, affinity to different technologies, there is a barrier on that side. Second is obviously the costs, implementation costs that come in, and the cybersecurity challenges that you see. So those also become a barrier, and you need here, again, competent people who are able to transition businesses, help support businesses to move in that direction, to help them understand the importance of technologies and help them deploy. However, the positive is also that with the current energy crisis, the ROI cases for implementation of these technologies have become extremely attractive, which is really positive, and that should help us accelerate as well beyond these barriers.
Yeah. So if we stay on that, what would you say is the most important factor, if you get to pick one, to really get it to accelerate here and now?
So for me, from a kind of private sector perspective, is leadership. At the end of the day, if you're looking at your whole portfolio of real estate, whichever industry you're in, and you're looking at it and you're saying, how do I decarbonize and get to net zero in my real estate? You have to go from my glide path on a page to actually understanding how much it's going to cost, which equipment you're going to use, and how you're going to deploy that at scale with the financial model that is required for you. So touching on the kind of point about financing, There's so much money out there that wants to go to green infrastructure funds. We have a partnership with Apollo, the private equity house, who's looking to kind of put money to work in exactly these energy efficiency measures all over the world. And it is something where we just have to kind of get it up the chain to kind of the executive teams to show them, here is the financial model. They don't care so much about who's screwing what in or what type of equipment that is going in across their portfolio. Show me the financial model over time, how much I'm going to invest as an OPEX or a CAPEX scheme, and what's my return going to be. And if we can do that, then I think we're going to accelerate that action a lot quicker.
So leadership and make it simple. Thomas?
I think, unfortunately, for me, there's not this one silver bullet that will solve everything. But I think partnership to drive the energy efficiency is crucial. And if we have created the energy efficiency movement, which is companies going together to lift and debottleneck the energy efficiency barriers that there are. Last summer we were 2 companies, and now there's close to 400 companies. We are on the steering of it, and so we will also, I think first we have to lift the awareness, the whole competence level, the education of the opportunities that are out there, and join forces, because it's one technology combined with another technology, and suddenly you have a solution that you can, so companies joining forces.
Partnership and system thinking is your... Kevin?
And for me, from a government perspective, most of the finance and the decisions around the energy system will be driven by governments. They will be responsible for most of it. So from governments, similarly, there's no silver bullet. There's probably different policies or items for different sectors. But I would probably then go back to leadership, or maybe there's this overarching framework that governments actually do make commitments, these longer-term commitments, and then it's the issue of implementation and how do we deliver those. But it's making those commitments is the first step.
Yeah. Good. And finally, Ravichandra, what would you say is the most important factor?
I think the most important factor when I look at, industries building stock would be to start with basics. If you want to lose weight, you need to know what weight you are at. So that means starting with measuring, what is your energy consumption across your portfolio, and deploying systems that help you monitor, automate, and control and optimize. When you look at the stock that is out there, and less than 3% of that stock has any kind of monitoring or automation system. So I think that's a number one priority in my mind to go at scale, especially for energy efficiency and then decarbonization.
Thank you very much. A very warm thank you to all of our panelists for this fantastic session. What do you think, Nick?
I thought it was really good. I was reflecting on the fact that my brother, who lives in Canada, got a heat pump about 25 years ago, right? And we all thought it was really fun. Wow, what's that little thing bobbing somewhere just beneath the waterline? We've got to shorten the distance, haven't we, between the time when these technologies come along and these efficiencies improve and get them installed. And I think my other thought was, governments, if they're really serious about climate change, it can't be that, oh my God, we've got a war in the Ukraine and we've got a problem with fuel. Oh, wow, let's go for energy efficiency right now. Or you're going back to the oil crisis of the 70s, wow, we need to get energy efficient. It can't be this kind of, whoa, suddenly we need energy efficiency. No, we need it now and we need it forever. And we need to make sure everyone's trained and we've got the skilled labor to actually do all the work. It can't be just a kind of, crisis reaction situation. It's going to be part of the full transition to a decarbonized future. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. There's me, right? Yeah. Okay, Madeline's going, right. Calm, Nick. Calm down. Move on. Let's get going. Yes, let's get going. We've got another interesting person to talk about energy efficiency, and that's Niels Fuglsang, who's a member of the European Parliament for the Social Democratic Party in Denmark. He's got many, many titles. He's also on the Intergroup for Animal Welfare. I don't know where that fits into energy efficiency, but anyway, maybe chickens have to keep warm too. Recently, he was lead negotiator of the new EU Energy Efficiency Directive, which is presenting these new historic standards for energy consumption reduction across Europe. I had the pleasure to talk to him on a call the other day, and we're going to play the recording. Let's go, shall we? So we're absolutely delighted to have with us Niels Fuglsang, who's a member of the European Parliament for the Social Democratic Party in Denmark. He is also on the Committee for Economy and Foreign Affairs, sits on an intergroup for animal welfare and the Euro-China delegation. But more importantly, he was lead negotiator on the new EU Energy Efficiency Directive, which is presenting historic new standards for energy consumption reduction across Europe. So, Niels, great to have you with us. Thank you for being on the show. I'm going to fire some questions to you. So, Niels, I mean, you probably know the science, and I think the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change made it, pretty clear in their recent 6 assessment that we're supposed to try and peak, and we're talking globally here right now, not just Europe, but the world is supposed to peak emissions in 2025. We're supposed to nearly halve emissions by 2030, just to have a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero in 2050 and keeping within the safety limits of the Paris Agreement. I mean, do you actually think that what this can contribute to what Europe is contributing to global climate action, do you think this is sufficient, or do you think over time this might have to be even raised further?
So that's a very good question, Nick. I think basically this is sufficient to live up to the EU's climate law. The EU climate law says that we need to reduce emissions by at least 55% in 2030 compared to 1990. However, the problem, as far as I'm concerned, is that the EU's climate law does not live up to the Paris Agreement. It's not ambitious enough when we look at what is required according to the Paris Agreement. In the Paris Agreement, we promised each other to limit global temperature rises to between 1.5 and 2 degrees. And I think there's a pretty broad consensus that if that is going to happen, we need more than 55% reduction.
Sometimes it's quite hard to sell to some members of the public, why we're doing these things, because a lot of people are feeling the pinch right now with interest rates going up and other things. But do you see this as a good step forward to creating jobs, green jobs, and also a more innovative European Union?
Well, I certainly think so. It will create a lot of jobs when we have to renovate so many buildings that this will require. We have to roll out district heating. We have to innovate technology when it comes to the televisions that we use, the tablets that we use, so on, that they are more energy efficient. So I think there's no doubt that this will create a lot of jobs. Actually, I'm more concerned about whether we have the skilled workforce to do this. So we also need to reskill and educate people so that we can deliver on this. But also, I think in an economic perspective, those that can use less energy, those who are more energy efficient, they will be more competitive. We've all seen that the energy prices have soared during the last year. And so energy consumption and being more energy efficient is a parameter for competitiveness as far as I'm concerned.
Do you think that within this new ambition of the European Union that we'll see more and more encouragement or even pressure on industry to make itself more energy efficient, not just consumers and producers of consumer goods?
I think so, and I think that one main thing, you touched upon it, one main thing that industry can do is to use the excess heat which is being created. I mentioned data centers, but you can point at a lot of areas within the industry where excess heat is being created and wasted today. Supermarkets is another example. They create a lot of excess heat that actually can be used. And we've seen some front runners doing projects where they make use of this excess heat, and it's not necessarily a cost for industry. It is an economic opportunity for industry as well, because if you have a lot of heat, it's something that is valuable. You can sell it, you can make money out of it, and I think in industry, there's not been a tension around this. You could say, and some of the people who argue against legislation, they say, well, why do we even legislate? Because if this is so obvious that you can make money selling excess heat, exploiting excess heat, then they should do it anyway. Then we need no legislation. But I think it's actually interesting that there has not been a tension around this, even though it's the rational thing often to do. It's just sort of been under the radar, or it has not been on the radar. But I think that's what we need to get on the radar also for industry, and this directive pushes that. I mean, to live up to the overall target, this is what we need to do. But there is also in the directive some general provisions when it comes to using excess heat that industry will need to do this to a larger degree in the future.
Mm-hmm. Good points. Niels, it's been a pleasure to have you on this show on Stockholm Climate Week, on We Don't Have Time, and we wish you all the best with the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Great. So now we're going to move on. I can see our guest has already joined us by the magic of Zoom. It's Andreas Kuhlmann, who's Chief Executive Officer of the Deutsche Energieagentur, which for non-Germans means the German Energy Agency. Andreas has been CEO of the German Energy Agency since July 2015 and previously worked as a Director of Strategy and Politics at the German Association of the Energy and Wind Industries. I could go on. Your CV is so long, Andreas. I'm just going to cut it there. But look, great, great to see you. Look, we're interested a little bit in what's happening at the national level in some of the big countries in Europe. So we're going to come to just ask a couple of questions about Germany. But before I do that, Andreas, let me talk on one of your passions, which is namely the German Energy Agency's Global Energy Efficiency Prize. You have this prize. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, yeah, it's a prize we run for more than 10 years, and that's actually a very good prize because we always see concepts, new ideas, and projects which really show on a big stage their success. So we invite the winners to our annual convention and so on. And we saw over the last years, but things are changing. Maybe we talk about this later on. Over the last years, we saw that you need to show how success can look like and how happy the teams can be who introduced those systems in their companies.
Yeah. And I think you're right in saying when we talked a couple of weeks ago that you're seeing enormous creativity, not just in Europe, but around the world in developing by young people, smart people, clever people in all kinds of countries, energy efficiency solutions. And that's really quite exciting, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is. And actually, I must say there are a few things which are probably important. One is the crisis and prices. Money matters. And if energy prices are fair somehow or higher than they used to be in the past, then companies and everybody is really looking hard to save money. But now an additional moment comes in, and that is people want to get rid of fossil stuff and they want to get more independent of all these geopolitical debates and so on. And then there's a third thing. Today, I think we see more technologies, more integrated energy systems. So today, you cannot only introduce just one technology. If you have a real problem, you combine a set of very smart technologies and you think of integrated systems and circular economy is coming back in and all these things. So I think there's much more potential of solving the issue than we had in the past, and there's more pressure.
Right. Right. Do you have a favorite from your prizes? Is there one that you want to just mention? Why you like it so much?
Well, I mean, Nick, you mentioned the Energy Efficiency Award, and then we also have this Global Startup Award, where we just had the winners on stage a couple of weeks ago. And by the way, thank you for partnering with that. And that's actually so huge and big, and I feel like a little bit like the father of all these startups. I can't mention just one or two.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is have a closer look. I mean, every year we publish a top 100 list of those startups. And they come from all over the world. And what I find interesting, it has been only digital technologies in the past, but now we see lots of hardware, and we see circular, we see automation, we see innovation in the building sector, and using data and all these things. And energy efficiency really comes to the focus of all the ideas.
Okay. Andreas, thank you. Let's move away from the prizes and the creativity. You're in Germany. You're the head of the German Energy Agency. Energy efficiency, like in most countries, Germany is behind the curve on the energy efficiency targets. Do you think this is about to change? Is it changing already? And why? Why is it becoming important for national policy?
Okay, actually, many of the reasons why we are behind have been mentioned in the very good discussions you had before. Leadership, that's one thing. And, I mean, we are too often thinking that energy transition is wind and solar. Well, that's true, of course. But, I mean, if I look on all the scenarios for a country like Germany, we see that almost 50% of the way we have to go is energy efficiency. Of the way we have to go. That means by only focusing on the other 50%, we will fall 50% behind. So, and this is not yet in all the heads of politicians in Germany, I must say. It's coming more and more. And as I said, those crises have helped. By the way, also, the European Union is really helping a lot, because lots of pressure is coming from the European Union. So thank you that you made this interview just before I came in here. The European Union is a very strong player, and I hope that other regions in the world have a closer look of how they do that. I think that's a great thing. And then we have lots of legislation coming up with the new government, which I like a lot. In the building sector, Energy Efficiency Act, also some programs for industries and so on. But I really think that we have to concentrate more on bringing this basic message into the brains of everybody. 50% of the way to go is energy efficiency.
Yeah. Super, Andreas, thank you so much for your time. I know that you're leaving the German Energy Agency shortly. We wish you all the best with what's coming next. And I wish a good glass of Grauburgunder when I'm next in Berlin. So thank you very much indeed.
I would say on the playground, and I will meet you again. Thank you very much for organizing this. It's a great thing you're doing.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Andreas. Okay. Over to you, Madeline.
Yes. So Sweden is currently holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union. And as we speak, there is the EU environment ministers are having an informal meeting in another part of Stockholm. But with us here in Space Arena, we have representing the Prime Minister's political party, Helena Storckenfeldt. Helena, you are a member of the Parliament of the Moderate Party spokesperson for Environment and Climate, but you're also a member on the committee for both Environment and Agriculture. Most welcome to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Very welcome. So just we can't not ask. So is there any news from the EU Environment Minister meeting that you can share with us about the progress?
Not from me, unfortunately. No. I'm going to have to leave that dangling out there.
Oh, okay. So we're hoping for some really good progress during these days up in Stockholm. Yes. So if we go back to the topic of energy efficiency, what role do you see energy efficiency has in the energy transition when it comes to the country of Sweden?
Well, I think it plays an enormous role, a much bigger role than what its than the space that it's received in the discourse so far. I think it's one of the bigger pieces of the puzzle that we are going to need in order to achieve our goals ultimately. So I really look forward to, and I see that we from politics also have a responsibility to lift these issues much higher than what they've been prioritized before.
Yeah, and why do you think we haven't seen the attention of energy efficiency in Sweden up until now?
Good question. I was talking a little bit about it in the green room, and I think one of the reasons is that nobody is really against it, right? I think it's one of those things that is too obvious to receive the amount of attention within the political world. A lot of focus is on where can we find the conflict. But I think, we don't have time, right? Yes. So I think that this is one of the issues that we need to be talking about much more without there being a conflict. I think that's the way that we need to be going forward on these issues, is together.
Yeah. I really like when you say that. So, with all the discussions around energy security that we have and also the high energy prices, do you feel that now is the time when the role of energy efficiency has changed? Is now the momentum for it also in Sweden?
Absolutely. Even during the election campaign in this past fall, when we were out within our party, we go out and we knock on doors and we talk to people. And it's one of the issues that people were actually talking about because they were in the process of putting up solar panels, as one example. They wanted to lower their own energy prices. So I think overall, for households, that's become a much bigger issue than it has been before. I think before we sort of took it for granted that we had low energy prices in Sweden, and now people have realized, but also not only people, industries, companies have realized that there is a huge potential here, and I think that now is the time.
Now is the time. I like when you say that. So how do we then change the political and the practical atmosphere around energy efficiency to really accelerate it? We talked about implementation before and getting this exponential implementation. What's your thought on that?
Well, I think one of the key issues here is how are we talking about it? And I think that politics has a responsibility here to be talking about it in more forums than one. When we look at climate change and how we're going to achieve the SDGs overall, but reach the Paris Agreement, how it's such a huge picture, and there are so many issues that go into the solutions here. And I think that's what we need to be talking about. We need to have a more holistic view over these issues. And so I think that from the political point of view, we simply need to be talking about these issues without there being a conflict. Like I said before, there needs to be an overall agreement here.
So talking a little bit more on the opportunities in the system thinking approach.
Absolutely.
Yes. So what governmental or policies do you see could really accelerate this? If you're thinking action-oriented, what could you do differently?
Well, so far, this government has put forth propositions on tax deductions, both for increasing or lowering your energy consumption, but also for investing in energy efficient solutions. So those are two parts, but I also think that we need to be placing a higher demand on the public sector, on what type of energy are the buildings using, and how are they using that energy? Is it being wisely used? I think that we can put a much greater pressure there, but I also think that looking out into what is happening right now, we see that there is huge potential and there is a lot happening out in the private sector right now.
Yes, so when you talk private sector, we talk about buildings here, but what about the heavy industry? It's also a very heavy consumer of energy. Is there anything there as well that is happening?
It's something that I am looking forward to working more on, definitely, because I think that there is an even bigger potential within the energy efficiency sector. So I'm looking forward to working more on that, and I hope that we can come up with something good soon.
That's really nice to hear. So on the positive side, Sweden is actually seen as one of the world-leading countries when it comes to smart and flexible energy solutions, for example, in our district heating networks. So could we also leverage that more to support other countries in this transition about all the fantastic work we actually have done up until now? How do you see that?
Yeah, I think overall we need to be broadcasting or showcasing good ideas and good examples. And we often talk about Sweden being a role model nation or setting an example. And I think we really have an opportunity to do that here. And we need to be lifting that example in more places than one.
So what you say is that Sweden should be the role model for energy efficiency going forward.
Absolutely.
I like that. I think that was a fantastic end. Thank you very much, Helena.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Nick, that ends our session for energy efficiency today. Any reflections from your end?
I was just thinking what Helena was saying. Obviously all these issues that we deal with, whether it be on energy or whether it be on, biodiversity or agreements and so on and so forth, and seem very, very complex. But I think if we really act and urge governments to put a very serious price on pollution and carbon, and a serious cost on waste. If we can cut the waste and we can actually put a price on carbon that actually fosters more investment in the green technologies. I think if there was a phase-in of this, and a firm phase-in, because we don't have much time, this could be very positive. And within this, energy efficiency would benefit.
So I found it extremely inspirational to listen to all of these leading experts that we've had today. And I think the main takeaway for me is that, okay, there is not a silver bullet, but I think the key point here is that all technologies are available. It's just about up to each and single one of us to act. We have the tools. It's just about doing and implementing. And as energy efficiency represents half of the abatement to 2030, it's the most important tool we possess in this climate and energy crisis. And because what's more sustainable than the energy we don't even have used in the first place? I think that's the sort of key point we have to take with us here.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I think it's been a great session.
Yes.
I think great to Alfa Laval for inspiring us to do this, and some super guests. And let's see. We need to come back next year and do the same thing again and ask the same people, what did you do between when you had you on last time and right now? There has to be some accountability.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Petter, how is the Czech Republic affected already today by the climate crisis?
In Czech Republic, especially, we are facing on a different changing, very like tornado in South Moravian or long-term drought. This changing are very frequently and more than in previous history.
What climate action is your country taking today that you think can inspire others?
We have a special program called Green Saving, focus on renewable houses, to installation renewable sources energy, or decreasing the number of energy in households.
And how, from a European level, how can we scale up solutions and reduce emissions even faster?
we as the Czech Republic focus especially on energy city and healthy sector. In that case, we have to more use wind or hydrogen or industrial heat pumps.
And what are your hopes for this informal meeting in Stockholm?
We are discuss many topics. For us are two very important: circular energy and circular economics. Sorry, and also biodiversity. From my point of view, we have to have more informations about nature restoration law in context on money for do these things very quick. And in circular economy, we have many projects, and we need change mindset that nothing in the rubbish. Everything in the rubbish is a sources for the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Enjoy your meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Bye.
I am here at New Lab in Brooklyn Navy Yard and interviewing some really exciting and interesting startups. And I am thrilled to have with me now Catherine Carpenter of Cecilia Energy, founder of Cecilia Energy. Mm-hmm. So let's start with, tell us about your company and tell us about the name choice as well. And what is the solution that you're hoping to see really be adopted?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Cecilia Energy, so we have a patent pending technology which thermochemically converts waste plastic, traditionally unrecyclable or low value, specifically to hydrogen gas and performance carbon. And by performance carbon, that's specifically carbon nanotubes, which is an up and coming and very promising material in a lot of different industries. So we were founded in 2021, and by name, Cecilia is actually named after the female scientist, Cecilia Payne. She did her doctoral thesis that the stars were mostly comprised of hydrogen in the early 1900s, and obviously she couldn't go on to be a tenured professor because she was a woman. So I named the company after her. So
that's incredible. That's really giving a nod to those who have come before us that created these advances in science that can actually be applied today to address like a major challenge. This is no small feat what you're trying to do, but if you're successful at it, this is a serious overhaul in how we think about recycling plastic.
Yep. And that was one of the main drivers actually forming the company in the first place, was the complete dissatisfaction of how we were dealing with plastics. And 90% of plastics are not being recycled today annually, and we're creating over 400 million tons globally of new plastics every year. And if you think about that, even if we got to 100% recycling, that's going from plastic to plastic. So we're still net increasing the amount of plastic that we're putting on Earth by 400 million tons and growing per year. So we needed a solution which not only can reduce, reuse, recycle, but also eliminate from Earth into usable, clean, sustainable products.
Yeah, fantastic. So how did you make the relationship with New Lab? Was that something that you reached? Were you the one who recognized the support New Lab would be able to provide to your company? Or was it a challenge that was being put forward that you thought you would be able to meet as well? New Lab is doing a lot of thematic recruitment in terms of companies. How did the relationship happen?
Yeah, so very organically. So I actually had exposure to New Lab in my previous role, which I have been in renewables for the past decade. So it was through my interaction with them and working with them kind of on the other side, not the startup side, which actually let me have a view into what they were doing, how they were supporting different communities, different technologies, different startups, and the ecosystem that they were developing across the entire clean tech startup space, as well as sustainability as a broader category, all the way from investors to startups to fabricators, kind of hard tech development portfolios. And so it was this broader reach, which when I started my own startup endeavor, it naturally, kind of the connections I'd previously made, it lent itself to be a really good fit.
And how's it been for you here?
It's been terrific. I mean, it goes back to that startup ecosystem. I mean, it takes a village to raise a family. Exact same with a startup. No matter which way you look at it, startups are hard. And it takes a community of people on the technical side, the business side, the investor side, and being able to see how other people are approaching interesting and new and emerging challenges and how you can apply them. And I think that that's one thing that New Lab does terrific, is that melting pot of so many different things that can lend a hand, accelerate a solution and lend a hand to other industries that you may not have been thinking of immediately in your silo.
So we need this kind of support in the climate sector to really see some of these solutions to commercial viability, to accelerate them, to scale them, all of the above. But we're in a recession. Are you concerned about that? Is that impacting Cecilia Energy?
Naturally, if I were saying it wasn't on my mind, I'd be lying. But the good news, bad news. The bad news is climate crisis is recession-proof. So that crisis is happening no matter what's happening in the economy. Where I do think it impacts us is it does slow down pace of fundraising. It reduces pools of capital that might have otherwise been available. So it just requires extra thoughtfulness in how you're allocating capital, how you're approaching your timeline, your burn rate, and how you're actually developing your technology. But as far as just general interest in the category, the recession has not dampened the interest at all.
Climate tech is actually one of the more resilient areas of resource allocation, given the magnitude of the crisis that we're all collectively facing. So please continue to do what you're doing. Thank you so much for sharing with us your innovation. And you've learned a lot from this experience, I imagine. So what would you like to share with our global audience that's tuning in that wants to know more about how to kind of follow suit, learn from you, be inspired by you, or maybe take what you're doing and figure out a way to help support it in their own communities, in their own countries?
I would say there's a million things I've learned, but if I had to distill it down to one, is to think big. Because in order to really have a global impact on climate change, it has to be able to scale and it has to be able to have a multiple hundreds of gigaton impact versus kind of very small steps. The other advice, I'm going to sneak one more in, is don't wait until you have everything just fully developed, because you're going to learn so much along the way that sometimes you learn the most and develop most in kind of how that path is going to look by just starting and doing.
I love that. I love that. Get it out the door.
Get it out the door.
We don't have time to be perfectionists.
Exactly. Perfection is going to be the delay. So just start it, because there's a lot of people that are committed to helping in the industry, and that has really helped us and helped kind of develop our company and technology.
Awesome. Well, listen, all the best to you and Cecilia Energy. Thank you so much for sharing the solution with us. We appreciate it. So excited to be here at New Labs in Brooklyn Navy Yard, and I'm with the co-founder of New Lab, Scott Cohen. I'm so thrilled to have you here.
I'm happy to be here.
It's almost like you founded the place.
Well, I founded it with my partner, David Belt, years ago. Yeah.
Fantastic. It's absolutely stunning. And we really appreciate you not just creating this space for innovation, but also opening it up to so many partners and collaborators, us being one of them. So we're thrilled to be here and to get a little more insight from you into what inspired you. Tell us the story behind New Lab. Tell us the history of the space that we're in right now.
Well, I mean, first of all, the space we're in is actually a shipbuilding facility. That was where all the major ships were built during the World Wars. And this was a place that where enormous amounts of innovation was happening at the turn of the 20th century. So this was a machine shop for the big ships that were carrying large parts that were machined in this building out the end of the building and then assembling ships in the dry docks out there. And when my partner David Belt and I came into this facility or this building, really like probably back in 2014, we were invited by the Bloomberg administration to come into this building, which was really a defunct, old, rusted out old building at that point. And the city wanted something important to happen here. They really didn't know specifically what. They just felt like it was an iconic and important building. It was really the state of the art of manufacturing in its day. And so ultimately, with the building as inspiration, we went back to the Bloomberg administration and we told them that we thought there was an opportunity to really build something iconic that was important for the country in New York, in the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And we went around to a bunch of schools. David and I went to engineering schools here in New York, went to Rensselaer Polytechnic. We went obviously to the SUNY schools. We went up to MIT in Boston and to Tufts University. We spent time in Europe at Imperial College and Royal College of Art.
You really did your
We
due
went out
diligence.
to the West Coast, to Stanford, and we spent time with leaders of different disciplines in those schools, in the different engineering departments, kind of asking them to teach us what's coming, what does it look like, and that was really a moment when the combination of sensors coming down in price, cloud computing, and computation were all heading in a very clear direction. And it was, we heard one common theme was that the confluence of these things was going to change robotics, that sensing and cloud computing was going to change the way the level of access people have to information. And so it was going to really impact life sciences. It was going to impact industry. And it was really that moment where we felt like New York could be a kind of a home for entrepreneurs and engineers that want to solve real world problems, like really where the rubber hits the road. I think from very early days, we wanted this to be a place where the entrepreneurs and engineers felt a sense of ownership and belonging. It's not like this is our place and you're coming as a guest. Like once you come in here, it is ours collectively. It's a peer-to-peer community of people. And that's really, I think,
It definitely comes across. It absolutely comes across in the way it's been laid out, in the nature of those that you include as part of this experience. And what's so unique about this is the founders, you and your partner, that did that due diligence to really identify where you wanted to, what you wanted to support to solve these big global crises that we're all collectively facing. Is that what you would say makes New Lab different? How do you see yourselves as unique from other incubators and accelerators?
Well, I mean, it's definitely the DNA of David and I, and the DNA of this place is civic in its core. Like we didn't start out to build a venture fund or even to build a great business at first. We really wanted to build something that was a civic contribution to New York and for New York to be civically minded about our role in planetary health. And we felt like, we felt a sense of responsibility to accept founders that were working on some of these systemic problems the world's facing. So we really wanted to be focused on the way cities work, how cities were going to transform the way they obtain energy in a more sustainable way. We were really interested in industry, like all the different the supply chains, like whether it's pulp and paper mills or mining or waste streams. We really are interested in all these really hard problems that we're not going to get solved by app developers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you need the city to also get behind and support, like you're saying. So tell us about the cooperation with the city and how New York has been so supportive, actually.
Yeah, New York is really that other partner that's been here all along.
Yeah.
New York, they came to us first and invited us to look at this asset that is actually owned by the city. And all along, there was a real commitment from not only the Bloomberg administration, but really every administration since then to be a partner with New Lab. We originally, they partnered by granting capital to the physical asset through the Brooklyn Navy Yard, which is also owned by the city and is a partner of ours. And the Partnership Fund for New York City, which is not part of city government, but actually acts as an interlocutor between innovation happening in the city and the state. They helped us by bridging finance that the city was granting us so that we could actually get this place built. And then, the Economic Development Council, the EDC, which is always working on solving problems in New York City, has come to us with scopes of work where they're trying to solve challenges that the city's facing, and they engage this community to work on those problems. And we developed a process over the years that we originally piloted with New York City that is now really core to how we operate in the world. And so the way we work is we actually take challenges from stakeholders. Originally, the first challenge came from the city of New York, but now if you're a pulp and paper mill in South America, or you're a mining company in India, or like we're working with Puerto Rico on looking at all of their waste streams and how to convert them into usable products, all of those go through a process where we design around the challenge. Then we look for the founders around the world that are the deepest thinkers around that challenge, the entrepreneurs and the engineers, and we invite them into this community. And once those vetted founders belong to this community, they are part of this growing ecosystem of people that are solving around climate change, around renewable energy.
Very cool. This is very cool.
And New York really helped us pilot that at the very, very beginning.
I mean, I'm from New York. I'm a little biased. So does it count if I'm from New Jersey?
We're all from the same area, absolutely.
Tri-state.
My wife's from New Jersey, so
I'll take it. I'm in the club.
Yeah.
So what are some exciting innovations then? Because you've really have brought in so many incredible thinkers, incredible innovations. It might be hard to pick. Is it like kind of picking your favorite child? What are the innovations you're most excited about?
Well, I think first, the things that we're really excited about are thematically oriented. We're really excited about what's happening around energy. We think that we are really in the midst of a major tide change in how we're going to capture energy on a planetary level. And we're working with companies that are very, very focused on sustainable, renewable energy. And then we also are very focused on mobility and the way we move people and goods around the world, which is linked obviously to energy. And then we're also very, very focused on materials and materials that are coming from waste streams, or there's a really very significant movement happening around biofabrication. And so we have companies in each of these sectors that are concentrated in New Lab, that are bumping into each other, that are working with one another and collaborating. I just heard yesterday that one of our companies, Odyssey Space, which is sending a test up into space to test different things, and they're partnering with our partner up at Tufts from Kaplan Labs.
That's the point.
Where they want to test and compare the way mammalian cells grow as compared to insect cells.
Wow.
So they're sending that experiment up with one of our companies here, I think in the fall, to really test the way they grow. And I think one of the learnings that are going to come is maybe it's going to be easier to grow insect cells in space as a food source, or possibly that they grow fast enough in zero gravity that you could actually manufacture in space. So that's that's something like that's way out there. But then if you come down to a little bit closer to Earth, we have companies like Amidst, which came in as 4 people with a little bit more than a napkin sketch, but really they built their first pilot scale anything here in New Lab about 2.5 years ago. They've advanced from putting a system that converts ammonia to hydrogen on board a drone. Then they moved to a tractor. Then they moved to a tractor trailer.
Nice.
Now they're moving to an ocean-going vessel. And they just announced that they raised $130 million last week.
Incredible.
And, they've grown from 4 people that walked into the building to start, prototyping a little more than 2.5 years ago. to around 60 people here in the building. We can't really grow a lot more with them
Right.
here, but they have people in a lot of other locations and they're growing globally.
So you take pride in this, of course.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, these are really people, not only we take pride in it, but I think these people take pride in one another. And it's a very much a peer-to-peer community
Yeah.
where people are helping each other. They're introducing investors to one another. They're helping. There's many companies in here that are using the technology of other companies
Sure.
here to build what they're building and putting out into market.
Okay, and so New Lab is looking to create a space triple the size of this one
Yeah.
for even more opportunities for next generation of innovation. And so tell us a little bit about that. That'll be in Detroit.
Yeah, I think the way you could think about what's happening quite organically is that we have a lot going on in New York focused around energy. We're also beginning to work on plans for building a facility focused on materials that would also be in New York. And obviously the natural place for a center around mobility is Detroit. We've been working with Ford for many years on solving challenges they're facing in the mobility sector. And increasingly, after their team had spent a lot of time, and Bill Ford spent time coming to New Lab, they came to us and said, look, we're building this innovation center in Michigan Central. Would New Lab be willing to come and essentially bring its operating system to that innovation center? And so we spent a lot of time working with them. My partner, David Belt, spent the better part of the last year and a half helping to design a space that has a similar ethos as this. This was much the way Steve Jobs, when he thought about his space, he really engineered the way people move through the space, that they had to get up to kind of walk a certain distance to go to the bathroom and run into somebody and bump into somebody.
Wow.
We've really thought very intentionally about how do we build a space where people are bumping into each other,
Brilliant.
are seeing through walls, like really interesting work happening going on, unless someone doesn't want them to see, in which case you can put up screens and things like that. But really, there is this quality of openness and collaboration that both in this space and the space in Detroit. And already in Detroit, I mean, we are seeing really scrappy, inventive entrepreneurs and engineers moving from Austin and Salt Lake City to Los Angeles because there's something happening and they want to be part of it, but also because there's a lot of commitment from Michigan Central to make Detroit a place where this next generation of people focused on mobility, whether it be companies like Cavenue that are creating a dedicated lane from Detroit to Ann Arbor.
Wow, okay.
That is an autonomous vehicle lane. It's a really innovative system for really accelerating autonomous vehicles. We've got a group there that's converting the chassis of the Ford electric vehicle into these electric vans there. There's a lot of work going on around drones and drone transportation, cross-border drone transportation between Canada and the United States, which was actually in direct response to the chips that were getting blocked from Canada.
Right.
And so we had a team there kind of
Throw back to the COVID era. Yep.
COVID era.
Well, wow, this is incredible. We are so excited to be here in New Lab in Brooklyn. Can't wait to see how everything progresses in Detroit and beyond. And thank you just for your support of innovation, support of these startups, and really giving the space and the environment to see these solutions excel, to make it to commercial viability, to be adopted and picked up, and to get the policy support by the various cities, states, and globe that can
That's critical.
move these solutions to adoption. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's
Thanks
a
for all
pleasure.
that you do.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it as well.
I'm here at New Lab in Brooklyn Navy Yard talking to some really incredible founders of some innovations that could potentially really provide solutions to the climate crisis that we're in. And I'm really excited to get into this conversation with the founder of Tarform. I said that right?
Yes.
Tarform.
Tarform.
And Taras Kravchuk, who just confirmed that he is not Swedish, but Ukrainian ethnically, but speaks Swedish because he grew up in Sweden, and has now been in New York for some time, launching the company and seeing it reach the point it's at now. So tell us about Terraform. Tell us what motivated you to think through this particular technology.
Probably a combination of sort of my passion and love for machines, technology, and where the state of the world is today. So the way I look at it is like, this is what I'm good at, and this is what the world needs, and how do I combine it?
Right.
So I spend most of my time in product development, industrial design, tech, and I spent weekends in a shop here in Brooklyn just building vintage bikes. So getting bikes from 1960s, 70s, tearing them down, building up. And there was no product that I worked in tech that provided the same sort of visceral feeling, you know, when you work on something that's right in front of you. But 6 years ago, I felt, okay, if I want to spend the next 10, 20 years of my life working on something, what would it be that would have a big impact?
Right.
And also utilize all the amazing stuff that technology has to offer. And the idea is like, okay, why don't we revive the iconic spirit of a motorcycle, but use all the latest technology? So making it electric was an obvious choice. But also rethinking sort of how are we making products today? Is there a way to start using biomaterials? Is there a way to, instead of just focusing on zero emissions, to build vehicles that are ultimately zero waste, which I believe has the biggest impact in carbon reduction, but also getting people to think in more sustainable ways.
I'd love to hear a little bit more about the product. Really, what is it, and what is it capable of doing in comparison to traditional motorcycles?
So the original idea, I was working on the Triumph, the classic internal combustion bike, and it was just leaking oil.
Right.
You know, so I used to come home, my hands just covered in oil, and my girlfriend at the time was like, "Man, you smell gasoline," and like, "What the hell?" So I'm like, "Well, there's got to be a better way to make things today," and obviously, making it electric was an obvious choice. And initially, it was driven by, here's a bike that I would personally want to ride, and it started with the aesthetics, the form factor. It doesn't have to look like a vintage retro bike, nor does it have to look like a Blade Runner futuristic thing. So the idea was to find this balance between the past and the future, and really figure out what is how do you make something classic also look future forward.
Right.
So it started with the design, and for months obsessively I was just creating the silhouette of the bike. Like, how do we capture this kind of visceral thing? Because a motorcycle, whether you like it or not, it has a presence. It has this element of danger, of engineering, of speed. So it definitely started with like, what's the feeling we want to convey, and how do we want people feel when they look at the bike? And then second, it was performance. So should this be a city commuter? What's the power? And obviously, motorcycles are typically about speed and performance and power. So we said, okay, let's make this not just a beautiful machine, but let's make it fast, but also user friendly. So the electrical powertrain is way simpler than a traditional internal combustion engine.
Okay.
It doesn't have a gearbox, so you basically just get on the bike, twist the throttle, and it flies.
Yeah.
So it opens up a wide, it makes it more accessible to a wider group of people who typically...
Even those who are scared of getting on a motorcycle, potentially?
Well, usually you're scared because this thing is so loud, right? Like
Sure.
It's just thousands of explosions between your legs and fumes and vibrations. So for a lot of people, it's an intimidating product already. Like if you've been next to a Harley, you know, it's like, what the hell is this dinosaur just about to explode, right? On electric, it's silent. You just sit on it, but then you feel the seamless, you know, the power is just available immediately. And then the thirdly was the sustainability aspect. Is how do we again look at the entire vehicle creation, and how do we design the bike to be modular, so upgrade with the pace of technology, like kind of high level specs, does 0 to 60 in about 3.8 seconds.
Nice.
Top speed 120 miles per hour, and you charge it next to your iPhone, regular household outlet.
Yeah, that's very cool. Okay, so for those speed demons out there that are tuning in, here's something you might want to check out for sure. And you've been around now for some years, and New Lab is where this concept kicked off. So tell us about New Lab and how being part of this ecosystem has supported Tarform.
Yeah, we joined New Lab probably 5-6 years ago when it was just a napkin sketch, and we started building the prototype. And at that point, had no idea what it would actually take to create a vehicle from nothing, essentially. So we became members here, and they helped us a lot in prototyping. So they have their own prototyping lab. Helped us to get in touch with industry contacts, like the bigger manufacturing companies and 3D printing companies. So that really accelerated our speed of development. And a lot of these companies also.
So, welcome back, everybody, to our next session of the day, which is very much focused on the Baltic and its potential as a serious regional green energy hub, but also as a key player in assisting Europe and indeed the globe in hitting the safety goals of the landmark Paris Climate Agreement. Renewable energy is booming, but it needs to boom faster if it's to help us halve emissions by 2030 and hit net zero by 2050. Plus, many industries and sectors are pinning at least part of their own climate targets and decarbonisation ambitions on having access to ever more green energy. Think the shipping industry, and think green hydrogen, for example. Let's first have a snapshot into what is happening globally with clean energy. To help us with this, we had Jaydev Davle, an Associate Programme Officer with the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. He's a member of the Innovation and End-Use Sector team that is responsible for conducting analysis of the innovation trends on the potential and application of renewable energy solutions within various economic sectors. Welcome, Jaydev. Nice to see you.
Hey, Nick. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great.
Good, thank you.
So take us away. Tell us what's going on. What's happening to that renewable energy?
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jaydev Davle, and I'm an Associate Program Officer at the International Renewable Energy Agency, as Nick mentioned. It's a pleasure to connect to this important event virtually. However, I wish I could have been there in person. As Nick mentioned, my brief remarks today are going to be talking about what IRENA's perspective is on the global adoption of renewable energy, obviously on a worldwide perspective. Now, before I delve into my remarks, let me just give a very quick overview on IRENA for those who are not familiar. So IRENA is an intergovernmental organization with 168 member countries, and our mandate is to help them promote renewable energy by helping them gain access to knowledge and information on the different technologies that are out there. So now let me start my remarks by noting that according to our forthcoming World Energy Transitions Outlook, unfortunately, we are not on track to achieving a sustainable energy transition. Now, this is largely because of the after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as some spillover effects that are happening due to geopolitical events that are ongoing currently. Now, because of inaction that is ongoing and needs to be sort of addressed, that's having a catastrophic impact on our natural ecosystems, as well as the socio-economic frameworks that we inhabit. And to ensure that we're able to transition to a sustainable energy future, it will require bold and transformative measures that can reflect the urgency of this situation now. Now, according to IRENA, renewables are a key solution that can help climate mitigation and adaptation actions that are being called for by the international community and by those who are impacted by the crisis. Progress is being made on this front. So in 2022, 295 gigawatts of renewables was added globally, and this is a record according to our analysis. And in the power sector alone, 83% of the capacity additions was from renewables, and it reached 40% in installed power generation in 2022. What's important to note is that solar and wind are driving the renewable energy momentum globally, and they had recent annual additions of 191 and 75 gigawatts per year. I also wish to note that most of these recent developments are from observations that we have seen in places like China, the European Union, and the United States, which basically shows that there are microcosms in our community where renewable energy is truly flourishing. Furthermore, investments in renewable energy technologies or energy transition technologies at large reached $1.3 trillion in 2022. So there has been a lot of positive development when it comes to renewable energy. But as you mentioned, Nick, a lot more has to be done if we want to achieve the 1.5 degree goal that we agreed back in 2015 in Paris. Now, according to Arena, to reach this 1.5 degree goal, we would need approximately $150 trillion by 2050 of investments to reach this goal. And that would average to about 5 million per year. Now, to put that into context, according to our recent analysis in the World Energy Transition Outlook, renewable energy investments reached about $500 billion in 2022. So I think you can see the disparity between 5 trillion and 0.5 trillion. What's important to note is that in 2022, 85% of the investments that were dedicated towards renewable energy were actually benefited less than 50% of the world's population. So there is a disparity on where the resources are being allocated. An example of this is that in Africa was only able to attract about 1% of these investments that were made in 2022, despite it being a region that has tremendous resource energy potential. Furthermore, according to our indicators that we have on the energy transition, more efforts are needed to promote the electrification of high energy intensive end use sectors, and also deploying infrastructure in developing countries for renewable energy technologies. Now, to realign efforts for the energy transition, there are going to be many variables that have to be considered. However, I just want to share a few short recommendations that can be implemented in the short term to ensure that we're acting without delay. So the first one is that for decision makers, it is extremely important that they increase their national renewable energy targets. And most importantly, it has to come with an implementation plan, because words are not enough, action needs to be made. So an implementation plan on how to achieve those targets is extremely important. Secondly, institutions that have the capability to provide financial support should explore the possibility of providing grants or concessional loans to communities and countries that do not have access to these instruments. Thirdly, from an infrastructure facet, when deploying or reimagining infrastructure, it is important to have a cross-sectoral approach to ensure that synergies are leveraged. And furthermore, if it's possible to streamline and accelerate permitting protocols for these projects, it will be beneficial to ensure that they can be constructed and deployed in an environmentally sustainable way, but also ensure that they are operational as quickly as possible. Fourthly, energy efficiency is a massive contributor to the sustainable energy transition. And to this end, it's extremely important to develop standards for the sectors that you mentioned, Nick. I mean, in shipping, transport, industry, buildings, among others. And last but not least, with the power sector, I think it's extremely important that countries explore how variable renewable sources of energy, namely solar and wind, can be integrated into their systems, because they are increasingly gaining more prominence in the energy landscape, and they have advantages from a techno-economic standpoint. So I just want to conclude that renewables do have a potential to make our global energy ecosystem clean and green. There's a sliver of hope for us to achieve the 1.5 degree target, but action is going to be required from all corners of the global community. And I hope that this event, among others, spurs the international community to have an action-oriented approach as we head towards COP28. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you, Jadev. And you really rocked through that topic as fast as you could, and thank you so much. We have slightly run over time, so I need a yes or a no answer from you for one thing. Yes or no? The Baltic, is it a potential big green energy power hub, yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Good, perfect. Now we've kept to time. Thanks, Jadev,
okay,
and keep in touch. And we're going to move to our next guest. Our next guest is Peter Thornberg, who is the Chief Commercial Officer for OX2, and OX2 actually supporting this session that you're watching today. Peter has 15 years of experience with the renewable energy industry in leading project development and execution organizations in onshore wind, offshore wind, and PV, photovoltaics. He's going to be talking about accelerating access to renewables, giving us the big picture on hydrogen and what OX2 is doing in the Baltic. Peter, I think you're with us. You have the floor. Please come on down, come on up, whichever way it works. I think, no. I think, Peter, yes, you've got a keynote, and I think you should take it from this table, and I'm going to leave you here. Over to you.
Thanks a lot.
I'm going to come back for some questions.
Looking forward to that.
Thank you.
So, thank you, everyone. As said, my name is Peter Thornberg, and I'm Chief Commercial Officer at OX2, so very happy to be here today. OX2 can, in short, probably be described as a Swedish success story in the field of renewable energy development. The company was incepted some 20 years ago, and today we are active across Europe. Even though we have our Swedish origin, we have now grown across Europe, and we also have business and activities in Australia. To date, we have constructed some 4 gigawatts of projects, either under construction or already having been finalized. We are active in 4 technologies, so we're active in onshore wind, offshore wind, energy storage, and PV. If one is to summarize OX2's reason for being, it is to be the enabler of the energy transition by providing the projects that will produce the energy to enable breaking up our dependency on the fossil fuels. Today, in this session, we will focus on the Baltic Sea and our activities here. So let me give you some background why the Baltic Sea is so important to us and so important to this part of the world. As said earlier, Northern Europe is our home turf. That's from where we have grown. The ocean connecting 9 countries in this part of the world is Baltic Sea. Over the years, this Mare Balticum, as it's called in Latin, has been a very important enabler of trade and societal growth over the last 1,000 years plus. The total size of this ocean is comparable to the size of the country of Finland. So it's a very vast, enormous area. Giving it some perspectives of what we're trying to solve for, we also want to do in this session, because we need to coexist, and we need to solve more than one problem, which is the production of renewable energy, because we live under quite special circumstances. Sometimes these special circumstances are described as that we're currently having 3 ongoing wars. Firstly, for the first time since the Second World War, we, 24th of February last year, saw the full-scale military invasion of one neighbor attacking another in Europe. We have seen with the military war of Russia towards Ukraine how vulnerable our democratic society is. At the same time, we have an energy war ongoing. We have been seeing how Russia, over the last year and years, have been trying to force Europe to give up its support on Ukraine by using the energy weapon. And thirdly, we have a climate war, an ongoing war that, unless we break our dependency on fossil fuels, we will end up with Earth being a much less friendly place. These 3 wars, the military war, the climate war, and the energy war, needs to be solved, all 3 of them. We can't solve 2 by suffering or by allowing us to lose the last one. That's not a viable solution. For us, at OX2, it is very clear that the Baltic Sea will and can play a very important role in being the solution to these 3 wars. Firstly, by producing homegrown electricity fossil-free renewable electricity, we can break our dependency on imported energy and thereby achieve what is in a strategic context often talked as energy security. By achieving energy security, that a country can only do by taking away its need for energy imports from unfriendly or hostile states. The potential for offshore wind in the Baltic Sea is enormous. If we only look at the projects that we are developing in the Baltic Sea, and we will come back to them in later sessions, only those projects would be able to produce an equivalent amount of electricity as of the consumption as of today in Finland. If we look at the European Union, they're pointing out that something like 100 gigawatts of offshore wind could be constructed in the Baltic Sea. That will be equaling the electricity demand of Germany as of today. So a very, very important way for us to create energy security and also decoupling ourselves from the need to import. Secondly, renewable energy in the Baltic Sea will offer naturally a way of getting away from the usage of fossil fuels and thereby being a solution in the Second World War of climate war. And thirdly, investments in renewable energy in the Baltic Sea does not only offer economic growth, but also possibilities for biodiversity growth and actually restoring the ocean into what it used to be before we started with a lot of pollution, etc. So in the sessions that will come, we will have a closer look at how we can then solve this and how the Baltic Sea can be a key part of the solution going forward. We will also see that this can be done without conflicting with military interests or coming at the cost of endangering the kind of or the sensitive environment that we have in the Baltic Sea. But instead, it can really be a solution for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, it's actually a very interesting panel. Sometimes we have interesting shows here, and sometimes we have very interesting shows. And certainly for me,
I hope this one is the second one.
I think it's one.
Good.
And so I'm looking forward to that. I mean, you nicely framed some of the opportunities, but also the challenges. I know that, I mean, the Baltic is many nations. It's not just Sweden. It's several nations around it. Do you think there are different approaches to this by different nations in terms of balancing the opportunities and the challenges, the different interests, for example? It's not a one-size-fits-all story in the Baltic?
It's, of course, a very good question. I would say that with the three, as I was trying to allude towards, with the three ongoing wars, I think there is a very big unity around the Baltic Sea, at least among the 8 coastal states, except for Russia then, that this can really be a part of the solution. So it's not something that it's only true in Sweden or in Finland or in Poland. It's true for all coastal states across the Baltic Sea.
And why, I'm just curious, maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't, but I remember, you know, we've all been preparing for the show, like all the shows this week, and talking to various people about their perspectives. And but I don't know, is there a reason why the Baltic's potential as a green energy hub has not been fully exploited yet? Was there any reason for that, or?
If you take, naturally, it's offshore wind, right? Yeah. And for many years, offshore wind was a development that was happening in the North Sea. That was the isolated one-off place where the offshore wind was being constructed. And now we see that one is expanding. It's going to the US, it's going to Australia, Taiwan, Baltic Sea, etc. Why was it then in the North Sea? Yeah, because the main supporters of offshore wind was Germany, which is also, you could say, a state in the Baltic Sea. So some has happened also in the Baltic Sea, but it was also the Netherlands and the UK. So the drivers weren't countries in the Baltic Sea, but rather countries outside the Baltic Sea. But when looking at the fundamentals in the Baltic Sea are as good, or in many cases even better than they are in the North Sea.
Interesting. And on the issue of biodiversity, we're going to look at various things, as you were saying here today. The biodiversity of the Baltic has always been a bit challenged by pollution and things like that. Do you think that I always think to myself, I read some reports, for example, that there is oil and gas in the Baltic as well that's been underexploited or not exploited. Perhaps if there was more green energy there, there'd be less enthusiasm to go for digging stuff out of the seabed, and therefore that would also be quite good for biodiversity as well, probably in the Baltic.
Yes, definitely. And what we see, and we will look at that in coming sessions, for example, what the ecosystem of the Baltic Sea is quite special because you have this mixture between sweet water and salt water. It's not like a normal ocean that it's salt water to the same extent as it is in other parts of the world.
Right.
Therefore, the system in itself is quite special, with the pollution that you have been seeing over the last decades, the result has been that the ocean, to a very large extent today, is dead. But, for example, by reinjecting, if you have hydrogen production, and by reinjecting oxygen and creating possibilities to make the sea bottom live again, that will have a very positive effect. But of course also with more investments and more possibilities to create natural habitats for different species, etc. So renewable energy is not at all in conflict with the sensitive ecosystem of the Baltic Sea. On the contrary, they go hand in hand because something needs to be done.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so Peter, thank you for framing all that. We're going to move to another guest in 1 second. You have a simple choice. We can bring you back towards on the end because we want to hear your perspective of what's been said, or you can join it on the sofa for the entire session. It's up to you.
Very good. Thanks a lot.
Your choice. Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Well, I've got a little bumper here. Last but not least for this opening session is Pierre Tardot. He's Chief Policy Officer for Wind Europe. Pierre is on Zoom as well, and we're going to go over to you for Wind Europe's take on the Baltic. Hello. Nice to see you.
Hello. Nice to see you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you beautifully, Pierre. So yeah, tell us a little bit about this Baltic. We've been talking a little bit about the challenges, but also the opportunities. What's your perspective as Wind Europe on the Baltic?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd like to start where the previous speaker left it off. Absolutely agree on the three challenges that the Baltic can help meet here. The European economy has really been battered by COVID, by the war in Ukraine, each of which has really challenged our supply chains and really helped us question our place in the world. Perhaps we're not at the center of the world after all, and need to rethink our approaches. And of course, on top of that comes the climate change challenge, which has really hit home in recent years, and in particular over the summers in many of our daily lives. Yeah. Luckily here, politicians may have been tempted initially to press pause on the energy transition, but they've decided to do exactly the opposite, right? The European Union has developed a strategy, an energy response to the Ukraine war called Repower EU, which is really all about shifting away from imported fossil fuels, and basically accelerating the deployment of homegrown renewables. And now this translates into hard law. The European Parliament and national governments and council have really decided that they needed to increase the renewable energy target for 2030 from the current 32% to 42.5% now. And wind, as we've heard from the first speaker, will play a very central role here alongside solar. So just to give you an idea of where we're starting and where we need to end up, wind is now 17% of all the electricity that we consume in Europe. By 2050, which is the time at which we need to be climate neutral, it needs to be 50, so roughly half of all the electricity that we consume, with solar being basically the bulk of the rest. Offshore winds will play a huge role here, simply because when you go out at sea, the wind is very strong, it's very stable. You can put huge turbines out there, much bigger than you can put out on land, comparable in size to an Eiffel Tower. Offshore wind is comparable in reliability with conventional energy that we've all based our economies on until recently. And offshore wind can help balance the European energy system. You can have offshore hybrid plants that help generate clean electricity, but also serve as interconnectors between different countries. And this may play a very big role in the Baltic. So coming to the Baltic now, big picture, there are 30 gigawatts of offshore wind in Europe today. So that may sound a little bit abstract. What this means is 6,000 turbines out there in 120 projects. The Baltic is slightly lagging behind, if you will, certainly as compared to the North Sea, as we've just heard. About a tenth of the total installed capacity today is in the Baltic, mostly in Denmark and Germany. But there's huge political commitments now at the top level in government from all the Baltic states to go much, much faster. So a lot of these heads of states and governments gathered in Marienborg, so near Copenhagen last summer, and they decided, okay, we're a little bit behind. Let's do ×7 in terms of offshore wind installed capacity in the Baltic between now and 2030. So from roughly 3 to 20 gigawatts. And that means that all the countries are going to have to contribute. Also Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, contributing, as well as Sweden, Finland, and of course the early starters, Germany and Denmark. This is great news. As we've heard also, the potential in the Baltic is absolutely phenomenal. All these countries have done a maritime spatial plan. And if you add up all the capacity that is possible to deploy in the Baltic, it's 150 gigawatts. So it's absolutely massive. You may wonder, well, is it reasonable to deploy all this offshore wind? It is, because offshore wind has become incredibly competitive price-wise. It's much cheaper than conventional energy today. It's technology that is made in Europe. The supply chains are here in Europe. So when we invest in offshore wind, we are investing in our own economy, in our own livelihoods. Yeah. But enthusiasm should not be an excuse to go quickly and break things. We need to do this in harmony with society and nature, and being mindful of also the biggest challenges that we have around us. So for example, that means thinking co-use, yeah? So for example, passive fishing can be combined with offshore wind. For example, offshore wind projects need to be developed in a way that protects and even enhances biodiversity. In fact, at Wind Europe, we're very big proponents of offshore wind auctions being run on what we call non-price criteria. So it's not necessarily only the cheapest project that wins, but it should, we believe, be the project that brings the most to society and nature. And the Netherlands has run a very successful auction awarding the project to the one that has been the best in protecting and enhancing biodiversity. And this is a great template to follow also for the Baltic. Likewise, we are living in very dangerous times as we started. The war, the weaponization of energy also means that our critical infrastructure is potentially vulnerable, and that we need to be mindful of that in the way that we develop our offshore wind projects, but also engage ministries of defense and use this infrastructure, for example, potentially even for for training, etc., for military purposes. Just to finish, I was talking about jobs earlier, economic opportunity. Yeah, if we look at Europe-wide, there are nearly 80,000 jobs related to offshore wind in Europe today. By 2030, it could be 250,000 jobs. So it's a huge economic opportunity, but it's also an economic opportunity that comes with purpose, fighting climate change, boosting our energy security, and becoming, quite frankly, more in control of our destiny. So happy to take any questions.
Okay, Pierre, thank you very much indeed. That was very comprehensive and very, very effective summing up of what's going on and what could go on. One of the issues that we mentioned at this opening that we'll bring up is this issue of how do you find common ground with the military? Because, I mean, our good audience here can Google offshore wind and the military, and they'll see that some people are worried about too much offshore wind, affects radar systems, interferes with blah, 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 right? And there may be other concerns as well that come through. But how have other places, I mean, this is not the first time that this issue has been raised. I understand other places that the military and the offshore wind cooperate quite healthily. The UK, for example, has some track record on this. How did these relationships get good? Is somebody getting, each person's getting something out of it? Is that the answer to this question?
That's exactly right. So as Wind Europe, we like to play a role of convener, and we do this on a regular basis, again next week at our annual event in Copenhagen. And what we do is we bring people around the table, from the ministries of defense, from NATO, European Defense Agency, to speak to the developers and identify common opportunities. You can use offshore wind turbines for surveillance. You can develop radar systems that ensure that actually offshore wind turbines don't interfere with military radar and military operations, etc. It's all about drilling down on the issues, sitting around a table, and having a common sense of purpose. Of course, in order to be able to do that, you need political support from both sides, and this is why I was alluding to the fact that 8 or 9 heads of states and governments from around the Baltic met last year to deploy this. This is great because the military ultimately report to the head of state and government. And so having that direction really helps to open a lot of doors as well.
And overall, from your perspective, is Europe going to deliver on its renewable energy targets, just briefly, on across the whole of Europe, with all these new target setting from the European Union and the Commission?
I definitely believe Europe can. There are a number of things to do. Accelerate the consenting of renewable energy projects, which has sometimes, taken up to 10, 12 years. So we need to go a lot quicker. The rules of the electricity markets need to be stabilized so investors know exactly, have a good idea what their revenues are going to be. And Europe also needs to invest in its own supply chain. We've seen the Americans, the Chinese state has been doing this for a long time now, the Americans as well, with their US Inflation Reduction Act from last year. Europe now needs to do the same, really bet on its own know-how, ingenuity, and economy by really supporting its clean tech supply chains, including offshore winds.
Okay, good. And of course, it would go even faster and more wonderfully in terms of meeting the targets for Europe if the Baltic became a major green energy hub. So thank you very much indeed, Pierre. That's great. Thank you. Good. It's nice to know the audience is awake and interested. Thank you. Right, we're now going to transition more in-depth to the security challenges of renewable energy and hopefully to look at solutions in more depth. Let me introduce Jens Wenzel Christoffersen, a military analyst at the Center for Military Studies, Department of Political Science, University of Copenhagen, and Commander Royal Danish Navy. I think it's safe to assume, Jens, you know a bit about security and stuff like that. So
you're completely right. Yeah.
You have the floor, for Jens.
Thank you very much, Nick, and thanks that I could be here today. So how many of the audience have actually been out seeing a wind turbine park? Well, that's quite a lot. That's more than I expected, actually. But that's very good, because then you know exactly how, let's say, huge these parks are. But you also probably have noticed, if you've been out sailing, how far away from shore they are. So there's pluses and minuses on that. But every morning when I wake up and I look at the television, I see on the a little icon on the right side saying, well, today 136% of Danish power consumption is being provided by wind. Isn't that great? And it makes me very happy. But then the next day, wow, the figure is down at 16%. So what to do? Well, I think that illustrates one of the examples, because how are we able to store that energy which we get in surplus at some times, but then also get the energy drawn out of our, let's say, energy banks, or whatever we should call them, fuel cells or whatever the energy is stored in. So that illustrates one of the examples. But now we're going to speak about security, the geopolitics of the Baltics. So what have we seen lately here? We've seen that with the Finnish coming into NATO, and I'm very happy for that from a military perspective, Sweden hopefully soon joining as well, that the geopolitics are simply changing. Russia is becoming, let's say, encircled. At least if you see it from a Russian side, you see NATO coming more and more in encompassing and surrounding Russia. So of course that's a concern for Russia, and they will have to do some of their, let's say, mitigations. But it also has one important impact there, that Russia will have difficulty in getting out of St. Petersburg and Kaliningrad. So that's one of the, if you see it with Russian eyes, and not just only always NATO eyes or something, so that's one of the problems there. At the same time, the Danish Straits, where is my home backyard, you can see that there's an increasing level of traffic, especially from oil tankers. And these oil tankers, they are not the hype of the, let's say, the shipping builders, these Rolls Royces. These are old tankers, 20, 30, 40 years old, only single-hulled. And if those tankers run aground anywhere in our Baltic area, that would absolutely be a cause of concern, not at least in an environmental perspectives. So with that said, I think there's an area which also has to be looked at, but we also need to look at our independency of this Russian energy. Russia is now trying to divert the oil out of the Baltics, and therefore this, of course, becomes an area of concern with those tankers coming in and out of that. But we've also, the war in Ukraine has showed, or at least it has actually been a catalyst for changing European energy politics. We've seen a complete transition, and a transition which would not have happened as quickly as we've seen now if the Ukrainian war, with all its tragedy and sufferings, if that war would not have been started, I think to some extent we would have been on a slow rise in transforming energy. And therefore this might show out to be saving the climate, this bloody war, so to speak. So with that, I think we're seeing a lot of changes there, and there's a lot of newly, let's say, initiatives which have been taken. For the North Sea, we had the Esbjerg Declaration, and that declaration is quite pivotal in terms of increasing the gigawatts which the North Sea produces there. Alone in Denmark, we've committed ourselves from transiting from 2.3 gigawatts to 8.3 in 2030. The same for the Baltic Sea. You have the Marienborg Declaration, where Sweden also is a signatory to that one, and that will increase the levels of production up to 19.3 gigawatts, and that is in 2030. So is that a concern? Yes, because we really don't have that luxury of time in getting there. And I'll explain that a little bit in detail further on. Because how long time does it take to produce a wind farm? Anybody knows? 4 to 5 years. We are now in 2023. All these target goals, they are meant to be met by 2030. So that gives actually industry, defense, a 2-year window of opportunity to get this started. So if you're not on board that train now, and for the next 2 years, you will simply, Sweden, Denmark, we will not be able to meet, and the other countries, we will not be able to meet our own set target goals by 2030. And that will, of course, have impact on the Paris goals at 2050. Of course, I mean, there are concerns from Swedish defense in terms of, let's say, these wind farms being established at a very speedy pace. In Denmark, we have 15 of these wind farms, and until now, I've not heard any, let's say, grave concerns. Some of them are in the North Sea, some of them are inside the Baltics, but there has not really been any kind of type of debate on restriction of these wind farms. So it's a little bit curious that the same debate which is not taking place, I understand, in Sweden, at least not with Danish or Swedish defense. There could be a reason for concern here, because if you want to meet those target goals, then there has to be a dialogue between industry and defense if you want to meet those. Well, the previous speaker was into some of the opportunities of these wind farms here. But my point here is that instead of seeing these potential wind farms being built all over the Baltic, the North Sea and so on, as obstacles, why not use these as opportunities, surveillance opportunities for defense, even to move out further into the Baltic Sea, being able to do signalspaning or being able to place radars on these, let's say, islands of energy, and by thus being able to even look further east to find out what's going on. And that's not just on the surface, it's also subsea. The same can apply to the subsurface, that cables, energy cables can be, let's say, fitted with listening devices and so on. So you also get a sense of what's going on below surface. So I think that's some of the opportunities you could use these farms for. But there's limitless of opportunities of placing radars, electronic support measures which can listen towards east, communication systems. So in fact, instead of limiting our surveillance, we actually increase the surveillance of the Baltic Sea to all our best, because one thing is, if you have a garden and there's a fence around, you want to know what's going on outside that fence, and you especially want to know what's going inside if there's an intruder into. So if we can regard these potential wind farms, which are being built, especially in Sweden, as islands of opportunity to create, let's say, surveillance possibilities, create additionally security around these farms, I think that will be a good, let's say, a good way of approaching this. And then again, I know I'm running out of time, Nick, but okay, if you're worried about what's going on out there, then take a look at the program tonight, which is called Skygkrigen. Then there you will be able to see a lot of Russian activity going on, and that's quite interesting. And because of that Russian activity, these potential new establishments of wind farms, they need protection. We need to be able to find out what is going outside these farms. We need to find out how to protect them, and we need to do something about it if somebody intrudes into these areas here. Because otherwise, to use a British expression, they will be sitting ducks in terms of activities which potential and aggressive countries could do. And this we saw as a clear example on the Nord Stream, where this more or less took out the gas supply. So how do we do with this? I think in order to make this a constructive approach, there has to be a much more enhanced dialogue with Swedish defense. And this will also take place in Denmark. There's the same problems there, that there has to be a dialogue so that when you're going out with a new tender for a new farm or a concession or whatever, that this dialogue starts already from the beginning of the planning of this project here, wind farm, so that industry finds the solutions and maybe finances the solutions, and Swedish defense pitches in to those, let's say, surveillance islands where they actually can extract information rather than seeing them as areas which obstructs activities from the defense side. But I know there are, let's say, legitimate reasons for concern. For example, flying very low could be limited on the military activities. And of course, the military is interested in having freedom of maneuver as much as possible. So of course, these constructions will have some kind of effect on it, but that's not the same as they cannot be used as opportunities and as additional surveillance of what's going on outside our doorstep. So my point here is actually, in short, start talking together with industry, start finding solutions together with the different defense forces. And this is not only Sweden, this is all the countries around the Baltic who are in the planning phases of new additional wind turbines, because that will really move the transition and expand our surveillance abilities to find out what's going on. And to shorten that off, we simply don't have time with that 2-year window of opportunity. If you don't get that started now, the train has left the station. Thank you very much, Nick.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Jens. Come and don't go away. Come and join us on the sofa here. And engineering, and a long experience in the energy sector, working with different energy sources from hydropower, heat and power plants to renewable energy. And you've been leading the Swedish team in developing renewable energy projects in Sweden since 2014. Joining her is Anders Odell, a senior scientist at the Swedish Defence Research Agency. Great to see you as well, Anders.
Thank you.
He's a researcher in civil defence and emergency preparedness with a special interest in resilience and security in the energy sector. You sound absolutely perfect for this job. Okay, well done. Welcome to you both. And we have Peter Beckweathers. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, let's look at this challenge, shall we? Jens, thank you very much indeed for your presentation, by the way. It was very helpful. I suppose the question is, and you touched on this a little bit, Jens, and I think others have touched on it too, but are there actually engineering solutions out there or planning measures that could mitigate the risks that turbines might pose, offshore turbines, to the military? So, I mean, is there a lot of discussion going on right now? Are there lots of people talking about this, or was it very secretive, or what's going on? People must be chatting about planning. They must be chatting about engineering solutions. Maybe one or both of you could kick off with this.
Do you want me to kick off? I mean, there are a lot of discussion of planning. I think the industry, and especially in the Baltics, has really been planning a lot and investigating large areas to actually construct offshore wind farm. I would say that the ecosystem is in place. I mean, that we have the authorities. I mean, we have also the suppliers. So that discussion is happening. But I think coming down to the military, due to certain occasion and risks geopolitically, I think especially the Swedish military has really turned inside. And instead of discussing with the planning, the energy sector and the industry, we are not collaborating as we should do. And that's actually longer the time, not reducing the time of permits. But we can also see differences in the different countries. For example, in Finland, and especially the projects of Åland, we have really good collaboration in certain areas.
I know we're going to come to Åland at some moment here, because for those, I mean, Swedish people here know about Åland, but for those outside, I mean, we've got 150 countries watching right now. Strange enough, not everyone has heard of Åland. It's
actually my father's there from there, so I know about it.
But is it Swedish or is it something else? It's like an independent place.
No, it's Finnish.
It's Finnish. All right, that clears that one up, right?
But it has its own government.
It's got its own government,
exactly.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a bit like the Isle of Man, if you ever heard of that in Britain.
Exactly.
Okay, probably never heard of Isle of Man, so we'll have to even talk about that. Okay, good. So it's interesting to know that Åland has some choices in what it can do, as it were, in the Swedish sector, if I can put it that way.
But I think there are a lot of, and I will introduce, but I think there are a lot of discussions around technical solutions, and there are different parts of the military that actually are discussing this. How can we do it? And also, I would say, bring out the extra defense. If you come go from the land outside, you could really create a border of defense. So those discussions are happening now.
Okay. What conversation goes on in Swedish Defence Agency about this?
Actually, I don't know what's going on in the Swedish armed forces. But I mean, one problem is actually that the Swedish Armed Forces, they have very high demands on security and the functioning of these systems, of course. And right at this moment, the Swedish Armed Forces, they are ramping up its organization, building new units, and also they are dealing with this NATO integration process. And of course, this takes a lot of time and resources, and it's not very easy to expand an organization so fast and still be able to work with all these questions. My experience from working with the report is that the armed forces, they are not negative to wind power, but they don't have time or resources to actually dig into the questions, because there are lots of questions that needs to be studied much deeper.
Right.
And also coming down to governmental steering, I think the Danish have shown that, I think the UK have shown that, and also the Finnish are starting to show that this needs to rebuild the energy system. You need clear steering and also clear collaboration between the different authorities. We were talking about the Energy Authority and also the Ministry of Ocean that actually do this planning. So how can we create these forums where these discussions are discussed, so to say? Yeah.
Is there some reason why Sweden? I mean, having either concerns or not having the capacity yet to really fully analyze this? Is it because in the North Sea there was lots of oil and gas exploration, so there were oil and gas terminals there, and therefore the military must have looked at those in the past and gone, oh, those are big, those are metal, what are they going to do for our operations? Was it because in Sweden there wasn't a lot of oil and gas exploration, therefore there weren't a lot of oil and gas terminals, and therefore it's kind of a new experience to have big metal things offshore? Is it as simple as that, or am I just being
No, I think actually it is that, because I think when we started to do big projects, it's out in the economical zone.
Right.
And there we saw there are so many legislation tested there to actually have what kind of permits. So I think it has also gone from nearshore to really offshore in the Baltics. And here we have a lot of legislation interpretation. So you agree with that? I agree with you in that. Right. The only has to build is actually the pipelines, right?
And I think there's a huge, let's say, difference in the different political systems. There must be, if you want to transit with this, there has to be a strong political pressure on the industry. Not only industry, but also in terms of getting defense to the table, putting down strict, let's say, requirements for meeting these goals. Because if that is not done, then defense will not move, from my perspective. So you have to have that strong political, let's say, engagement. And I think that's might be some of the differences between Denmark and Sweden, that there has been a very strong commitment to getting that green transition going.
Yes, because Denmark and offshore wind is a long and very fantastic story, right? I mean, the Danish wind story is one that everybody cites as one of the earliest and the most successful for a country. So yes, it's about experience. And I suppose it's hard for ordinary people to imagine nervousness in a military over something that seemingly everybody else is doing. But then that's the nature of humans and systems and governments and whatever, I suppose. I mean, I'm interested, Anders, but you're also interested in civil defense and emergency preparedness. So does the offshore wind story play into emergency preparedness anyway, or civil defense, or...
Of course, it's
Danes going to defend their wind turbines against attack, like Dad's Army, if you've ever seen the BBC series.
It's an important part of the energy supply and energy security, of course.
Yeah.
And I mean, the whole society needs energy. So these questions needs to be analyzed together, both the security and how the armed forces should operate, what strategy and tactics should they use, and at the same time, how should we design the energy system in Sweden to maximize the security of supply. And I think these two things are huge changes for Sweden. I mean, the climate change and the change on the energy system, and also the rebuilding the armed forces and what we call the total defense in Sweden. And these two needs to be evolved at the same time to find mutual benefits and try to reduce the conflicts.
Is it possible then, with Sweden coming back into a more militaristic, I don't know if I like the word militaristic, but thinking that a military is needed again, in a sense, because of the way the geopolitics is changing the world, that offshore wind and that is quite low on the list of the initial military building kind of thinking. In other words, it's like, oh, can we just get this organized in terms of having a military before then we can worry about wind turbines? Is it a bit like that as well, do you think? Or
I would think so, yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is part of the energy security solution, so it should be higher up on the agenda, I think.
Yeah. I get your point, though, actually, which is if the government itself wants more renewable energy, then it's got to, in a sense, say to the military, look, don't worry about it right now. Let them just get on with it. And then if there gets too much of it, then you can step in or something. I really don't know how you would do it if I was Prime Minister or something, how I'd work it out. But I think I'd want to get things rolling first and then sort of pick up the pieces as you get there rather than trying to deal with it from the outset. I also think, Peter, as well, that I don't know how much Sweden is part of the Baltic. I mean, I don't know how much Sweden covers. But if they don't get their act together, you'll go and build these offshore wind turbines off Finland, won't you?
That's if you take in the OX2 perspective. We're developing in Sweden and in Finland on Åland, etc. So that's correct. But I think there is an other interesting, and it goes back to your point there earlier, Jens, in that the situation earlier has been that Sweden and Finland have both been neutral states. That means that whatever intel that they're getting, they need to gather from its own sources. You're not sharing the kind of data with other countries because that would break the neutrality. When Sweden and Finland now becomes NATO members, that means that 8 out of 9 countries around, and you have the Kaliningrad and the St. Petersburg small strips, which is less than 1% of the total shoreline that actually belongs to Russia. That would mean that the Baltic Sea is a NATO pond. You have friends on all sides, and you will be able to share data. So therefore, if you have an obstacle, which you can look upon a wind farm, or that's the approach, which is the wrong approach because it's rather the opposite. But if you have something that is hiding for whatever is or standing in the way for potentially something on the other side, you don't have that problem because you have sight from 360. So the situation is also changing. But the most important thing is to turn it around, as you're saying. This is an opportunity. If someone would be offering you to have something with electricity 50 kilometers out in the sea, would you say no to it? Logically, no, because you will be able to put a radar or a signal surveillance equipment or whatever on it. So you need to turn it around. But of course, if you're in a situation where you're building something up and you're focusing on creating new regiments, the government, which is the one ordering and telling you what to do, needs to lift it on the agenda and say that this you also need to bear in mind when doing this.
Sorry, Jens, did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to supplement what has been said here, because there's a full acknowledgement that Finland is now in a NATO, let's say, integration process, although they've been high on the list of all things to do to get into NATO. And of course, Sweden is so much focused on that same issue also. But that does not exclude focusing on climate change and what is needed in terms of transitioning into the green energy. So it's not just becoming a member of NATO, it's also pursuing the green energy solutions and whatever we're talking about in terms of wind farm transitions. And especially for Sweden's case, there's a lot of land let's say, installations, but at sea, it's quite limited. So that transition is very important at the same time as you integrate into NATO when that becomes reality.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, yes, I think also we're talking about a lot of problems, but I think in Sweden, Finland, and in the Nordics, you have the ecosystem in place of getting permits, but the time has longer. It has been longer due to other, like biodiversity, like those type of issues. So I think a lot of people are talking about reducing lead times, but to do that, you need political courage. You need to say to your authorities, okay, you only have 3 months to take decision on this. Or you need to align authorities, like we were discussing, align them and say, okay, solve this. How do we do this? It can't be up to the industry to solve it. And I also see that in Sweden, we have also the supply chain coming down to mining. We can actually also construct wind turbines. Right. There are supply chains here that we can actually bring back to Europe, but also there you need to reduce lead times to create a production unit. So lead time, and stop talking about it, it can actually be done. And I've seen a lot of examples from my period of time that the lead times are only longer, especially in Sweden. It took 3 years to get a permit, now it takes 10 years.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, one of the problems with onshore wind has been this issue of permits, has it not? That it's been very hard for governments have been saying, we're going to have these targets on renewable energy to achieve our Paris Climate Agreement targets. And then the ordinary punter finds out that some of these targets are not happening because all these wind projects, which were supposed to happen, that they said they'd approved, then get dropped at local authority or local level, levels, and then the local community kicks them out. In Britain, this has been very often the case that you've had it in Sweden, I think.
Yes. Yeah, because there are a lot of conflict areas,
Yeah.
So you need to
but what I'm just saying is that if it's being blocked on land too much, and then it also gets blocked on sea, then we're going to have wind turbines in space, aren't we? Because that's the only place where it might be allowed. I mean, it's difficult to balance all these interests, but in the end, we have to move forward on probably the biggest, most aggressive enemy that we all have on this planet, which is going to be uncontrolled climate change. And that would be, in my head, some kind of #1 priority. I was thinking, though, about this other aspect in terms of the military, which is that an old friend of mine used to be, and actually was a climate advisor to the British government. He used to be a commander of a British aircraft carrier. He once told me how much energy, how much fuel it takes to send an aircraft carrier, a short distance. It's something ridiculous, isn't it? They do something like, I don't know, half an inch to a gallon or something to an aircraft carrier. It's right. Tiny, yeah, right? It's sorry, gallons. That's even more old-fashioned, isn't it? So they have very vulnerable supply chains, some of these ships, and they have to have tankers come by them and refuel them. Yes. If you're in the Baltic and you've got lots of renewable energy generating hydrogen, then the military's going to have access to very clean, but also rather readily available fuel for its shipping, rather than worrying about other vulnerable boats coming out. There could just be little pumping stations there. I mean, there's all kinds of interesting ways in which this could be good for the military, right? And to create more security rather than insecurity.
You could see the energy islands as small tank stations where you fill up the ship and then you go out patrolling again. I mean, we're in the fantasy
world. In the old days it was
but
petroleum, now it could be hydrogen, right? Which is,
and then you have oxygens, where you can put down in Dev Bottom in the Baltic Sea, which is the most polluted ocean one of the most polluted oceans in the world. I mean, so you can also get all these by-effects of producing green electricity. So it's, and all these techniques are being investigated from the industry. The solution of doing that, and I also would say with the military solutions, there are a lot of techniques to do this. So I think it's not about creating the technical design, it's more getting everybody on board to do it and to collaborate to do it.
How are you going to do this? I mean, in the end, Anders is being very stoic here and listening quite a lot. So that's fine. But how are we going to bring all this together? Who is going to organize a meeting of the relevant armed forces minister or whatever, and the industry? How is it going to be brought together? How is this going to be resolved? Because we can talk on this sofa now for 10 hours, right? Yep. Well, probably not for 10.
We don't have time now.
We can, no problem.
The audience really can't. I saw the audience just about to leave when I said that. But how do we bring it together? What's on the table? Is anybody proposing anything? Is there a plan for a big conference, a big summit? What can be done?
Well, just a short one here.
Okay.
If you want to get this, let's say, rolling, the responsible, not that I'm going to advise the Swedish government, but I think a good idea could be to get together the energy minister, the climate minister, the defense ministries together there, and simply set target goals for we want this change to happen within a certain amount of years. And that should come, in my perspective, from the government as one way of doing it, pressing this down on defense. And that will, from my perspective, be the only way that you can, let's say, get those mindset changes rolling, so that there will be another perception of these wind farm turbines out at sea, if you want to progress with that.
Okay.
But there are, of course, other, let's say, other strands. You could use different types of, let's say, communication plans, how you could involve the public. If there's a change in the public perception of how much this is needed to transform Sweden into a more green, let's say, place to be, well, then the public should push for that also.
I totally agree. The government should put down clear assignments for all the relevant authorities in Sweden to actually work towards a very clear goal. That's the easiest way, I would say. And in terms of the planning process, I mean, things are happening in Sweden. The Energy Agency is proposing to put together a forum for discussing wind power together with other authorities, also the armed forces. But it's perhaps not moving fast enough.
Isn't it quite clear? It is the government. That's the word in itself. Government. They're supposed to govern. That's the mandate that they're given by the population in order to enable and kind of build up a new industry, create a safer society, etc. And here it can really be combined. So it is the government that needs to be the deciding body, because there is different interests and you can look upon the world in different ways. But if you want to fight this that I was pointing towards earlier with these 3 different ongoing wars, this is the way. This is a common denominator and a tool to solve it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And it needs to be government, but cross-government, because, as you say, it takes in so many different interests. And it would be good to get the whole government behind it. And it also strikes one that I'm sure that Swedish defence as well, and the military also, you know, like the UK, I know the UK a little bit better, but even like the USA, that they see the clear links between, say, climate change and problems for the military going forward in a world that's more challenged by climate change, more extreme weather events, having to help out friendly nations who've just been hit by yet another hurricane. That we need as much green energy as we can get in the right and appropriate circumstances and in the right places, Good. All right. We're running over time. We've gone 2 minutes, 16 seconds over time. Can you believe that? It's impossible to imagine. But we're coming to the end of the defense section here. And now we're going to go to the other challenge that's been flagged, or one of the other challenges, which is biodiversity. So I have to say goodbye to everybody on this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So, as we just said, we're going to turn over now to the biodiversity challenge as in the Baltic, as glimpsed in a sense, in part through the renewable energy growth story, but also very long-standing issues as well in the Baltic, as we've heard before. We know biodiversity is also a big emergency, not just climate change. We know it's under threat globally, regionally, and nationally. We had the new biodiversity conference in Montreal in Canada at the end of last year in 2022. And finally, we got some higher new goals that we can all angst over. I say angst because, you know, in a few years we'll say, what happened to those goals? Have they been met or not? And we also need to ensure, because the Baltic is part of this story of biodiversity, how we ensure that nature and diversity of nature in the Baltic can live side by side with a flourishing renewables development. So to find out more, we're going to hear from Matilda Karlsson, a Baltic Sea expert with WWF Sweden. I know that because I could see WWF on your jersey there all the way down the corridor, so it's quite big. And yeah, sit down over here, Matilda. Your work focuses on sustainable use of the Baltic Sea and the protection of important habitats. And we also know that OX2 is working with IVL, this is a research institute, I think, to investigate whether oxygen, a byproduct of the hydrogen production, can be worked into the floor bed or through the floor bed to create oxygen in the Baltic. Matilda, you're also going to share some information about restoration projects as well, I think. Is that right? On seaweed and positive effects on fish through the constructive reefs and offshore wind parks? Or have I made a big mistake here?
Yeah.
You're not going to talk about that?
No.
Good, because we're over time anyway. So, I mean, that's fantastic. All right. Let's hear a little bit about your perspective on the Baltic and what's going on there in terms of biodiversity. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, well, the Baltic Sea is a brackish, almost completely enclosed, and actually a very small sea compared to like seas for the North Sea example. It is also very overcrowded already. We have fisheries, intensive shipping, tourism, and other sectors already competing with nature for space. We have pressures like eutrophication that's caused annual toxic blooms. There's also the problem with oxygen depletion, as you mentioned, which has caused vast dead zones, the size of almost 1.5 Denmark. It's a huge habitat loss for marine species. There's also the problem with environmental toxins. We had some toxic inputs in the Baltic Sea, which caused huge problems for marine mammals, for example, and marine birds. And these toxins are still in the sediment. At the same time, there's also emerging new toxins, like PFAS, for example, which we do not know what actually will be the consequences of. We also have the problem of overfishing that has caused the Baltic cod stocks to collapse just a few decades ago, and they still haven't recovered from that. And they're actually on a decline today as well. At the same time, we have indications that the herring stock may actually face the same fate. So we have a lot of pressures on the Baltic. And now, with these wind farms, they will also put pressure on the Baltic and compete for space. However, we do see that there are potential positive effects. We have the reef effects, for example, which means marine species gather in wind farms, and they could potentially help restore biodiversity. And as you mentioned before, the oxygen from these hydrogen parks, that is a residue product, could be used to combat these dead zones in the Baltic, could also possibly have great effects on the cod stocks. However, there are challenges with this as well. If you put oxygen in the Baltic, it can possibly make the sediments release all these environmental toxins again, which could again cause huge problems for marine mammals and birds. There's also the problem with where do you place these wind farms? Protected areas, for example, needs to stay protected. We cannot have wind farms in protected areas because if we are going to restore biodiversity, we need protected areas to work as refuge for fish. So we can't solve it with wind farms alone. There's also the problem with cumulative effects, that we do not have full comprehension of what will actually happen. So there are a lot of challenges that needs to be solved. However, we do need offshore wind. We need energy, and we need renewable energy. Because of course, as mentioned before, the climate crisis is happening now. At the same time, we have an equally important biodiversity crisis. And we have to solve them together. they go hand in hand. So, as my three most important messages, I just want to say, no wind farms in protected areas. They have to work as refuge for biodiversity. 2, the cumulative effects has to be solved. What will they cause? What will be the problems? And where do we place wind farms to mitigate the cumulative effects? And 3, we need wind farms, and we need to solve the climate crisis, but it cannot be done on the back of nature and biodiversity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's invite Lotta Numelin, I hope I got that right, permit manager at OX2, and a marine biologist from Åland to come up to the stage. She has worked with Baltic Sea issues, with academia, public administration, NGOs and foundations for some time. And she has a passion in combining renewable energy production, increased biodiversity, and multi-use of energy production areas. Lotta, we're going to look at forging harmony between sea life and these wind farms and how we can undo the environmental destruction human activity has already caused in the region. You have a keynote. Would you like to take it away?
That was a lot promised.
You can take it from the desk if you like and stare into the audience from there, or you can do it from the sofa. It's up to you.
Thank you. I would like to stand.
Okay.
Talking about the Baltic Sea, thank you, Matilda, for an excellent presentation of the pressures that the Baltic Sea has. And of course, it's kind of a patient with a lot of diseases, and it's been so for several years, several decades. And it's such a unique sea. It was already touched upon that this brackish water mix of salty and fresh. And it's a sea of such great importance for all the people living around it. Peter already talked about this Mare Nostrum, our common sea, and when you travel along the shores of the Baltic Sea, you realize that even though it's a common sea, still it's so different. And even though it's important for many people and they see in their minds this beautiful place in the Baltic Sea, these pictures differ a lot. My Baltic Sea from the Åland Islands are, of course, the red cliffs, the small islands in the Åland archipelago. If you ask somebody from Lithuania, they will describe these endless sandy beaches. And if you ask somebody from Swedish Höga Kusten, they will have these enormous cliffs plunging down the sea. So even though it's important, the mental image we have is very different. And now this beautiful, unique sea offers us an opportunity to deal with one of mankind's greatest problems, of course, that we are discussing today, climate change. And exactly as Matilda said, we have another huge issue to also deal with, biodiversity. And in order to solve one, we can't destroy the other and the other way around. So it's, of course, a huge task, but it's such an interesting task. To be able to look at these two at the same time. I'm working with offshore in the Åland projects, and when we are looking at the projects, we are using the biodiversity mitigation hierarchy, which of course starts with avoidance, avoiding the areas that are of most natural value, and as Matilda said, protected areas, for example. The second one, when we have avoided the most valuable areas, is minimizing. So, for example, choosing the time of year to do special things so we don't interfere with the fish migration, or using bubble curtains to reduce noise when we are piling down the foundations. And all that, in my opinion, is quite well covered with our permitting processes that we have, both on Åland, Finland, Sweden, a bit different, but still more or less the same. And At the moment, in the Åland projects, we are gathering all the necessary data. So we start with covering all the existing data we have. We have field surveys, having our crews out there, looking at the sediments, looking what kind of animal species live in the sediment, what kind of fish is there. We are using eDNA, for example. So all the organisms that move in the sea, they leave small traces of skin or excrement or something behind, and then we pick them up with a DNA analysis, and then we could actually pinpoint fish species that you can't get in the nets. So we, example, found a mackerel on the southern side of Åland, which of course shouldn't, in my opinion, shouldn't be there. Then I talked to fishermen, they said, oh yeah, we have mackerels every now and then in our nets. So we get a lot of new information. These areas are not very well known because, at least around Åland, the shores or the waters close to the coast are very well investigated. But then when you get a bit further out, we don't have that much knowledge. And now we are gathering from all our projects huge amount of knowledge from the nature around the Baltic Sea, which of course for biologists is amazing to have that kind of knowledge. Then we use, of course, models to predict how will currents change, how will the noise travel in the water. And then we take all this and analyze what kind of effects would that have on the marine life. But on top of the requirements that are made from the authorities, we also have an ambition that all our projects should be nature positive, meaning that the natural values on the sites should be higher when the project has ended than before. That, of course, is a huge ambition, and it's such an exciting one to actually figure out how do we do that. To do that, of course, we need good partners. And we need a lot of knowledge outside of our organization. And for example, on Åland, we have gathered up with 2 small companies on Under Ytan and Nemo Sea Farms that are working with growing algae and mussels for human consumption, but also thinking a lot about ecosystem services and how do you restore biodiversity in marine areas. We have a project, Björkskär and a place. It's an island on the northern part of Åland. We just started there having the first snorkeling tours in the waters around to find suitable places to test things. Because we think now it's important to test. Just go out there, see what happens. Of course, science will be the base, but we are quite it's important to communicate. We are not doing science, we are testing things. Just throwing things out, see what happens, what grows on what kind of surfaces. Is a light color better than a dark color? Is a structural surface better than a clean one? Just to see what happens and make mistakes and make them fast and go on and try something else. And we have a really agile mindset about doing this. And then, of course, we also hope that academia will have an interest in this and also be partners with us to continue this work. But at this moment, it's just important to try. We have a lot of knowledge about the nature for the Baltic Sea. There is experiences from other parts, from the North Sea, for example, doing things like this. So now we need to combine these and see what happens. So we will try to grow algae, we will try to grow mussels, we will put different foundation surface types out there and see what grows on them. We will also use these erosion protections. If we use a bigger size rock, maybe we can have more holes in it, then maybe we can attract fish to stay there. For example, the cod. For some strange reason, the cod around the Baltic Sea is doing much better than the rest of the Baltic Sea. The scientists don't know quite why, but it's really interesting. And if we can even help those cod stocks to do even better, that wouldn't be that quite exciting. And since we're talking about the cod, we also already touched upon the oxygenation. Cod is quite a picky species. It needs a certain range of salinity in the water to be able to spawn. And in that salinity range, it of course also needs oxygen. And those areas tend to be fewer and fewer in the Baltic Sea since oxygen depletion is unfortunately one of the biggest problems. So the cod is having a hard time finding places to spawn. On top of that, when we have oxygen depletion in the sediments, we also get more and more phosphorus in the water. So it's kind of a vicious circle that feeds on each other because of eutrophication. And as said before, we might be able to offer at least partly a solution to this as well, since when you produce hydrogen out of water, you get hydrogen and oxygen. And if we would be able to pump that down to the water level, near the bottom that is free from oxygen, there is risks, and we need really to take them seriously. But wouldn't it be amazing if we could solve that problem as well? So we would both have the climate crisis, the biodiversity, and the eutrophication and oxygen of the Baltic Sea. So I can.
I'm going to have to rush you here because I need to join you on. You need to join us on the sofa with a little
Could I
chat
just have
here
one
with Matilda.
more?
Okay,
Yeah.
fire away.
I'm just thinking that you must be really, really jealous. I have the best job in the world to try to combine all this, and maybe even on top of that, use these areas for food production or whatever. Amazing opportunities, but we need help.
Great. I really should have stopped her asking that last question or making that last point, because now I am really jealous, you know? I hadn't thought how jealous I was, but now I'm fantastically jealous. Great. Two wonderful experts on biodiversity here. I mean, you've been touching on some of these various challenges. It strikes one that the Baltic is a particularly interestingly, I mean, maybe I could rephrase this. There's almost no wild places left in the world. It seems to me that most of planet Earth is managed by humans in some way, and perhaps has been since the dawn of time. Some people think the biodiversity in the Amazon and the numbers of fruits and nuts is because the pastoral people, even going back thousands of years, walked through and selected certain things to increase biodiversity, and therefore you've got more parrots and things like that coming along. So maybe there's a philosophical debate we could have on that, but it seems to me that the Baltic is particularly affected by human impacts. Therefore, how you intervene in this water system, this marine system, is going to be important, but intervene one probably must, or else you're never going to get back the biodiversity that has been lost over time. Some of this is going to be land-based stuff, right? So a lot of the runoff from agriculture is causing the deoxygenation. But then there is this possibility of another intervention. How do you start resolving all these various challenges that you face? How does WWF and the other NGOs in the region, and then the work you're doing, how do you come together? Because we don't have time to not act with offshore wind, but also we don't want to have like no time to get it wrong. So it's a very complex situation we're in right now. You cannot take 50 years analyzing what works and what doesn't. We don't have 50 years to solve climate change, for example. So help me here, else I can just talk for another 30 minutes, because I just like doing that anyway.
Yes, well, as you said, there is some cause for intervention in the Baltic.
Yeah.
However, as I said, there's also places we cannot intervene in. We have to have passive restoration as well.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, also, as you said, we need cooperation. We need to work together to solve the biodiversity and climate crisis. And this is a great opportunity, like today, to talk about it. How do we solve the biodiversity crisis? And how do we solve the climate crisis? And how do we do it without having any negative impacts at the same time?
Mm.
And that is one of the biggest challenges. Wind farm will have an impact on the Baltic. The question is, how do we mitigate those impacts?
Mm.
And I think it's very important to make sure that we place these wind farms in the right areas.
Mm.
And also, it's actually very important for the companies to look at the cumulative effects. Mm-hmm. How will, like OX2's wind farms, have an effect together with other companies' wind farms? Because if we have 1, 2 wind farms in the Baltic, maybe not a huge problem. 10, maybe we start to have problems with these wind farms together. So cooperation, and it's not only with NGOs, governments, and one company by themselves. Companies have to work together to find the best solutions.
The Baltic was not in good shape before the first wind turbine went into this region, yeah? So what were all the pressures that were damaging the Baltic in the past? I only ask this question because I appreciate the point that we have an industrial potential development of wind, offshore wind in the Baltic. And that could add to stresses in the Baltic, but the Baltic's already stressed. So how come all those other problems that have been causing biodiversity loss haven't been sorted? Because if they had, then you could put the wind turbines in and most people wouldn't be too nervous about it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. I'm a bit nervous, I suppose, I'm pro-biodiversity very much. I'm also pro-fighting climate change. And I suppose I'm trying to struggle in my head is the wind turbine industry an easy target because it looks like another intervention? Or is it because actually there are lots of others doing things in the Baltic that are probably far more damaging than perhaps the wind turbines could be, like the agricultural sector, for example?
Possibly, yes.
Yeah.
And if you look at eutrophication, for example, a lot of work has been done on that. And the nutrient input to the Baltic has been reduced significantly. The problem is that it will take probably decades before we see the positive effects of that. And that has to do with Baltic being almost completely enclosed. So do not have large inflows of water from the North Sea, like regularly going into the Baltic and can oxygenate the bottom and bring other nutrients in. And so it's not that we haven't addressed the problems. It's just that it's going to take a long time.
Right.
And therefore, like wind farms don't have to be a negative impact. We just at WWF want to make sure that this is done right, to make sure that they have the positive effects that they are looking for, to capture those effects, so we can restore biodiversity.
Can we learn anything from Denmark, who've had an offshore wind industry for a very long time? They're in the Baltic, I think, are they? Yeah. Can we learn anything from their experience? How does WWF Denmark feel about offshore wind? I mean,
of course, as they are carefully positive. So we don't see wind farms as that it has to be a problem. And we can look at Denmark. There are a few parks in the Baltic. But more than that, we look at the North Sea to see what is happening when we actually have quite a lot of parks at this time. At the same time, it can be difficult to compare the North Sea to the Baltic. That's where we can get data right now and try to make predictions.
Strikes me, it's a bit like the military thing we had earlier, that we need some kind of coming together of the nations and the governments and the interested parties to actually not just talk, but to actually come up with a plan. Some kind of strategy here, right? This was very interesting. I've been told I need to shut this section down, but I loved having the Deputy Prime Minister of Spain here on the couch, and also the Environment Minister of Spain as well, lady I've known for a long time. And I asked her about leadership, and she said, no, it's not about leadership, it's about courage. But the courage can't be just talk. It has to be the courage to set some plans now, even if they're imperfect. They're our best option right now, to have clear strategies, clear plans moving forward. Because I think the luxury of debate is fast disappearing if we want to deal at least with climate change. Maybe we have longer for biodiversity a little bit here somewhere. There's a lady smiling down there in the audience. I don't know if she's smiling at me or if she's... Right, we need to go on to the next section. Thank you for biodiversity. We're going to come to shipping. So, do we have a bumper? There we go. That's it. Great. So those conversations we've had, we've covered the military, we've covered biodiversity. We're now coming to something about zero carbon shipping opportunities. And OX2, as we said, who's supporting this segment of Stockholm Climate Week with We Don't Have Time, they are collaborating with, I hope I've got this right, Viking Line, Ålandsbanken, and Maersk McKinney Muller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping to explore whether green hydrogen for use in shipping can be produced using excess power from OX2's Åland wind projects. We're going to go to Zoom first for our first guest, and that's Johan Beiskov Svensson. He's program manager at Maersk McKinney Muller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. Johan, you've been involved in the oil and gas industry. You've been involved in developments of the first CO2 storage project in the EU. And then you joined the Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. You're involved or have the responsibility or strategic responsibility for more than 15 green corridor projects, which are being carried out with the center's participation. This is very interesting. Yeah. Johan, you've got the floor. You're going to give us a keynote for 8 minutes. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Very well.
We can. That's good. Perfect. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to comment a bit on the shipping and the ability for zero carbon shipping, and also reflect a bit on the comments we heard in the last two sections here in this very interesting and very important debate today. So if we look into shipping, shipping of goods, and for that matter also people, have taken place for thousands of years on the planet. I guess we all know that, from the hollowed out tree trunks back in the Stone Age and up to modern day very, very specialized and fancy vessels. For many, many thousands of years, this was actually propelled by the wind power. So the Egyptian developed the first sail we know of around 3,500 BC. And for about 5,000 years, the primary propulsion for any kind of ships on the planet was actually by wind power. So when we look at the history of vessels and shipping, wind power is the predominant propulsion effect. Back, it's not more than 200 years ago, or a little more than that the first steamboat came into the water, first fueled by wood, later taken over by coal. And that was actually when the shipping went from renewable energy and over to fossil energy. So not taking place more than, about 216 years ago with the first steamboat in the US. About 100 years ago, a little more than 100 years ago, the first motor ships came into the water. So then we had fuel oil as coming into the fuel mix, and we should envisage a fuel mix at that time, about 100 years ago, where there were a lot of steamboats, there were a lot of sailboats, and there were also the first motorboats. So this energy mix where different fuel types actually acted in a contemporary matter. Over the last 100 years, this has, of course, moved very much towards marine fuel oil being the main fuel. But all the way up to the middle of this century, there were large wind-propulsed ships, amongst others from the Åland and the Gustav Eriksson fleet with the Pommern and other vessels. Actually, these windjammers were quite important up to the mid of the last century. So, and even the last coal-fired ship was not taking out of the water until maybe a couple of years ago, the SS Badger on the Great Lakes in the US. So the current fleet we're looking at and in the shipping industry is about 100,000 commercial vessels, which in total use about 300 million tons of fuel oil. And that is why the shipping industry must admit that it counts for about 2 to 3% of the global CO2 emission. And we need to do something with that. We've seen before that these energy transition can take place, and there's a strong drive now, both in the industry, but also from those regulating the industry, to do something with that emission and develop these low and zero emission fuels. This has, amongst others, been outlined in the Clydebank Declaration back at COP26, where there was the need and the aspiration for green corridors, as you mentioned before. And we're kind of looking at two groups of alternatives or low carbon fuels. We can divide them into the biofuels and into the electrofuels. So the biofuels are those developed with a biogenic source. So it could be rapeseed, it could be corn, it could be sugar, it could be waste material from the wood industry. They could either be directly converted into oil, or they could be further refined and become methanol and ethanol. Here we have the challenge with sustainability, because is it fair to use these bioproducts for fuel, or could they actually be used for something else? So there's a huge debate about the sustainability on those. Another fuel, as I said, is the synthetic fuels, or the e-fuels. These are the one where we simply take renewable power from the wind farms that we discussed before and the solar panels, and we add the electricity to the water and thereby produce hydrogen. And that hydrogen can become an important feedstock for fuel. Either the hydrogen can be used by itself as a fuel, but it can also, with known processes, be refined to other kind of products. If we take nitrogen out of the atmosphere and melt that together with the hydrogen, we can produce ammonia, which is known to be a fuel, can also be used as fertilizer. But we could also take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, melt that together with the hydrogen, and in that way produce methanol. So when we take the electricity, add that to water and produce a product, this is what we refer to as power to X. So if you have PTX in some instances. So this is really what we want to do. We want to take the vessels, we want to take the electricity either from sun or from wind, and then use that to produce the fuels, the e-fuels or the synthetic fuels. And if we see that with at least wind farms in the Baltic, as was discussed before, this actually means that we can take a wind farm, we can produce hydrogen, we can put that to melt that together with the CO2, produce methanol, and thereby actually fuel the Viking Line vessels with that methanol, which in essence means that the Viking Line vessels are back on wind propulsion. So what has been common for the last 5,000 years, shortly interrupted the last couple of hundred years with the marine fuel oil and the fossil fuels, could actually bring back this fuel. And this is being developed as we speak, these methanol plants, both in the flagship one project in Sweden and other places in Denmark, where we have some projects ongoing, but they need to scale up. We do not have the time not to start looking at what is required actually to produce enough fuel. And that's why we as a center are happy to be part of the project together with OX2. If we look at the entire fleet, as I said before, 300 million tons of fuel oil. So the electricity required to decarbonize all of that is actually the electricity that is being used today in France, plus Germany, plus Russia, plus Japan. So it's an enormous amount of electricity that needs to get out there to be used if we want to produce these electrofuels. And we need to find a good way of getting that power done. So we need that to be done in cohesion with the local environment and make sure that we do not damage nature and biodiversity. But back to the discussion before, every time we put up a wind farm and produce electrofuel at Åland, it's an effort to not bring in a product tanker with fuel coming from outside of the Baltic. So there are good things of producing the fuel in the Baltic because you avoid a lot of the tanker transport. So that's just to put that into motion. So what we do with these green corridors is really to group a group of like-minded first-moving companies and institutes and organizations and bring them together throughout the entire value chain. And then by doing that, actually enabling the production of these fuels, the offtake of the fuels, and actually see that decarbonization taking place. But the thing, and it's my last comment here, would be that we also have to be mindful, and I think it was also said before, we do not have time for debate, for a long time of discussion. We need to bring this forward. We need the commercial companies to also join the club and actually put in some effort here and put in some cost to show that this can actually be done. We need the action now. We have the methodologies. We got the technologies in place. We can put wind power back as the main propulsion of the global fleet. But we need to have projects demonstrating that it can be done, starting at small scale, but also scaling up to fairly large projects within a very limited number of years. So that was just my initial view on setting the scene for the maritime need for these fuels.
Thanks, Johan, and thanks you for the poetic opening and closing that we're all going back to sailing on wind. It's a little bit different with hydrogen, but it's not quite as sexy as saying we're getting back to wind, you know, so I liked it very much. We want Anders Wiklund now. Where is Anders Wiklund, the island ambassador for OX2 in Åland? Where is he coming in by the magic of Zoom as well? Can we see him?
I hope so, because at least I'm here.
You're here, we just can't see you. It's like a disembodied body. It's like some kind of... There you go, we can see you now. Ah, you look as if you've been swimming there, Anders. Well done. So, great to have you both here. So it's very exciting, this whole thing about basically generating the hydrogen or other related fuels for the shipping industry. It was a major announcement at the UN Climate Conference, not only in Glasgow, which I think you referred to before, Johan, but also it was a big deal in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt at what they call COP27. And so there's clearly a demand from the shipping industry for this product. And you're in a key region where you could deliver it. What is the quantity that you think you could deliver in the Baltic region? Does anybody have any numbers on that? You mentioned some big numbers on shipping at the beginning, Johan. How much is knocking around the Baltic region? Try and give us some scale of what could actually be done here, because it sounds very exciting if you can pull this one off.
Yeah, so let me start by setting the overall scene and give Anders the word for talking more specifically on the Åland project and the size of that. Okay. So if we look at all the shipping within the Baltic, that is approximately 5 million tons of fuel oil being used, which is then, when we want to convert that to methanol, is around, or hydrogen, it requires about 10 million tons of methanol a year. And let me, in that perspective, before I give the word to Anders to talk about the massive scale of the Åland project, that the flagship one in Sweden, which is one of the largest projects on green methanol in the world, is producing 50,000 tons per year. We're requiring 10 million tons per year just for the Baltic. So there is an enormous need for these kind of large-scale projects. And that's why Anders has something good to say.
Okay. Right, Anders, tell us, what are you doing in Åland? What are you up to? It's great to see you.
Yeah, it's great to see you too, and greetings from a very sunny Åland Islands. It's actually as sunny as you see on my backdrop here. And Åland we have the most sun hours actually in the whole Nordic, and also the windiest condition in the whole Baltic Sea, which gives very, very good prerequisite for green energy transformation. And here on the Åland Islands, OX2, we have 6 different green energy projects in the making at the moment, whereas 2 of those are actually the world's biggest offshore wind parks in the making. We have one north of Åland called North to the North, that has a potential up to 5 gigawatt of electricity production. And then we have an almost identical one south of Åland with a capacity also there up to 5 gigawatts. So that's in total 10 gigawatt of potential from offshore wind. That's equal to 37 terawatt of hours electricity per year, which is like 8 million Finnish households need. So it's a huge amount of green energy. And what we have done is that we have teamed up with the partner Bank of Åland here on Åland, and is now in development stage for this offshore wind parks. And when you do this and get this fantastic resource with green energy, you could also, of course, as many, just put it into the grid, Finland, Sweden, and be quite happy with that. But we really want to take it one step further and really refine this for the big benefit of the society and for the Baltic Sea. And that's really what this project that is called Långnäs Mega Green Port is about, and where the magic will happen. And as Johan said, the Åland Island has a lot of shipping history. 120 years back, we had 100 windjammers traveling around the globe, bringing goods back and forth. So that has always been very close to our heart. And that is important because that is still the case today. And today we also have actually the tax-free still on the Åland Islands. So all vessels in the Baltic Sea that want to sell tax-free needs to do port of call here to the Åland Islands. And we sometimes joke that if Russia would also want to invade the Åland Islands, we can actually empty the whole island on the normal vessels in 48 hours. But what is interesting today is then that still the shipping is very, very important part of our history. And we have now the project called the Långnäs Mega Green Port, where we are conducting a pre-study for 12 months with very, very high pace. And we are doing that with a lot of partners, and one of those are the Zero Carbon Shipping Organization that you are representing, that is part of this. And from these offshore wind parks, we plan to take, from this 10 gigawatt, we plan to take 3 gigawatt into this strategically located port of Långnäs. And in that port, we plan to produce hydrogen and also other power-to-X solutions like e-fueling, ammonia, e-methanol, and so on. And the main kind of market for that is the shipping industry. So we bring our fair share to the table to also create these green corridors that Johan is talking about. And the shipping industry has a huge need for this going forward. And I feel every day sorrow when I see that, for example, the vessels that Johan mentioned, the Viking Line, their newest vessels, Grace and Glory, that run on LNG gas, but they actually need to run them on diesel due to the LNG gas also being very expensive, going through the archipelago every day, that if we can make it happen, that it would be green energy in those vessels instead for our wind parks in the Åland Islands, that would be really, really a big step forward. But what is also interesting is that other offtakes beyond shipping also is opening up for this part. We have the hydrogen pipeline, the Baltic Connector project ongoing from OX2, together with Gasgrid Finland, Nordion, and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. That is also a potential export of hydrogen production. And also local industries. We have teamed up with Orkla, one of the biggest industries in the Nordics. They happen to have an industry here also on the Åland Islands doing potato chips. They are using fossil-based propane gas in their processes today, taking it from Sweden on lorries to Åland, and instead they can exchange that to green hydrogen that we are producing also in Långnäs from the Noatun wind parks. There is a huge amount of opportunity connected to this, and my colleague there, Lotta, presented earlier the oxidation opportunity on hydrogen for the Baltic Sea. Långnäs is exactly the same. When we produce hydrogen of this massive scale, just imagine opportunities also for the Baltic Sea in itself. We have on Åland the biggest onshore wind farm, onshore fish farm in the Nordics called Fifax. Imagine what we will do if we would have more fish farms coming up from the water in the Baltic Sea on land, and instead using excess heat and excess oxygen from hydrogen into their businesses. Then we also talk about the growth of society and not just saving the Baltic Sea, which is the primary focus also for this discussion. There's a huge amount of things ongoing, but the scale of it, we have the biggest wind parks, up to 3,000 megawatts of electrolyzer potential in offtake in the Mega Green Port Långnäs, and just everything that comes with that makes it really, really exciting. And everything is going quite quickly, so if you want to know more on a daily basis what's ongoing, you can follow us on ox2.ax or also the LinkedIn OX2 Åland site. We actually have a video vlog we published this week where Lotta is the main center of attention there, so go in and check it out and you will see the progress, because we don't have time to wait, it needs to happen now.
That's great. Anders, yeah, that's a convenient moment to stop. I was wondering if the whole show now is going to be just running to the end and I go, well, thanks a lot, Anders, bye. Because you're so passionate about what you're talking about and clearly so excited, which is a wonder to see. Look, what potentially could go wrong with this fantastic story? Is there anything that could go wrong? Is it to do with price? Is price an issue? Are you costing more if you're generating green hydrogen than if these ships fill up with bunker fuels, with that dirty stuff that should be really toxic waste and put into incinerators? You know, what is the challenge for a company like you? You're testing things. You've got new ideas. Do you need government support? Do you need value-added tax breaks on products that come through? What is the next step here? Because there's got to be some reason why everybody's not doing it right here, right now. So what are the challenges that you're facing? Who wants to come in with this?
Let me take it from the more overall perspective, and then let Anna's comment on what can be done with Åland set up. So without boring the entire audience with thermodynamics, let me put it this way, that the green product, the synthetic fuels, will never be able to compete with fossil fuel, period. Because Mother Earth took about 200 million years to actually cook the oil. We don't have 100 million years to wait. So it will be more expensive. But that is the same as we're not throwing our waste or garbage in our lawn or in the parks. I mean, we accept that we have to clean up after ourselves. And that's what we need to get into with the use of fossil fuel. So yes, they will be cheap, but we need to tax the added consequence of using those fuels. And when we start taxing those, then they will be at a break even with these green fuels. But for the first period of time, until we have that, I mean, in principle, global CO2 taxation, then we have the challenge with the cost, and we need government, we need financial institutes, we need philanthropic funding, we need subsidies, we need a lot of things. We need the commercial companies to pay part of that, but we also need the government on the global sense to go in and support these projects. So that is, I mean, there's no doubt that it will always, ton for ton, it will be more expensive to construct fuel compared to what is in the earth. But there are also governments who are very keen to actually accelerate the green transition and see, as Anna said, an added benefit in not only doing the fuels, but the added benefit in the social economics to actually see, well, maybe they should pay and participate in that. And I'll give you, Anna, then the word to come on what is actually happening in our Åland project.
Yeah, no, thank you, Johan. And I can lift up 2 points connected to your question there. I think one from a kind of energy production perspective, the energy market is very, very hard to predict where it will be in the future. And that's why also we work a lot with that. We have like several baskets to put our eggs in. So the number one point is flexibility. And when we, for example, run our EIA process and so on, we make sure that we don't limit ourselves to any technology or any offtakes at this stage, that we can choose to put the energy into the grid, or we can produce hydrogen, or we can have PPA agreements and so on to limit the risks as good as possible in a very hard to predict energy market in the coming 10 to 12, 20 years. The other part is also that we tend to see that many big projects, especially in bigger cities, tend to get stuck because of permitting processes or waiting for authorities' approval or even politics. And we believe that in a small-scale society as Åland is, with 30,000 people, you actually have the real opportunity to be more agile, because you can reach out to authorities with short notice, you know them many times, and you can actually make things happen. And our approach is that we want to make sure we create value as fast as possible with testing, learning, taking the next step, and scaling it step by step rather than waiting for one huge, massive project. So we actually believe that small societies as we are can be a benefit also for huge projects, and we tend to prove that.
Right. So we're going to coming to the end of this section. It's very interesting seeing what went on in the big global climate summits, what shipping wants to do. You seem perfectly placed to probably generate an important proportion of that hydrogen needed for that shipping. And as you're right, there are customers out there that want it because they want to hit certain climate targets. And as for your point about Mother Nature managed to cook all these old bits of carbon and turn them into fuels, and that's really fantastic stuff, apart from the fact it causes climate change. Let's remember that fantastic stuff that Mother Nature cooked is still being looked after by, not Mother Nature, but by governments with fossil fuel subsidies. $600 billion, is it? $800 billion. The International Monetary Fund says that society is actually spending trillions of dollars subsidizing the damage of those subsidized fossil fuels. So I think if we got rid of all that mess and gave it to you guys up in Åland, that would solve the problem, wouldn't it? Yes or no?
Yeah, just do it.
Okay, let's just do it. All right. Fine. It's been done. I've waved a magic we don't have time wand. Thank you very much for being with us, and we're going to move on to the final section here. I'll come over. Will you come over a bit, Peter, and I'll come over.
Oh, perfect.
We'll
We'll meet in the middle.
Meet somewhere in the middle, right? Yeah. We're just going to wrap this section up. But Peter, I think it was truly interesting. It was actually vast in scale and subject. But I hope our viewers in the studio and outside enjoyed it and found it interesting. What would you take away from what you've heard? Some of the things you'll clearly know about. Was there anything that surprised you, or
I think
what are your reflections?
In the end, it's all about collaboration, right? We have a number of joint problems that we need to solve. The top one, which we know if we don't solve the climate situation, we will more or less be boiled to death in the end, if you want to go pull it that far. But the whole coexistence, and there are a number of stakeholders. We have seen a lot of all the projects that are happening now. We've been focusing in on the Baltic Sea and the possibilities here. But in the end, it's all about collaboration and being brave. Being brave in terms of governments taking decisions, being brave in terms of us being a developer, listening to what other opinions there are and adapting our plans. It's well as on the military side, or if it's on the biodiversity side, or on the shipping side, or whatever. It's collaboration. We need to work it out together.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And it seems pretty clear that there is an extraordinary potential in this region untapped. As I mentioned earlier on in the conversation, I also saw that there's a lot of oil and gas down there. Maybe nobody knows quite how much there is, which some oil companies, I read some articles in 2017, 2018, there's various financial articles, let's go after the oil and gas in the Baltic. Well, actually, we don't need that, right? We want that to stay in the ground, under the seabed. We don't want any more of it. What we want is more renewable energy. And how you square this circle, I think it's absolutely right that WWF fights for, protected areas and fights for all those things. Too many have been trashed in the past. Yet at the same time, we know that if we let climate change carry on, a lot of the things that we love, a lot of the ecosystems that we think will not survive some of the hits that are going to come from uncontrolled climate change. So there are all these tensions at work, and time is the limiting factor. So I think it was a little bit what Jens said, I think, from the Danish university, but also with a background in the military, that we need, as what you said as well, to bring together people very quickly. But we need to do what the Deputy Prime Minister of Spain said, which is then find a very clear pathway through that meets the timetables that we have as a world. It all sounds very simple in some ways, doesn't it? But
it does.
It isn't.
In the end, it isn't, of course. But if you take this kind of what I think in this specific case, and with the different sessions that we have had here now, is it proves that it really can be done. You can construct onshore wind without doing it at the cost of biodiversity or military security, or so you can actually find solutions if you're just looking for them, and if you're willing to kind of challenge yourself in doing things in new ways. I'm 100% convinced. So in the end, yes, that discussions like these ones needs to happen, but in the end, you also need to move from talking to action. And in the end, you had a good question, I think. So what's the problem in terms of why isn't it happening?
I thought with Anders, I thought he was actually going to complete the show and that everything had been solved.
No.
He's so enthusiastic, right?
He is. He's a great guy. So
there's got to be some question about what...
But there is one thing, and that is in the end, you need permits.
Yeah.
If you don't have permits, you can't construct. And if you can't construct more renewable energy, that means that you cannot decarbonize the shipping industry, or you cannot do it on the fossil-free steel or whatever. So in the end, we need to get ways to get the permits. And we will, of course, get the permits if we talk together and find the common ground.
And the brutal fact is that unless your government or another government in the Baltic or other governments sort this thing out and get things moving in a way that respects the potential of the renewable energy industry, but also the biodiversity, then somebody else is going to do it in another part of the world, provide the green hydrogen, and you lose an economic possibility in this region, and you lose job generation. So there is.
I hope that someone else will be doing it somewhere else, at least, if that's the case.
We'd like everybody to be doing it everywhere.
Absolutely.
But I would also be very, because I have a lot of friends now in Sweden, so I'd hate you to miss out on a really good opportunity here.
No, it definitely is.
Good. I think we've come pretty much to the end. Actually, we're not bad in time. We've got 25 seconds. Peter, thank you very much for being with us, and your team for supporting us in getting a very interesting lineup of people and topics.
We're the one thanking.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ooh, got some fans.
Well, we're done, or?
We've got some fans, yeah. Okay, see you later. Thank you.
So Simonas, how is the climate crisis affecting Lithuania today?
It's actually the agriculture which is seeing the worst effects nowadays, but the environment is not is actually pretty resilient so far. We don't have some big losses except the agriculture and forestry sector. We see that some of the tree arts are moving northwards, like Grand Tree, and agriculture is suffering from losses from dry seasons and overflow and rainfall. So it's actually those other sectors mostly affected nowadays.
One of our main themes is actually how to restore land, degraded land, and also to work more on turning agriculture more towards regenerative agriculture. How are the discussions going on these matters in Lithuania?
It's both ways, because when we see at the restoration vision that we actually have a better environment nowadays, because it's more forests. The forest coverage has increased double compared to 70-80 years ago. But agriculture should change, and the European Common Agricultural Policy and the funding for agriculture is still not tough enough and not in favor of environmental necessities, and actually agriculture should be much more included in our debates because the most industries we debate with, energy, economy, transport, they have solutions, but agricultural sector is actually still lagging behind, almost climate denying, so still very tough discussions with agriculture.
How do we change that?
It's a Nobel Prize worth question. No, it's not an easy answer. Food production is actually becoming a worst climate disaster, and it's not easy to answer.
What are your hopes for this informal EU Environment Ministers meeting?
Yes, this is different because the industries are welcomed next to the ministers, and that's also a good practice because we think that our policies are very straightforward, they are very result-oriented, but actually in many senses, in many cases, we feel that industry is living on its own world, its own dynamics, its own cycles, and we need to hear them. So actually my biggest expectation is to hear the practitioners, the big industries from member states. So that's something different.
All the best of luck.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The climate crisis is aggravating year by year, month by month, and in a time that's full of a lot of crises, we tend to forget that. And you can see and feel that in Austria as well as in any other European countries. We had in January ski resorts, or in December where there was no snow. We have lakes that are running dry. We have agriculture that's affected by droughts or extreme weather conditions. So the climate crisis, it's real, it's here, and that's why we need to act decisively, nationally, as well as at the European level.
What climate action is Austria currently taking that you feel could inspire others to follow?
Austria is on a catch-up race in climate action for the last 3 years. Since I took office, and I think one example I really like to cite also outside of Austria is that we voted our law for renewable electricity expansion, the Renewable Electricity Expansion Act, that's the name, with the clear goal 100% of national consumption being produced by renewables in 2030. We're at the moment at 76-78%, so we are ramping up renewables production extensively, and the law works. In the last 3 years, we produced as much, or we installed as much photovoltaic capacity as in the 20 years before combined, and it's growing, and we're above the goal we set ourselves for photovoltaics in the law. So really good news on that. And there's a lot of other initiatives like the climate ticket, one flat rate pass for all public transport, our night trains all over Europe. So lots of things I could talk about.
From a European perspective, what do we need to do to scale solutions faster and bring emissions down in time?
In climate action, it's not an either-or at the moment. We need to do A, B, C, and D. And what is it? It means we need good regulation, and there the Green Deal and the package that the Commission has been working on together with Council and the Parliament is key. So it's very good to see that the files are also progressing quickly in the Swedish presidency, because we need to conclude the good regulation. We need the support schemes to enable the transition. So very exciting to be here at the council meeting together also with industry representatives who will also give us their inputs from the practical side on what's needed. And we obviously need lots of communication and dialogue to keep public and companies alike on board. So it's not an either or. We need a mix of policy support and communication and dialogue and participation in order to really make this transition work for everyone, because that's our goal. It's a big transition, but I'm deeply convinced it's the way forward. It's the way to future-proof our economies, to future-proof our societies, and to make sure we all have a good life still in this continent in 2050.
What are the main barriers, and how do we overcome those?
This will be a key part of our discussion today. It's probably for many the topic of workforce is a pressing one, so good to see that this is also been recognized in one of the European councils as one of the key issues we need to tackle. The question of financing, of course, the question of predictability and planning security for business, and last but not least, also the question of how do we manage with other regions of the world entering the green tech race. And my opinion, we need to be clear and very determined in Europe, taking the brave decisions we need, because we can win the race for future competitiveness, and because the competitiveness of the future is on green products, is on green technology, but we need to make sure we act decisively now. That's why I also brought to this council meeting a representative of the European solar photovoltaics industry, because that's the critical infrastructure we need and we need to support.
I think for a country like Austria, heavily dependent on ski tourism, and I also think hydropower. The winters that you mentioned, I had a friend in the Alps. She was wearing bikini in January. How do you think this will affect Austria and its economy?
Of course, we see that some of the effects are not, we will not be able to stop anymore. We've already put as much CO2 and polluting gases in the atmosphere that some of the effects of the climate crisis will not go away anymore. We see it on the decline in our glaciers, we see the changing seasons that of course will affect tourism industry, or as you mentioned, has an impact on hydropower generation. Some of it will not be undone anymore, but that means we have a clear political call to action to avoid to really fight for any centigrade of a degree that we can master to keep global warming as close to 1.5 as possible, because this is what we absolutely need to make sure we still have a livable planet in the global south as well as in the global north.
I am here at New Lab with Tia Gordon, the founder of It's Electric. And I'm not going to go into song, even though I really want to. But Tia, what a great name of a company. And you've had some serious successes. We met at South by Southwest. You pitched at South by Southwest as part of our Dragonflies Den, so our audiences will be familiar with you. And you also won a little something at South by. So tell us about your company and tell us about your recent successes.
Sounds great. It's great to be here. So It's Electric is curbside electric vehicle charging specifically built for cities. We are bringing equity to EV charging. Right now, there's a huge barrier around the ability to charge an electric vehicle. You need to have a driveway or a garage, a particular median income to be able to install this hardware, and that's creating a limitation in terms of who can actually charge these vehicles. So we solve that problem by deploying chargers where people are already parking on the street. And this allows us to basically do something we say is deploying without discrimination. We want to be able to deploy in neighborhoods where there's high adoption, where there's 5 and 6 Teslas on every block. And we want to be able to deploy in areas where there's zero adoption, so that people who live in communities who want to go electric can walk out of their door and can see that they can charge close to where they live.
That's very cool. I mean, it's really filling that challenge that a lot of consumers that are hesitant to adopt an electric vehicle cite. And so you're providing a solution for that. How much more of an uptick in electrical vehicle usage do you think will come from seeing the dissemination of your solution?
We hope, of course, it's tremendous, but we are working to already meet the projected need. So sort of super high level, the Department of Energy is saying that there needs to be over 600,000 level 2 charge points by 2030 across this country. To bring that in a little bit tighter, we're here in New York City at New Lab. New York City wants to have 10,000 curbside chargers by 2030, and they currently have 100.
Wow.
So how do we move with speed? How do we move with scale? And that's what It's Electric is here to solve.
And so this is obviously needed, and South by Southwest recognized that. So tell us a little bit about the recognition you received there.
Sure. So we met at South by. That was It's Electric's first South by Southwest, my first South by Southwest. And there's something at South by called the Innovation Award, and they have different categories. And we were up for the Urban Infrastructure Award. And after a wonderful day of pitching for 9 hours, we were incredibly thrilled to receive that award. I'm sure there's actual footage of that, and I was so excited that I may have dropped an F-bomb on stage.
So to what extent did New Lab support the advancement of your innovation? And is that why you joined New Lab? Why did you join New Lab?
Okay, so when you're working in climate tech, when you're working in New York City, when you're working in a startup, you need to find your people.
Yeah.
And New Lab are our people. Everything they do in terms of incubating startups, investment, events, networking is all in favor of helping people who are working not only in startups but in climate to succeed. A perfect case in point is that we recently had more great news that we were selected for UrbanX, which is an incredible group that's working to help reimagine city life in cities from New York to Sweden to London, but they are based right here in New Lab. So the ability for us to collaborate with UrbanX and be part of New Lab and to continue to grow our company as we are then hitting this new streak is unprecedented. So I really encourage anyone who's in New York City that's really looking to find the space that they can build and grow a company that's focused on climate to explore New Lab as that opportunity.
That's great piece of advice, and that leads to my next question. What advice would you give to those who are thinking about starting their own climate? So, I mean, you did just answer that, but obviously this has worked out really well for you. It's not necessarily a fit for everybody. What is kind of like a universal tip to provide?
Right now, I would say, especially given the last few weeks of news and news cycles around impacts of the banking industry on climate and other things that have hit the major headlines on the news cycle, my main advice is to be smart and to be cautious at the same time. You know, we're doing well right now, but it was not always easy, and it will never always be easy. As a female founder working in a hardware-based solution for climate, there's already this steep hill that I'm climbing. And then to go further past that, New York is not necessarily known for its investments in climate. And so we are, you know, continually going up this very steep hill. So my advice is, if you have a solution right now that can help with the climate crisis, that can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, that is viable, that is scalable, that you know can make an impact, you owe it to yourself, you owe it to everyone in this world to get it out there. And you have to go for it, knowing that at the same time, you need caution so that you can survive the challenges that come in front of you.
Yeah, that's awesome. We need to replicate you. We need more female founders like you that have this passion, that have a great idea, that get the support system, that are able to win these awards, get in front of cameras and put it out there to really inspire and to see more solutions, make it to commercial viability. So is enough going to make it? Are we going to solve the climate crisis?
Are we going to solve the climate crisis? Do you want me to put like a number, a percentage of likelihood to that? I'm going to say as of today, in March of 2023, I'm going to put us at like 26.5%.
That's really specific.
Yeah, it's really specific, but we can get to 99%. But to get there, there needs to be two big things that happen. On the highest possible level, we need federal dollars and we need private dollars. We need both of those dollars coming in, and they need to move fast. On a street level, on a you and me level, we need to reduce the barriers that exist for people that want to perhaps drive electric, that want to power their homes with solar. We can't put barriers up that slows progress.
Okay, well, thank you for the work you're doing. It's taking us there. So appreciate your time, Tia, and all the best.
Thank you for having me. This was so much fun.
I'm so excited to be coming to you from Brooklyn Navy Yard at New Lab. And there's been some incredible companies here that are being supported by New Lab. And I'm thrilled to have with me the founder of Tomtex, Ewan Tran. Ewan, thank you for being here with me today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
So let's get right into your company. Talk to us about it. What inspired you to find this company? What does it do? What is the climate solution?
Yeah, so we are addressing the wastefulness at the concept. And as Tomtex, we always remind ourselves that in nature, there's no such thing as waste. And waste is something, it's come, you know, like a human concept. So I was working in the fashion industry for a long time, and shocking to see like how many things and stuff that thrown away every day. And I'm from Vietnam, born and raised there. And I kind of like have a negative impact by the textile pollutions. But on the other side, I see the flip side of the circular practice to get into the solution, how we can get rid of waste. So now is what we do. And we try to apply the circular concept to everything that we do at Tomtex, the way we operate the business, as well as like the solution that we providing and the material as well. So that is what we do. At Tomtex, we creating 100% ball-based material made out of seashell waste and mushroom as the kind of next-gen material that can replace leather and beyond.
Okay, very cool. I remember hearing about this. It's a recent innovation. So what is the response you're getting from investors? They're excited, obviously, to get behind something like this. Like a new material altogether that can really change the face of fashion, right?
Yeah, fashion is shockingly is the second most, like polluted industry in the world. And now people is come together to really like bring in the new cutting edge of material that can, supply for the demand in fashion. And that is spark in the investor industry as well, to see like the future of fashion and see how this innovation leading to the whole new area.
Okay, so how has New Lab helped and supported you? Why did you choose New Lab, or did New Lab choose you? How did it happen?
Yeah, so we know that we cannot do this alone, and we were finding a lot of company that doing the similar work as us. So we found this cool place, New Lab, and they connect us to the whole communities of innovators and investors who really passionate about circularity as we are. And we think that this is like a hub for everyone that come together and make a real impact.
Yeah, okay. So it's been good then. It's been good being part of this community. Are you getting the support that you need? Are you worried about the recession? Will that be affecting capital inflow for you?
Yeah, the market is not easy out there. And at the startup, we stay very lean and we really focus on our team quality of life and the business long-term success. So New Lab is helping a lot, sort of like give us a lot of incentive program and connect us with advisor and people very savvy within the industry and help the business. But yeah, I think it's tough, kind of like market out there. But we truly believe that with our milestone that we have achieved so far, I have a good feeling that we will overcome this rejection.
Okay, good. That's the positive energy that we need to see these really cool innovations make it out there. And what about those that are doing similar things or hoping to do similar things? What would you say to future founders or existing founders that are struggling? What's the advice that you would like to share based on all the experiences that you've had here in Brooklyn at New Lab?
Yeah, I think so. Specifically about TomTest, we're tackling, like climate crisis and, specifically in textile in general. And what I learned from, like the beginning of establishing my own startup is looking at the climate crisis is big and it affects everyone and everything. So when you come up with the solutions, think about taking everything accountable across in the supply chain. And the solution should be very sustainable, accessible, and scalable. So the most important thing is putting people and planet at the heart of the business, and really like see how the solution supports the scaled up and support everyone.
So keeping that big picture in mind.
Yeah.
And thinking beyond just yourself. I love that. That's great advice. Thank you so much, Ewan, for sharing all of this with us, sharing it with our audience, and please continue to do what you're doing. We're excited to check in with you again and see how it's all going. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Stand here. Stand here.
I'll stand here?
Yep.
Is that how it is?
Yes, you have to come here because this is one. Yeah.
Sorry.
You have to come here.
Okay, great. Yeah. Hi.
Hi,
I'm Marcus. I work for We Don't Have Time. We are also parallel to this meeting organizing Stockholm Climate Week. Great. Could I just ask you a few? Of course, yeah. Questions? Let's start with Magnus. How is the climate crisis affecting Denmark already today? Well, it is affecting us, and actually, as you know, we have a lot of coastline. We are a flat country, so we are heavily investing now in supporting the coastline and protecting us from these events that previously was once in 100 years, maybe once 500 years. Now it's once in a decade. So we can see it already in Denmark. So we need to heavily invest in these protection matters. What climate action is Denmark taking today that you think can inspire other countries to follow? Well, I think that building offshore wind turbines and working together with other countries, Sweden, Germany, the Netherlands, and other countries that are neighboring countries, and we share the same sea with them. I think that is a big part of the solution that Denmark can contribute with. Also, it is actually, we are really working hard on finding where to put those wind turbines, because we also want to protect the sea. We want to strengthen the protection of the sea areas as well. But what we are learning is that if we build those wind turbines in a right way, well, then we can actually create more life in the sea. So that is the things that we are getting quite good results on that. So that is some of the things that we are working on.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Skulle det vara okej att jag pratar svenska och danska?
Ja, meget gerne, ja.
Vad tycker du om att den svenska regeringen minskar reduktionsplikten? Andelen biobränsle som man blandar in i bensin och diesel från Europas högsta nivå till 0% vill Sverigedemokraterna, men man vill i alla fall sänka det väldigt kraftigt. Vad tänker du om det?
Ja, jeg kommer ikke til at komme med min vurdering af, hvad baggrunden er for den beslutning og den diskussion. Hvert land må jo bidrage alt, hvad vi kan, og hvis der er nogle konkrete lokale diskussioner, så kender jeg dem ikke i detaljen til at kunne være dommer over det. Det synes jeg ikke ville være fair. Jeg arbejder tæt sammen med den svenske regering, den svenske miljøminister, og jeg synes, at det svenske lederskab af de europæiske miljøministre peger i en retning af bedre miljøbeskyttelse, stærkere klimahåndtering. Men er der en konkret sag, så kan jeg ikke gå ind i den detalje, desværre.
Men om du skulle säga mer övergripande vad du tänker om det svenska klimatarbetet i samarbete med Sverige?
Ja, men helt overordnet så er der et stærkt samarbejde, både på regeringsniveau mellem den danske og den svenske regering, men nok så vigtigt også på virksomheder, fordi både Sverige og Danmark har jo stærke virksomheder, når det drejer sig om den grønne omstilling. For eksempel Danmark har meget, meget stærk offshore windindustri. Sverige har jo en stærk produktionsindustri, som er i gang med en meget markant grøn omstilling, og der arbejder vi tæt sammen, og det tror jeg, vi er nødt til at lære af hinanden, både på tværs af sektorer og på tværs af lande. Og der er lande som Sverige og Danmark nødt til at gå foran.
Ja, jag har en fråga om vindkraften också. En konkret fråga. Betalar staten i Danmark för ledningarna ut till offshore vindstationerna? Eller är det företagen som betalar den kostnaden?
Ja, det er lidt mere kompliceret, det regnestykke, fordi staten betaler for som oftest for forundersøgelserne af, hvad skal der til for at sætte windturbines op her. Det er meget kompliceret, meget omkostningsfuldt. Indtil for få år siden, der gav vi så også tilskud til de selskaber, som ville bygge vindmøller. Nu er det vendt om. Nu udbyder vi meget, meget store områder af det danske hav, hvor så private selskaber betaler penge til staten for at bygge vindmøllerne, fordi økonomien er så attraktiv. Og så skal de jo kobles til ledningsnettet, som er ejet af Energinet Danmark, og hvor forbrugerne betaler en afgift, og der er også en tilslutningsafgift. Så det er selvfølgelig rigtigt, at staten har nogle udgifter, men vi kan se, at det er nu vendt om, således at der er så stor en business i, og det er jo det målet har været hele tiden, at der er private investorer, der går ind og investerer. Og det er jo godt, fordi hvis staten tjener penge i Danmark, så bruger vi dem med det samme i endnu mere grøn energi. Godt, tak skal I have.
Ja, takk for det. Ja, jeg håper at dette kan løfte den viktige miljøagendaen enda videre. Det en utrolig viktig tid nå, at man klarer å lande både hele Klar for 55-pakken, men også alle de utvidede miljøspørsmålene som knyttet til det, og jeg ganske optimistisk for det. Og så jo dette et uformelt møte, så det skal ikke tas beslutninger, men det jeg har satt veldig pris på hvordan Sverige nå har satt næringslivet og næringslivets bidrag til den grønne omstillingen så høyt på dagsordenen. Vi har jo masse bedriftsledere og representanter for sentrale selskaper her fra hele Europa, og det et litt nytt og spennende format som passer godt med hvordan Norge tenker om dette, fordi vi får ikke til omstillingen uten at erhvervslivet, næringslivet med. Altså, Sverige og Norge har samarbeidet om elutveksling siden Tage Erlander og Einar Gerhardsens tid på 60-tallet, og særlig siden 1990-årene så har det vært et veldig intenst samarbeid. Vi har et fullintegrert kraftsystem, og vi skal jo begge avkarbonisere energibruken vår. I dag Norge på ca. 50% fossil, og det skal jo etter hvert ned til null, og da må det erstattes av fornybar energi, og da det utmerket at man kan utvikle både mer vannkraft, vindkraft og solkraft. Og så må det selvfølgelig skje så miljøvennlig som mulig, for også fornybare energikilder kan utfordre viktige natur- og miljøverdier. Og veldig mye av problemstillingen fremover nå jo ikke lenger spørsmålet mellom fossil og fornybar, for der vinner fornybar. Men det altså hvor og hvordan skal man utvikle den fornybare energien, slik at den produserer mest mulig med minst mulig naturinngrep. Og hvordan kan vi også bli flinkere til å spare energi og bruke energi smartere. Men vi kommer til å ha et veldig stort energibehov, og jeg har merket meg en rekke studier som antyder at Europas energioppstilling akselerert med mellom 5 til 10 år på grunn av krigen i Ukraina. Akkurat det jo da en positiv effekt av at vi har skjønt at vi må bli mindre avhengig av Putin i første omgang og av fossil energi på lengre sikt. Så vi følger spent med i den utviklingen som i Sverige, for den betyr mye for Norge, akkurat som det som skjer i Norge betyr mye for Sverige. Ja, som sagt, så uansett hva man bygger ut, så må man jo ta hensyn til sentrale naturverdier. Men vi kommer til å trenge betydelig mer kraft når vi skal fase ut vår fossile energibruk. Og det det umulig å gjøre uten noen naturinngrep. Så må man passe på at de blir så skånsomme som mulig. Det gjelder vindkraft, vannkraft og for så vidt også solkraft. Og så må man prøve å utvikle den kraften som altså mest mulig konfliktfri. Den blir aldri helt konfliktfri, men man kan se på hva man skal gjøre. Men jeg følger med på det Vattenkraft gjør, og dette betyr mye for vårt nordiske integrerte kraftmarked. Ja. Jeg tror ikke det jo ikke så veldig mange i Norge som mener vi skal bygge ut nye vassdrag. Det vi snakker mest om jo å oppgradere de vi har, for eksempel med mer moderne turbiner, kanskje noen tilleggsfall og en del sånne spørsmål. Men tiden for de store vannkraftutbyggingene i Norge nok over, som Jens Stoltenberg sa, men det også fordi vi har bygd ut veldig mye. Og det vi egentlig trenger nå andre kilder som kan supplere vannkraften, for vannkraften blir faktisk enda mer attraktiv hvis den kombineres med for eksempel vindkraft, hvor du da kan ha vann i magasinene når det ikke blåser, og tømme det og bruke vindkraft, og så tømme magasiner når det ikke blåser igjen. Ja, så jeg opplever at det er et tema hele veien. Folk i Europa er veldig takknemlige for at vi har vært i stand til å øke eksporten. Og også de aller grønneste av mine kolleger er glad for at vi har fått opp gasseksporten, slik at vi kunne dempe effekten av bortfall av russisk gass. Og så er jo vi opptatt av å være med i den store diskusjonen om hvordan vi avkarboniserer all energi på lang sikt, enten ved at gassen blir blå hydrogen gjennom CCS, eller ved at den erstattes med noe annet. Så det er få ting som er viktigere for Norge enn å skjønne hvordan det europeiske gassmarkedet utvikler seg, noe som blant annet Energi og Klima har skrevet mye klokt om. Og det gjelder å forstå både hva som skjer på kort sikt, på mellomlang sikt og ikke minst på lang sikt, for det påvirker jo behovet for, eller ikke behovet for, norske langsiktige investeringer. Det kan gjøre. Nei, sorry. Ja. Ja. Vi har to store fangstprosjekter. Et går på sementproduksjon i Brevik, som er litt sør for Oslo, for å se hvordan man kan produsere sement med betydelig mindre utslipp gjennom å fange karbon. Og så har vi avfallshåndteringsanlegget i Oslo, hvor man også jobber med å etablere karbonfangst. Så har vi etablert nå en verdikjede for fangst, transport og lagring. Og når det gjelder lagring, så er det Northern Lights-prosjektet, hvor du skal lage ute i Nordsjøen i reservoarer tilsvarende de gassen lå i. Det går veldig bra. Det er ca. halvferdig, og det er første fase er nå fullt ut kontrahert, altså i den forstand at vi har kontrakter på mottak av CCS, både fra inn- og av karbon fra både inn- og utland, som gjør at det første fasen er full allerede. Så det vil jeg si går bra. Så prosjektet er fortsatt under utvikling, og jeg tror det er farlig å si et år, men det kommer til å skje i dette tiåret, og vi snakker om det er nok ikke så mange år til at dette er ferdig, og da vil det altså stå et ferdig fangstanlegg klart og en ferdig transportkjede klar. Så rundt midten av dette tiåret her, altså om noen få år, så vil vi være i gang med de første lagringen. Og prosjektet er kommet langt og egentlig i henhold til plan. Og så er alt blitt litt dyrere, ikke på grunn av CCS-teknologien, men fordi alle innsatsfaktorer er dyrere, så vi har en del diskusjoner rundt kostnaden også. Jeg synes i hvert fall at Romina Pourmokhtari, som er klima- og miljøminister, gjør en veldig god jobb i hennes lederskap av EU i disse spørsmålene. Hun er kunnskapsrik og veldig engasjert i dette. Vi samarbeider veldig godt både i europeiske og globale sammenhenger og i det nordiske. Og hennes sterke fotavtrykk på dette møtet er jo et tungt innslag av næringsliv, hvor vi altså har med oss i arbeidsgruppene vi skal møtes i, en rekke representanter for både svensk og europeisk næringsliv som er med i det grønne skiftet. Og det tror jeg kan bli noen spennende og litt alternative diskusjoner. Jeg tror ikke vi lykkes med Klar for 55 og Green Deal hvis ikke vi har både næringsliv og arbeidslivet med. Og da må vi lytte både til arbeidstakere og arbeidsgiverne og til teknologene. Ja, ok, det går bra. Nei.
Stand on the spot, speak and start speaking whenever you like.
Okay. Good morning, Hans Bruinings of the European Environment Agency. I am really looking forward to the dynamics of this meeting where business leaders are meeting with policy and political leaders to push the sustainability transitions that we need in Europe. It is obvious that it's not only rules and new laws that are going to drive European sustainability and competitiveness. It will be based also on visionary leadership in the business world and with economic leadership. So if this meeting can contribute to that type of understanding, I think it will be very successful, and I'm looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much. So I'm very excited to have the opportunity to hear different experience, because you know that the Swedish presidency decided to invite some industrial actors from each country. So we choose some important actors. So I'm very excited to work on solutions, to hear that there are already solutions, because you know our business is much more to deal with problems. And so the idea that we have to work all the day with change gamers is very exciting. So I see each day in Belgium that industry go much more faster than politics. And so I think that we have to learn from them, and we have to hear about their difficulties to help them. But I think that we as politicians, we really have to listen and to learn from industry who are very already engaged in the decarbonization. Well, not all the industry, but there are big one. I come here with Umicore, which is an international industry, which is number one in his business, and so it's important to give them to give them the opportunity to explain us their experience, but also the need that they still have, because the politicians are not so, let's say, ambitious or so. Well, anyway, I will stay diplomatic, but well, I see that some industry have worked very faster than politicians, and that gives me hopes for the future of our economies.
Is that a sort of homework for the politicians, that the companies are taking decisions much faster if compared with the politicians?
But the fact that some industry go faster help me as minister to show to other politicians that there are business models who are interested.
Welcome back to the We Don't Have Time broadcast. This brief session is focused on circular energy solutions. How do we take advantage of our own waste, excess goods, and also circular solutions to drive an economy that is truly sustainable? Joining us is an expert on this topic, Per Lars-Hans. He is Director of Sustainability at Ragn-Sells. Per is an award winner in communication, social sustainability, and entrepreneurship. And he's listed multiple times by Trust across America as one of the top thought leaders in trust. He is current appointed expert for setting environmental targets for sea and coastal regions in Sweden, and also for the Coalition Group for Climate Neutral Swedish Industry by 2045. Per has a keynote and presentation on this topic, so without further ado, I'm going to give him the floor. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you so much, Katarina. Great to be here.
Welcome.
Really great to be here, and the big audience, and the big audience in the TVs or the computers or the cell phones all over the world. I started this day with a speech or a presentation for the EU Commission, the upcoming CCU work, meaning that now EU Commission has decided we does not need just to store the CO2, we also need to find ways how we're going to use it. I'm going to give you one of those examples. After lunch, I visited Slovakia and met the ski industry. A ski industry that has united to say we would like to create circular loops when it comes to skis and ski boots. And I'm amazed because many industries compete with each other, but here we see an industry that works together to solve the big problems. Ragn-Sells. What is Ragn-Sells? We are a recycler. We originate from 1881 when we were a transport company, transporting goods and people with horses. Today, we are a recycler in today's linear economy, meaning that companies are coming to us with waste and saying, here, take the waste, I would like to pay as little as possible, do whatever you want with it, but I don't want to see it anymore. The future is that we become a raw material supplier and a detoxifier with urban flows as our mine. And here we will become a chemical company, producing resources and detoxifying. Ragn-Sells in 2015, when we did a forecast, we tried to understand what will the future look like. We understood that in the future, there's not need for a waste management company. The need is to have companies that produce resources. So if we wanted to continue to be a family-owned company for generations to come, we need to change our business models. And so we tried to understand what are our core and what are our potential. So then we used the 9 planetary boundaries and discovered that when it comes to the phosphorus and the nitrogen, the biochemical flows, we have already in 1881, back then we brought back latrines from the inner city of Stockholm. Now we have developed solutions where we can bring back on element level phosphorus and nitrogen directly from our urban flows. Other things that have happened is very positive. I would say that's IPCC, that last year for the first time mentioned or were very clear that in order for the industry on a global level to contribute to the Paris Agreement, we need to create circular flows. So circularity in the industry are connected. And then we talk about the material, the things that we're using every day. What we have done is that we have tried to understand what do we need to do to influence? How can we change the perspective so that recirculation of nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen are possible? Then we saw that the potential is to make sure that today's wastewater treatment plant becomes tomorrow's resource plants. So the last years I've been traveling around the world doing presentations for WTO, World Customs Organization, UN several times about the potential. And I was really happy to see that European Environmental Agency last July was also very clear. Today's wastewater treatment plants need to be resource centers going forward, producing not just phosphorus and nitrogen, but also energy and water for industry and water for agriculture. The two innovations that we have developed that perfectly fits into a future resource plant concept is our phosphorus solution. And we will not just bring back phosphorus of the highest quality you can find on the market. We can also bring back all elements except some of the heavy metals that need to be stored so we don't spread them. Cadmium is one of those examples. But we go from 100% waste, sewage sludge is a problem, to resources that is possible to use. And here we talk about the megacities around the world. And now we have environmental permit process for the first 2 plants, one in Sweden, hopefully, and the second one in Germany. The second innovation is that how we have been able to develop a solution to extract nitrogen from the wastewater and directly produce a nitrogen fertilizer. Today, when you're producing nitrogen fertilizer, you incinerate natural gas. You take it down from the atmosphere. What we've done is that we take it from the water where it shouldn't be and directly produce a nitrogen fertilizer. And out of the energy perspective, this will lead to that today's wastewater treatment plants can also produce much more biogas, because the challenge with producing biogas in the wastewater treatment plant is that they're causing more nitrogen emissions. But we eliminate that problem with our solution. So it's good, we produce more energy, it's very good for the environment. The next innovation I would like to showcase is how we have developed a solution to catch fish poo or fish sludge from the fish farms in Norway. Please roll a film.
The aquaculture industry has an important role in the world's food production. And in the years to come, we will be dependent on aquaculture to achieve the UN sustainability goals for food production to an ever-growing world population. Therefore, Norwegian authorities want a doubling of Norwegian fish farming by 2030 and a 5-fold increase by 2050. A prerequisite for such production growth is sustainable farming methods, and the industry's footprint below sea level is a decisive factor. Aral, a collaboration among suppliers, now offers a technological world's first that makes it possible to collect sludge from open cages before turning the sludge into important raw material for production of bioenergy and fertilizer. The new system offers a comprehensive solution for the collection of bio-waste in the fish cage, safe intermediate storage and efficient logistics right up to processing into a new product. Aral, which is behind the solution, is a collaboration between the companies Lift Up, AquaPro, Rheincells Havbruck and Amorfjell Process Technology. The actual collection of biological waste happens by use of patented sludge collection technology, where specially designed lift-up hats safely and efficiently suck up feed residues and other biological waste from the bottom of the fish cage. Up on the feed raft, the collected sludge is mechanically filtered and dewatered, and then pumped into a specially designed floating storage tank. We then arrange for collection by tanker, ensuring further dewatering and analysis of the sludge before efficient distribution to producers of bioenergy.
All produksjon av matfisk skjer jo langs kysten vår. I dag har vi utslipp av feces, matrester under meren som lager et fotavtrykk der nede, som vi nå kan med vår teknologi hindre at det kommer til bunns. Vi tar det opp igjen og lager produkter som energi og gjødsel, slik at det skal være mer bærekraft for oppdretter og for samfunnet generelt. Konkurransekraften til norsk matfiskproduksjon ligger i å produsere i åpne merer i fjordene. Så denne løsningen vil da gi styrket konkurransekraft til næringen og mindre fotavtrykk og bedre bærekraft i sin helhet.
So, besides that we are collecting the fish sludge, the fish poo, we also then can maximize the production of fish. The problem I have, though, that we have the potential to produce even the feed. But current legislation prevents us. We can produce the highest quality of feed phosphate to the fish industry, but due to that origin determinants what we can use and not the quality, you need to have other sources for the fish production. Another thing out of energy perspective, the amount of energy that we can produce from the fish sludge, from the fish poo, from the Norwegian fish farms can power as much as 600,000 Swedish households. So a huge amount of energy. And then we're also developing a solution for both extracted nitrogen and phosphorus as well. So suddenly the fish farms become both future resource plants producing energy and again nitrogen and phosphorus. When I landed in New York, when I was there at the UN Water Conference, the first thing I did was I put on the CNN. And the first news that came on the news was that the Sargasso Sea are now creating huge algae blooms. And the problem for America, because I was in the US, was that this algae bloom was bigger than US is long. So it was a huge amount of algae that came into the shores of Florida. And for Americans, the problem was the smell and the odor, so they couldn't take a bath. And also, it was also toxic. The reason behind that was the amount of phosphorus and nitrogen that it now is emitted out in the Atlantic. So not even the Atlantic is big enough. And my main message at the UN Water Conference was that circularity will not just solve adaptation, it will also solve mitigation. We can produce resources that don't need to emit greenhouse gases. So it means that at the end, we can avoid need to move New York or Washington or big cities around the world. On Friday, we are inaugurating a new plant. It's the first plant in the world that will extract salts from after waste incineration. Do we need incineration? Well, incineration is a perfect method when you have toxic waste. And at the same time, you will extract the resources. And the resources that we can then extract with this first factory in the world are potassium, sodium, and calcium chloride. The CO2 emissions from this salt, if you compare to if I mine it from Belarus or Russia, is 90% lower. So the positive CO2 input is huge by using it over and over again. And this is the first time in the world that someone has succeeded to separate the salt. And the good thing, because I was here doing a speech or participating in a panel yesterday, was that the potential is that the leftover after we've taken out the salts has the potential to replace limestone in cement production. So then you go from 100% waste problematic to 100% resources that really will contribute with the contamination. The last example I would like to mention is our project in Estonia that use ashes from old incineration. It's more than 600 million tons of ashes that are laying around in Estonia. And here we will use CO2 as an input to produce, in this case, precipitated calcium carbonate. And one of our partners is Tarkett. In a meeting I had this morning with the EU Commission, when they now say we will have to set rules, a strategy, what kind of material that will be used. So hopefully in November, we will see a plan where they confirm that we can use CO2 going forward as well when we produce new products. And hopefully we have the first factory up and running by 2028. And that will not just have the potential to produce PCC or precipitated calcium carbonate that you need to have in plastics, you need to have it in floorings, you need to have a construction material, but also produce as much as 30% of what Europe needs when it comes to magnesium. The challenge is still, will this project be happening or not? Well, it depends if we can have CO2. We met with Frans Timmermans last year, and he was surprised that EU regulations was not there yet. And hopefully, we will have policymakers that make it happen. These are some examples of innovations that we have developed. All of them are connected to energy, but don't use energy. Instead, producing energy or minimize the need of energy somewhere else. Circularity will definitely save the reduction of CO2 equivalents. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Per, for your tireless and very inspiring work to find solutions to the major problems we're facing. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the continued work.
Thank you.
We are now moving on. Turning to Schneider Electric and 3 other large sustainability companies to discuss and also share inspiring examples of how they partner. We'll be hearing about Schneider Electricity 4.0 and the company's sustainability vision, as well as how the company drives measurable sustainability impact in scope 1 to 3. We'll be starting this off with a keynote from Valentin Monteiro, Head of Sustainability at Schneider Electric, to explain these initiatives. And Valentin is an engineer with a business focus and one of the figureheads of Schneider's push for sustainable initiatives. So Valentin, please join me and take a stand here at the table and fire away your keynote. You're very welcome. Give him a warm hand.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, and thank you everyone for having me on stage, both people in the room and people joining online. So I would like to start by a first introduction about what Schneider Electric is about from a sustainability angle, because that's a bit the topic of today and of the week. So you might or might not know us so well, but Schneider Electric is actually a global technology provider for energy management and industry automation, and we have been recognized over the past years for sustainability work that we started more than 15 years ago at a time when it was not as mainstream as it is today. And we are recognized as one of the most sustainable companies in the world. To give you an idea, we have collected a lot of awards during the past years. And one of them, there is different kind of sustainability ranking, but you might have heard about Corporate Knights. It's one of these, let's say, most, exhaustive awards we have on sustainability ranking. Every year, we assess about 8,000 billion-dollar companies. And it's every year a bit more challenging on reaching those KPIs. And basically, we have been on the list of the top 100 out of 8,000 for the past 10 years. And we were actually even the #1 in 2021, and still on the top 10 since then. So just to position us a little bit, that we are kind of very serious about sustainability. And why is it so? It's both because we can, of course, also lead our own transformation, like every company must do, and including our ecosystem in that. So we are trying to lead this way as a big industrial player in the world to transform the operation of the company. But also because of the nature of our business, as we are working with energy, and energy being, as you know, about 75% of the problem when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, we have a key role to play as a provider of energy management solution. So if I just give one example, because there is many aspects of sustainability we could talk about, but I've understood that this week we want to talk about climate. So when we talk about climate, what you see here is basically the result of an exercise that every company which is serious about sustainability must perform. This is basically a decarbonization roadmap for one company. And here you have the full kind of scope, when we talk about scope 1, 2, and 3 for the entire group of Schneider Electric, which in 2022 is about 61 million tons of CO2 for the entire company. To give you an idea, 61 million tons of CO2, it's more or less equivalent to the entire consumption-based emissions of a country like Sweden. 10.5 million people, the full country is roughly equivalent in terms of CO2 footprint as Schneider Electric as one big industrial company. But what is interesting as well here that you see on the right side of this slide is actually that thanks to the nature of our business and all the technology we can provide for energy management and efficiency, we are actually also part of the solutions for our customers, helping them to save and avoid emissions on their end. And we see that we do that for a bit more than 90 million tons of CO2 last year. So together with our customer, we are already kind of positive, if you will, from a climate impact point of view. And then what you see, without going too much into details, is basically how progressively in the next coming decades, we are going to become a carbon neutral and then a net zero company regarding the different scope 1, 2, and 3. As per a plan which, as you see at the bottom, has been validated by the Science Based Targets initiative. To give you an idea, today, there is only about 4,000 companies that have started to interact a bit to release some kind of plan with the Science Based Targets initiatives. And there is roughly 150 companies only in the world that have validated net zero targets and plan by the Science Based Targets initiative, and we are one of them. Now, just to give you a short overview of how we can actually help customers on their decarbonization journey, I like to start by reminding a little bit some order of magnitudes. So basically, very often I'm asking the question to customers or to the audience or when I meet people, how much CO2 is actually avoided when you save 1 kilowatt hour of electricity, when talking about energy, in Europe, for instance. And of course, this will vary a lot depending where you are in the energy mix of the country. From about 25 grams of CO2 if you're in a very decarbonized, let's say, country, like Sweden is, with a lot of renewable and nuclear power. And it could be up to more than 800 grams if in the opposite, you have a country very reliant on fossil fuels with coal or gas-fired power plants. Then another aspect we could look at is how much CO2 is avoided when you drive 1 kilometer less with the average car in Europe. And here it's roughly about 150 grams. Of course, it could depend which kind of car and so on, but just as an order of magnitude. And the last dimension we could look at is material products. Let's take plastic. We could have taken something else. How much do you avoid if you save the production of 100 grams of plastic? And here, taking a specific plastic that we have in some of our products for residential usage, it's roughly 600 grams. It could be much more depending on the components we are talking about. This is interesting, but so what? Actually, the so what is that the way to tackle these different questions is not the same type of solutions, at least not from our side at Schneider Electric. On the first one, it will be very much about energy efficiency and energy productivity. Basically, how can we leverage all the digital technologies and energy management technologies that Schneider can provide in order to maximize the efficiency and the productivity of our customers. And actually, this goes beyond just, let's say, hardware and digital technology. It's also including a lot of services, including some services that are focused on making a strategy, let's say, for companies, helping them to basically build the roadmap that you have seen before in terms of decarbonization. On the second piece, it's more about, okay, how can we avoid to drive in the first place, having less need for transportation for ourselves and for things, being more, let's say, leveraging digital services, remote operation, automation, and so on and so forth. And then, ultimately, when there is still need for transportation, how can we electrify this transportation thanks to EV charging infrastructure, e-mobility, and so on and so forth. And last but not least, we talked about it a bit before, but it's how can we reduce the footprint of every product that we need in our society around us. So by eco-designing the products, reducing actually the CO2 associated in every product that we need, especially also in our business for energy management and industry automation. And then making sure that we have a kind of a circular model to extend as much as possible the lifetime of these products, so that we are both minimizing their footprint and also extending their lifetime so that we minimize as much as possible the CO2 impact. And that's how we summarize, in fact, the mission of Schneider Electric to be kind of the digital partner for both sustainability and efficiency for our customers. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Valentin.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. Great, I'm getting new guests, wonderful. Jenny Larsson, Country President at Schneider Electric, and also with me I have Julien Genetier, Vice President Energy Division at Alfa Laval. And we're actually also having two guests here popping up on the wall on Zoom. Great to have you, Lars Shedin, Senior Advisor and Co-Founder of Echo Data Center. Great to have you.
Thank you.
It looks like you're all in Stockholm, but we understand by now that that's not the case. It's just the wonderful green screen backdrops that you have been sent. And also with us we have Kirsi Simola Laaksonen, your Chief Information Officer at Citycon Oy.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Did I pronounce that correctly?
You got it perfectly.
Excellent, excellent. My Finnish is not great, so just want to make sure. So Jenny, we're discussing energy today in a sustainability context. So you've listened in. What are your thoughts on this, energy connected to sustainability?
That is key, of course. I mean, just as we heard here from Valentin, and just as we heard from many others, I mean, we are really at an inflection point right now. We have a climate crisis going on, and we have an energy crisis. And at the same time, electrification and energy is really a key enabler to tackle the climate crisis. And this is, of course, something that we address a lot at our company. And we have looked also on the roadmap to 2050 and what we think is doable. And we look and we talk a lot about electricity 4.0, and I can just shortly explain what we mean with that. And it's about electrification being really an enabler of phasing out coal from a lot of the processes that we have today in transports and industry, etc., and in infrastructure. And then it's about digitalization, because digital is really the enabler to make efficient systems, to make the smartness out of this. So these two parts we combine to what we call electricity 4.0 as a key enabler for this.
So Jenny, if you would just point out briefly, what is really needed to get this done?
Well, today there is a lot of focus. If you look at energy connected to CO2 emissions, there's a lot of focus on the supply side and the transformation that is needed on the supply side, how we generate electricity, wind power, nuclear. We have debates on this topic, but we do not sufficiently address the demand side. And 45% of the emissions is on the supply side, but 55% is still on the demand side. So we need to address that. And it's both about then electrification, as I mentioned, to bring out the coal from the processes. So that stands for around 30%, and 25% being energy efficiency and energy optimization. So we want to see, and it has been raised also earlier on this stage, more focus also on that one. We must move faster, also on the demand side part.
In order to move faster, you work very much with your customers, and that's why we have great representation from your customers here on stage. So I'm turning now to you, Kirsi, here. How has the partnering with Schneider Electric driven your work when it comes to electrification, sustainability, and efficiency in general?
Well, first of all, I would like to point out that this is also a team effort, right? And that's why we are all here. We need to drive the change. And I like what I hear, what I've heard throughout the day. But how have we been approaching this? We have this urban hub called Lippulaiva in Espoo, near Helsinki. And we call it an urban hub because it's a shopping center with 150,000 square meters, 8 residential buildings, a fully integrated bus terminal, also metro station. So it's a transportation hub as well. And together with Schneider and a lot of other partners as well, Lippulaiva has some of the most advanced energy solutions in the world. And it's actually carbon neutral from day one in its operations. So that's what you can get when you work together. And just to give you a short glimpse, so we have geoenergy, we have solar panels, green roofs, just by choosing geoenergy over district heating, we are saving 1,230 tons of CO2 each year. So just to give you a rough number, we were talking about CO2 a minute ago. Also by doing things smartly, so monitoring, like you said earlier, Jenny, that monitor and gather the data and get the smartness into the systems, 335 additional tons of CO2 each year. And then we placed your eco-structure on top of all this thing. So that's an additional 14% of reduction. So we are operating 25% more efficiently in terms of energy consumption, and that energy is green. So that's what we can achieve when we do it together.
That's very impressive, and I assume that you can find more information about your work if you search on a search engine, if you want to learn more, or even contact you, because what you're doing is truly impressive and inspiring, maybe for other players in the field. So Lars, turning to you, what have you experienced in collaboration here in terms of sustainability and saving CO2?
Well, we chose Schneider Electric as a strategic supplier for EcoData Center from the very beginning when we got started in year 2017, because we realized that we share the same passion for everything related to sustainability. And today we are nominated, or actually awarded, as the most sustainable data center operator in the world. And I think that our industry is important in order to solve the climate crisis, because no one can deny any longer that there is an ongoing climate crisis. And these new modern challenges requires modern solutions. So what we are aiming to do now is to move as much capacity demand up to the Nordics, because everything that you can release from Central Europe and moving it up to the Nordics is a saving for the planet. We are talking about renewable power, we talk about nuclear power. I think that we need to be much more explicit going forward, because you will find renewable power that emits more than coal power production. So that is also something that people need to understand. And we're doing this together with Schneider Electric, because they are important for us in our technical installations. And then we calculate the emissions for our customers at our data center, so that we provide to our customers an emission report, full scope, to our customers on a monthly basis. So they can see that this is the number of grams emissions that we have caused doing all the computing up in Sweden. So that has been very much appreciated. It's going to be mandatory in the future, but thanks to our cooperations with strategic partners, we are able doing that already as per today. And fact is, the main emitter in our industry having renewable power in Sweden is still the power, because there is no such things as climate neutral power production.
Well, thank you for stating your point here, Julien. How has your collaborations already look like, and what have you gained?
Yeah, normally when we're sitting side by side, we talk about our solutions towards the same customers, because Schneider Electric is helping with energy efficiency on the electricity side, and we help customers with the heat side, like in the Eco Data Center, which is a good example. But here in this particular case, it was our own commitment as a company, walking the talk. We have our carbon neutrality program and journey, and we did, like Valentine has expressed, we did a thorough mapping of our scope 3. We've started to work on those. We were on stage last year to talk about that. But now focusing on scope 1 and 2, we needed a partner to help us to start monitor and map our consumption and identify energy efficiency opportunities. So we started in 2019. We have now 80% of our production that is connected to the Resource Advisor platform from Schneider Electric. We've run specific audits on 5 plants, which were the biggest consumers, and we've started to yield the benefit with a double-digit improvement in the energy intensity of our factories globally. So that's how our collaboration came around.
And a question to all three of you, any of you could actually jump in here. How is your collaboration here set sort of a pathway for, or roadmap for other businesses? Well, maybe I'll start with you, Lars, because there are lots of data centers here out in the world. So what roadmap do you think you could put forward here to inspire other players in the field when it comes to saving, well, reducing emissions as a baseline?
Well, first of all, in order to become and remain as a supplier to us and to our colleagues in this industry, I think that you need to provide a complete emission report, because it's going to be required. And I think that constantly discussing and challenging where can we actually find more efficient solutions. My industry tends to, I think that, I'm sorry guys now, but we tend to overinvest in security. We have very stable power production in Sweden. Perhaps we can find other solutions for less uptime and categorize the information. What's really requires 100% uptime, like driving license and patient journals, but cat movies and certain other parts doesn't have to have 100% uptime. And then we need to have more simple technical installations. That is not also causing that much emissions going forward. So I think that corporations, for instance, we can show our calculations is an open source. Anything our competitors can ask for it, and see where are the main emitters and what can we do in order to decrease them even further. So that's something that I think that the industry altogether should, and actually are doing. It is a lot of ongoing initiatives in our data center industry in order to find new ways in measuring emissions, but also in order to find new technical solutions for minimizing the environmental impact.
Thank you very much, Lars. You're nodding here, Kirsi. Maybe you don't have a cat, or you just like the ideas. So please add.
Yeah, I have to say that this is very heartwarming to hear this kind of thinking, because we definitely don't need 100% uptime on everything that we use. But I think that kind of gives me a nice segue to how we approach the whole dilemma, because the best climate action we can all do is the kilowatt hour that we don't use. So kind of that is the starting point that we have to kind of acknowledge. And of course, that means that we have to take a little bit of a hard look at our own patterns, that how we use electricity and energy in general. So just putting it out there. But then to the partnerships and how we push the roadmap, I think we are having a lot of discussions with different partners in different kind of life cycle moments and so forth. Maturities may be different in different industries and so forth. But the thing that we all have in common is the fact that metering and the data, that is where we need to start. If we don't know where we are, what consumes what, we can't make smart decisions how to start continuously and logically cutting down the consumption. And I think that's where we are now.
Thank you very much. Julian, would you like to add?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, Lars is working in an industry that is seen as very fast-paced innovation, and we are in discrete manufacturing, and maybe that is not seen as fast innovation pace industry type, but in reality it is, and there's a lot of possibility. So I think the partnership going forward is to continue to innovate, to bring new solutions from other part of the world. I think that's one main aspect. We've been also working a lot on our legacy installation, on how we improve existing plants. But when we build new plant, how do we make it right from the start? Because that we have this unique opportunity. So I see opportunities in both the legacy and the new installation, particularly the one that will be installed in more developing countries.
Thank you, Julian. And Jenny, listening to your customers here, what are your comments?
No, but I mean, I love these examples. I think they are great examples just on what we talked about earlier, the demand side, you know, addressing that. If we look at Sweden only, I mean, we need to double the capacity. We have an electricity need 2045, which will be probably twice what we have today. Of course, we need to invest in a lot of new electricity production and also in the grids, but we must really address energy efficiency and optimization and resource efficiency, because that's where the smartness is. I mean, so I think these are great examples of that.
So Jenny, adding to this energy efficiency challenge, because it is a challenge. So how do we address it so people and industry and politicians actually grasp that this is a fairly low-hanging fruit?
Yes, it is, exactly. But I think that it's quite complex, actually. And we as a technology company, we talk about that quite a lot, that we need to also explain and be good at sort of packaging and explaining what can be done so that politicians can take it on, so that we can have policymakers that can enable a demand and a movement on this. So I think that that's a responsibility that we take on also. And exemplifying it together with our customers is one way of doing it.
So sometimes companies are actually collaborating with what might be considered a competitor. So how do we address sort of the fine line here between opening up transparency, open source, and moving forward and being too afraid to sort of disclose what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, we heard the open source being mentioned. We have the same philosophy. Maybe not that many companies had that 5 years ago or 10 years ago. But I mean, now I think we are more and more really understand that that's the way forward, and open up, share examples, and then we all go for it. And that's how we get an acceleration, and we are winners out of it.
Thank you very much. Julian, what do you say about this?
I think most companies have realized that we will not solve this challenge alone. So there's no
big enough way. It's big enough for many companies to.
And it will be big enough for every company to take. So I think talking about how we do raise attention on energy efficiency. I think earlier we were on a group work and working group, and then we say we have to make it cool. It has to be cool to work with energy efficiency, and it has not to be confused with energy savings, where you sacrifice your standard of living or your production. Nowhere alpha about it. We will not work in reducing energy consumption by reducing our capacity. We need to improve the energy efficiency by improving our output and doing more with less. That's what it is about energy efficiency. So it is actually cool and it's smart.
Excellent. So Kirsi and Lars, how do we make energy efficiency cool and smart?
It is already.
Excellent answer.
I agree. I agree. There is so many good examples that it's easy to catch the interest for people and audience when you are measuring and you're giving some examples how what's actually power production like in Brazil, that the hydropower in Brazil is double the emissions than coal power production in Poland. It's
Oh, we lost Lars.
What do you mean?
Oh, we lost you for a second. Go on, continue.
Yeah, so I'm in the archipelago here now, so it's bad connections here. No, but I think that there is several of areas in where we can learn from each other. I'm referring quite a lot to RAP, like recycling, we have mentioned that, avoiding waste, and prolonging usage. For instance, prolonging usage of the service, our customer service. That is also something that we need to build into the concept of sustainability, not only focusing on carbon emissions.
Thank you, Lars. Kirsi, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think one thing that we have to always remember is the future generations. They already think this is cool. So we need to listen to them. And I think they have great ideas. And this is also a crucial part moving down the road, how we retain and attract the best talent to come and solve this topic together with us. So I think let's keep that in mind. The truth is somewhere in the younger generations. Also, we can learn from it.
Thank you, Kirsi. So, Jenny, I'll let you have the final say here. There are politicians in the audience, we know that, decision makers, and also watching. What would a call to action from your side be when it comes to energy efficiency? Because it's really what we're talking about here.
Yeah, first of all, to understand the potential, and then to really listen to the industry and take the dialogue, which, I mean, I see it already. We are in such dialogues, but I think that we can strengthen it even more so that we know that the technology and the solutions are there, the willingness is there, both locally and regionally. And when you talk about resource efficiency and optimization and energy efficiency, it's often a quite local topic, I mean, to make the most out of it. So I think that to listen, embrace it, and then take some actions. Because if we are to succeed with the large tasks that we have in front of us, I mean, we need to act now.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much, Jenny, Julian, Kirsi, and Lars, for sharing your insights. I'm going to wrap up this session now, but stay with us because we have more to come. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In this session, Reimagining Energy Solutions, we will explore how we can change our energy system as a whole, from innovation to changes in policy. We have 4 experts with us across a variety of sectors in the energy industry, all of whom are going to share how they're innovating with technology and energy systems. So to kick us off, we're going to hear from Sarwan Khan, Global Head of Digital Sustainability at BT, British Telecom. He's joining us from London, UK via Zoom. So let's see if he's with us. Yes, you are. Wonderful. So Sarwan, tell us a little bit about what you do at BT, and also let's hear about your green dashboard. I'm very curious to hear more about this, and it aims to help companies reduce their energy from networking and use more renewable energy. So you have our full attention.
Thank you, and hi there. Real privilege to be part of a very esteemed panel. Just before I start, in terms of BT, our purpose is to connect for good, and we have some underlying commitments to help our customers save on 60 million tons of CO2 by 2030 through digital products and services. The specific dashboard that you talked about there is very much centered around green IT. So many organizations, they treat the IT function as being invisible. So we see deployment of networks at scale, migration to cloud services, hosting virtualized services on public cloud environments. But very few CIOs and CTOs actually have visibility of the impact of the power consumption associated with the networking devices themselves, the servers that sit in some of these data center environments, as well as in the public sector, public hyperscaler environments as well. So very recently, we've launched the power monitoring tools and carbon monitoring tools to enable organizations understand the power consumption and energy consumption, as well as the carbon emissions associated with their IT environment. That goes all the way from their networking assets, such as their routers, access points, through to the data center environments and the IT equipment hosted there, such as the servers, and as well as that into their end devices. So in a lot of company examples, organizations have corporate mobile handsets, laptops, and tablets, and so on. So the aim is to bring transparency in terms of power consumption associated with these devices and equipment, and also help organizations make some informed decisions in terms of how to manage these for low carbon operations and for also increasing energy efficiency. So that's one aspect around the dashboards. Another area that we're trying to drive energy efficiency in is the built environment. So globally, buildings can account for 40% of all emissions. So we're looking at providing the design blueprint to securely connect buildings to the IT estate at scale in a way where we can collect data directly from the buildings, the heating, ventilation, and cooling, and then overlaying AI over the top to enable organizations to identify opportunities to improve efficiency. That could be based on occupancy, or it could be based on a number of external factors such as weather, temperature settings within the built environment as well. The third category we're focusing on is in industry. So this is around industrial processes and resource consumption, all contributing to an increase in energy usage. So we're working with a number of our big partners in this space, but specifically a startup called QIO, where we're able to deploy their AI capability deployed on BT's edge compute directly into these environments that sit within processes or with warehousing or with manufacturing sites. And through the QIO capability, we're able to ingest lots of data from a number of different sources. That could be directly from the energy sources within the customer premise, as well as the way the plant operators manage their processes and their materials and their resources, and provide recommendations back to them in terms of how to optimize their resources for energy efficiency. We've already deployed this capability into a number of different industries, all the way from steel manufacturing through to glass manufacturing. And we're also taking this capability into hospitals where they operate plant rooms and so on. And very finally, the final area is around electric vehicles. So we're starting to see many organizations make the switch to electric vehicles as a way of achieving their decarbonisation goals. But that in itself creates new challenges. How do you ensure you can balance the consumption for electric vehicle charging through the grid in a sustainable manner? And ultimately, that looks at the way you manage your fleet estate, what times you plug them in to optimize for renewable energy on the grid, but also for energy efficiency. And we've partnered again in this space with an organization called Geotab, where we're able to extract data directly from fleets and electric vehicles and provide recommendations back to the fleet managers in terms of how to optimize the way they run their fleets for both energy efficiency on the grid, but also for low carbon operations as well. So these are just some tangible examples in terms of how we're leveraging the capabilities of data and AI as a way of driving energy efficiency across a number of industry solutions.
Thank you very much, Sarvar. So what energy policies would need to be put in place to facilitate this, please?
Yeah, it's a great question. If we look at policy being a key part to an enabling environment, then it will create some new opportunities for energy solutions and energy efficiency on the back of that. If I take green IT as the base example, there is very little policy out there globally as we speak. So what is the impact of migrating your ICT services into the cloud, for example? There are no real policies that provide guidance to the public cloud providers in terms of how to operate their environment in an energy efficient way. Same with the data center environment. We see a lot of our customers grappling with decisions in terms of, is it actually energy efficient to keep their workloads and applications in a private data center as opposed to virtualizing and putting into a third-party environment like the public cloud? And I think policy has a big role to play here in terms of helping organizations make the right decisions, but also deploy energy efficiency solutions. If we move away from the green IT space, there's also a similar challenge in the built environment. So particular areas such as the UK, I feel, lag behind the EU. The EU recently launched the Green Deal, and under the Green Deal, there are some specific policies outlined in terms of increasing the energy efficiency of the built environment. So we've seen some really good practices at that level in the EU. We just need to replicate that at a global level.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Sarwar. Thank you. We're now moving on. Up next, we have Jesper Viré, and he's founder and CEO of NJ Systems. Jesper and his team have been creating new technology to reduce the energy consumption of restaurants and other hospitality businesses. Their new technology is able to recover excess heat from kitchens and then use it to heat up the restaurants, and thereby saving up to 90%. So Jesper, you're here with us and you have the floor. Give him a warm hand. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice
Fire
to be
away.
here. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much. I think it's extremely important to have this focus on the climate. Energy efficiency and specifically heat recovery has been around since the 1960s. So when it comes to environment where you have offices or your own houses and buildings, where you have clean air, you wouldn't build a house without recovering the energy. But still, there is an excess heat in Europe alone of almost 3,000 terawatt hours every year that's been sent out to the ambient air, wasted. That is almost 3,000 terawatt hours that's been produced. Hopefully it's been produced with renewable sources, but quite often it's not. But it's also someone who's paid for those terawatt hours. Quite much money being burned out to the ambient air. And 3,000 terawatt hours per year, that could actually power up most of Europe. That is how much we are wasting. And the reason why we waste it is because there's so many industries, factories, restaurants, as you mentioned, that has polluted airstreams. So it hasn't been possible to recover the energy in an efficient way because the pollutants are clogging up the traditional heat exchanger, and filter it out is not efficient enough and is costly, so it eats up the savings you are making. But that is until now. Because we at NJ, we have solved this with a heavy-duty heat exchanger that can recover all of this energy in a very efficient way without any filtration and without any running maintenance. So being able to sit in this hostile environment, recovering all that energy that's been wasted today, we can obviously save the ones who are paying the utility bills a lot of money, but also have a huge impact on the environment. Restaurant field alone, that is 500 megatons every year of potential saving. And that is restaurants alone. Because we also, you mentioned restaurants, and that is where we have started. We sell our products on 8 different markets today to the big fast food chains mainly. But we have also started in the industry. So in the food industry, in the laundry industry, in the polymer, rubber, painting. There are so many areas where the energy is being wasted today. And we need to remember that in the Paris Agreement, there are 2 bullets. It is energy efficiency and is renewable, in that order. In order for us to be able to reach the target, we need to do the energy efficiency. Otherwise, we will miss the target. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesper. Please take a seat on the couch.
Thank you.
You'll be joining us in the panel talk. Let's introduce our next speaker, Martin Edlund. Martin is Chief Executive Officer of Minesto, who have created a new technology to harness ocean energy from tidal streams. So Martin, join us and please tell us a bit more about this novel and fascinating technique. Applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Really good to be here to introduce our subsea dragons. Minesto, we are listed at Nasdaq First North since a few years back. We've invested around 100 million euros in providing and making a technology ready to harvest energy from the oceans. Renewable, sustainable energy from tidal and ocean currents. And I was hoping that you would see some of that action behind me here, but I think we lost it. What we do is that we use the kinetic energy of the ocean currents and the tidal currents. This is a completely untapped natural resource for mankind. And just with our technology, with the potential that we can see ahead of us, this will be on the same scale as all nuclear on Earth today. So I would say that what that natural resource can offer us with the help of our underwater dragons is a sustainable and significant contribution to a net zero energy mix. And I think we see here today, a day like this, that there are many areas where we need to improve, saving energy, sharing information to be more efficient, using different kinds of storage technologies and so forth. But at the core of a sustainable planet, we need to have, at the source of energy generation, of electricity production, we need to have sustainable, renewable solutions. And this is what we're doing. We have the technology operational, feeding electricity to the grid in the beautiful Faroe Islands in the middle of the Atlantic. And we are looking into several projects all around the world, not the least in Asia Pacific. And I think it's important to, today, a day like this, really have a global perspective. We say we don't have time, and sometimes we can focus on our sort of national perspective, our policies, and that we need to be sort of forerunners and in the forefront of changing things. If we take the area of Asia Pacific, where we can be a dominant energy source, it's an area today where brown coal, lignite is a dominant energy source. It's not the richest part of the world, which also means that energy transition needs to be affordable. So for us, this is a typical area of the world with 1 billion people where we can really make a huge impact with our systems. And what we do with the systems is that we use the lifting force on the wing that is tethered to the seabed in order to push the system in a trajectory of an 8. So we have a nice onboard control system that safely puts it in this trajectory. And on board, there is a power take-off system with a turbine and a gearbox and a generator. And then we feed the electricity through the tether, through the cable, to subsea cables and to shore. And we have developed and controlled the whole chain of technology to make this possible. And of course, it's not a matter of building single installations, it's a matter of building underwater parks with those solutions. And also really important in this is that we're talking about a technology in harmony with the marine life and nature, where we've, through years of studies, see that the avoidance patterns of everything alive down there is more than enough to keep them safe living in the environment next to our dragons. So it's a very friendly dragon in that respect. Ahead of us, we have really an exciting scale-up of the technology into megawatt scale and to get project investments in to the first underwater park in a strait in the Faroes called Hestfjord. And with this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. Before you take a seat, please, one question, because I'm sure people are curious. How big are they?
The ones that is flying and generating now has a 5-meter wingspan and a weight of 2 tons. The bigger one we're building is 12 meters and 20 tons.
Right, big dragons.
It's big, but it's the most lightweight renewable energy technology actually out there today per megawatt installed. So,
well, thank you very much. Take a seat, and we'll be joined by one more speaker.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Marina Sundman, Head of Utility at Solkompaniet, which means Sun Company in Swedish. Solkompaniet are experts in large-scale solar power built for Swedish conditions. So Marina, please join us. Welcome, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Wow, an honor to be here. I'm super happy. I'm here to talk about solar power in Sweden. Isn't it dark, like all the time? One might think that solar power doesn't work in Sweden. Long winters with little daylight. How could it work? Now, nothing could be more wrong. I ask you to reimagine this vision. In 2022, 55,000 new solar installations were made in Sweden. That's a double from the previous year. Most of these were made on rooftop villas. Still, these installations stand for less than 2% of the solar-powered electricity production in Sweden. And this is only the beginning. In Sweden, we consume about 140 terawatt-hours of electricity every year. That number has been the same for decades. But the electricity demand in Sweden is predicted to double in only a few decades. We will need more electricity production, a lot more. I want to share with you the potential of large-scale solar power in Sweden. At Solkompaniet, we want to fast-forward a power shift towards renewable electricity. That's why our claim to the market is to accelerate large-scale solar power projects, both on the rooftop and ground-mounted. In order to lead the transition, we need to dare to dream big. We are no longer talking about installed power of kilowatt, but mega and gigawatt. Together with my colleagues, we develop, design, and construct solar farms in Sweden. We know the Swedish conditions like the back of our hands, from soil profiles to grid connections and all in between. To energize your imagination of solar farms in Sweden, I will share with you 5 key drivers for large-scale solar farms. 1. Speed. Large-scale solar power is by far the fastest way to deploy new electricity production. 2. A complement. Solar and wind power has close to a perfect non-correlation regarding when the electricity is produced. When the sun is shining, there is usually no wind, and when the wind is blowing, most of the time there is no sun. Wind is more prominent during winter, while during the summer, the sun is of course more common. You all know that. When you combine the two with storage, then you have a perfect energy solution. I think we have number 3, land. We have a lot of land in Sweden, 40 million hectares of land. We only need a fragment of that land for solar. 4, biodiversity. Solar farms contribute to biodiversity. Solar power can also be combined with agriculture, which is called agrivoltaics. It keeps our landscapes open for meadows to thrive, creating an environment for pollinators to live in, which also makes it a place for birds to nest. And last but not least, number 5, profitability. Solar farms in Sweden are profitable for the landowner, for the investors, and for the owner of the solar farm. There are no subsidies, and it's commercially and economically viable with large-scale solar power in Sweden. So I ask you, buckle up. 30 terawatt hours by 2030. Get ready for the Swedish solar power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. Please take a seat in the sofa.
Thank you.
So, now we talked about the solutions, we need also to address the challenges. And I hope that Sarwar will be able to join us again on Zoom. We'll see if he shows up on the wall here. But let's start with you, Marina. What do you need to be able to scale this up?
I think what we mostly need is to open up the bottlenecks. We have a challenge when it comes to the permissions to allow us to build the really large-scale projects in Sweden. The technology is here, and we have the knowledge and competence of actually doing this, but we want to do it in a larger scale.
And when you say permissions, is it mostly on the ground-mounted?
The ground-mounted, yes, and also the grid connection.
I can imagine. And also on some roofs in terms of defense problematic situations, at least where I live in the south of Sweden.
That could be so
That could be so, yeah. So we have Sawa with us. Terrific. Great to have you back. So is there a mindset shift that needs to happen across businesses to really harness these technologies? You listened now to Minesto, to NJ and Solkompaniet. Do we need to shift our perspective when it comes to businesses?
Yes, I mean, there's probably two parts to this. The first one is around believing that everyone has a role to play, regardless of where you sit within your organization. So we've seen with many organizations, there are people who sit in certain functions who say, well, it's the responsibility of the sustainability team to deliver on energy efficiency and sustainability. But actually, in reality, it's the role of everyone who operates within an organization. So how do you become accountable and responsible for that? So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is, and I think we've heard it a little bit throughout today actually, is around open collaboration. And sometimes that does mean across the sectors that we all operate in, and specifically around data sharing, being transparent about what's working well, sharing results of trials, and then being able to act on that data. I think without changing the mindset on those two things, it's very difficult to drive energy efficiency at scale.
Well, thanks for pointing this out. And we have many listeners here today in the audience and also online. Yesterday I think we had 6 million viewers throughout the day. So you're really getting your message across here, all of you. So Jesper, what do you need in order for you to scale up for NJ?
Well, I think, business-wise, we could see all the opportunity, and we are basically chewing that off piece by piece. But I think when I heard the last panel talking about energy efficiency, how to, even though it is cool and sexy, it's not really in the public eye. Because if you look at, as I said, the Paris Agreement has two legs. One is renewable and one is energy efficiency. But it's very seldom talked about energy efficiency. And I think it is because everyone is a winner in energy efficiency. When it comes to renewable, there are usually enemies. There is someone to have an argument against. So energy efficiency doesn't really come up on the agenda to have a discussion about. So we're drowning a bit in the water, so have to fighting our way through. So that would help us a lot, of course, to be on at least on the top 5 of topics to discuss.
Well, thank you, Jesper, for pointing this out. And we talked more about energy efficiency in the previous session, as you stated. But you're in this field, so it's important to hear your voice about this too. So, Martin, what do you need in terms of policies here? Because you're really, probably can't say breaking ground because you're underwater, but this is really groundbreaking at any case, what you're doing. So in terms of policies and acceptance of your technology, what are the structural hinders here?
From a policy perspective, I think it's about speed. We don't have time. I mean, we've said that a few times today. And I think the policymakers need really to think hard about how can they facilitate new, innovative energy producing technologies to quicker get into large scale. It's a valley of death for new energy technologies because you need to prove it commercially at very large scale. So the first few projects will be more risky than we have time to wait for that to happen. And in this, it might be how we we deal with export credits, it's about permitting, it's about environmental impact assessments, and it's also about keeping some of the support systems that wind and solar benefited from in the earlier decades, also for the new complementary technologies. What we offer is base load, which means that when we talk about wind and solar being complementary, what we do is base load characteristic generation. So that will support the 100% net zero system tremendously. And I think that has to be added into how to speed things up.
Thank you very much, Martin. Mariana, you stated you addressed the subsidy topic before in your presentation. So, and Martin now says that maybe we need more support to be able to enforce more and put more solar and more wave power, or sorry, with tidal power to the market. So, what is your take on the need for more support in terms of tax reductions or subsidies?
I think it's important to state that this is a profitable business. So the subsidies, we don't see that need. I think what we need in terms of speed is that again, we don't have time to wait for the collaboration between authorities, because the solar power, the ground-mounted solar power and the roof-mounted solar power is making an entry into the power production in Sweden, and we are breaking grounds, as you just said, into an area where different authorities need to collaborate. We need to collaborate with the wind industry. We need to collaborate with landowners, with the energy authorities, etc. So I think this is what we're looking for: the collaboration and to speed up that collaboration.
Thank you, Marina. You wanted to add, Martin?
Yeah, just to say that we're not asking for more than what the more established technologies have. But what they had over decades would be also very wise to invest in the complementary technologies coming up. Otherwise, we will not reach 100%. That's our.
And we do still have subsidies to fossil fuel industries, so we know that for sure. Plenty of that is still in the loop. So Jesper, what is your take on this?
Yeah, for NJ's sake, I mean, subsidies is always helping driving something forward. But I mean, speaking from energy efficiency, that is the quickest, cheapest way to start, to save energy. A saved kilowatt hours is always better, however you produce another one. So I mean, you pay off a heat exchanger in less than a year with our technology. So we don't really need it. We would prefer to have the discussions to get it up on the surface, so people open up their eyes. I mean, we do have some help now. Maybe we are the only ones who are a bit happy with the rising energy prices, but that has opened up the eyes for excess heat. So I mean, obviously it's good with subsidies to help out, but they need to be used in the best possible way.
Thank you, Jesper. I'm turning now to Sarwar, because you have experience of looking at this from a sort of very many dimensions here. So if you address the question between subsidies or other types of support, or maybe no need for support, more need to cut the chase here and go directly to stronger collaboration and reducing permit time, for instance, for solar and also for tidal. What is your take here, Sarwar?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that can all form part of what I refer to as the enabling environment. But if we think about alongside subsidies where appropriate, if we have alongside that something which incentivizes decarbonisation technology, and that could be in the form of prioritized low interest rate support from financiers, or even access to the capital markets and being able to raise finance based on the decarbonisation potential. I think those would help create the right conditions for the technologies that are in scope today and the conversations we've had. So we've got to take a holistic approach to this. There's definitely an aspect of accelerating permit times and so on. There's a place for subsidies, but I definitely think there's a big role for financiers to play a role in this space and the capital markets as well.
Thank you, Sarvar. Final question to all three of you here. If we are to meet here 5 years from now, what is the state of your businesses and what has enabled it, the success? Because let's face it, it has to become a success by 5 years because we need all of your solutions, right? So Marina, in 5 years, what is Solkompaniet up to and what sort of granted the position you're in?
So in 5 years, we're installing 0.5 gigawatt of solar power in Sweden every year.
0.5 gigawatt?
Yes, and that's only Solkompaniet.
And just to translate that number to sort of a vision or an image for people that might not know how much that is.
So we would supply 10% of the total energy need in Sweden every year.
10% of the total energy need?
Yes, from solar power,
and
roofs and ground-mounted.
And ground-mounted solar.
Yes. And Stockholm would be a part of that. We would be the leader of that transition.
That's a fantastic vision. And Martin?
I'd say we're halfway into a 120 megawatt build out in the Faroe Islands to give them a 100% renewable energy system.
And you're starting already this journey in Faroe Islands. Yes. It's happening. It's almost flying, to speak dragon language. Thank you, Martin. And Jesper?
So I'm not going to give a number because we are just scratching the surface on the potential we can do. So it can be, hopefully it will be very much. But what we do is we take segment by segment, introducing it, starting now with the fast food chains and restaurants, hotels. And we just started, as I said before, with the industry. And the industry has so many different segments that we're starting. But obviously with limited resources right now, as a smaller company, we rather dig deep than broad where we stand. So basically we just gonna stay focused and keep to our mission and to be able to reduce the fossil CO2 footprints.
Excellent. I actually have one more question. It is about hope. Because sometimes it's heavy and dark to work with these topics because it's challenging in terms of all sorts of hinders that you account, and also just the news that we're receiving, the latest IPCC report, etc., etc. So what gets you up in the morning and makes you really just push to solve this, Martin?
Well, if you work with what we do, you get smitten by the dragon. So you're sort of it's. Not only for me, I mean, for a team of 60, 70 people. I mean, for some people are really motivated by this cool technology and giving it to the world. And I think that's the core driver in this, that you work with something that is challenging. And when you succeed with it, you really will be able to achieve something. We have our CTO from the oil and gas sector. He says that I need to switch from the dark side to work with this. And I need something to be able to tell my grandchildren that I'm proud of. So I think
excellent. Even more dragon language. Switch from the dark side. Well, let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Jesper.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pure joy of being part in creating something that could have an impact to the environment, to the future environment. And as you said, I mean, hopefully when I'm old in my rocking chair, I can think back and think that at least I was a part of something. But also, I mean, working with passionate people who loves doing it every day, that is a force that is hard to resist.
Thank you. Marina.
So I think for me, celebrating 1 year in this industry last week, I turned to the founders and the CEO of Solkompaniet, who has, with grit, for the past decade, worked to put us in this position, and a huge inspiration.
So it's not difficult for you to get up in the morning either.
It's not difficult for me at all.
Excellent. Well, we need all your power. So Sarvar, what brings you hope in facilitating this energy transition?
think it's the inspiration I've had on the panel today, and all the great stuff that's actually happening. You are delivering, right? So you are actively contributing to decarbonisation and creating the right environment for the next generation. So I think that's what gives me hope.
Wonderful, wonderful. So best of luck with your fantastic work. We have a few more minutes here to go, but I think it feels like we covered most of what we want to portray here. So if you want to learn more about your fantastic techniques, you're easy to find. And we also wish you, of course, the best of luck. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm now handing it over to my colleague Nick Nuttall. Great to see you again, Nick.
Good, nice to see you. I want to take your iPad as well,
Please,
Katarina.
go ahead.
Because the other one, the lovely thing about iPads and various products like that from Apple is they're really wonderful, but when their batteries start dying, you realize that actually if you want to get a new battery, you might as well just get a new iPad, which has to be absolutely absurd. Anyway, that's a side issue. Welcome back to the broadcast. Coming up, we have a fantastic session ahead of us. The background for our upcoming discussion is the recent 6th assessment report of the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, something we heard about at the opening today. It's become clear that while deep cuts in emissions are absolutely crucial to stand a chance of hitting the Paris Agreement's targets, we might well overshoot, and we need a big backup plan to keep an average global temperature rise no higher than 1.5 degrees centigrade. That's the best safety limit. So what can we do to solve this? One of the big ideas at play right now is generating negative emissions. In other words, solutions and technologies that can remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and either store it or reuse it. We're going to kick things off with Erik Rylander. He's the commercial director of carbon dioxide removal at Stockholm Exergis. I hope I said that right. I'm not really sure. We'll have to get you, Erik, to do that one. Erik, it's going to be great to see you, so come on down. For those watching at home from one of the more than 150 countries that's going to be viewing us and who may not know Stockholm Exergi, give us a heads up about your business and also give us a keynote. Thank you, Erik. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for the introduction. I will start with a few words about Stockholm XD for those of you who don't really know us. So Stockholm XD, we are a local energy company here in Stockholm, predominantly focusing on district heating, but now expanding our views a bit. We are to 50% owned by the city of Stockholm and to 50% owned by private pension funds. As of today, 99% of our production is based on renewable or recycled or, so to say, recovered energy sources. 1% still remaining for getting rid of some fossil content. But we are on a journey, and now we look to enter into the space of negative emissions. Actually, we have set a target to become the leading provider of negative emissions on the European scene, and we aim to do that by coming to the market with a full-scale BECCS facility starting production in 2026 here in Stockholm. So maybe at this point it would be reasonable to explain a bit what is BECCS. So BECCS stands for bioenergy, carbon capture and storage. And negative emissions are created in the way that the trees, as they grow, will absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere through the photosynthesis. We, as an energy company, we use biofuels, which is residues from the Swedish forest industry, as a fuel when we produce bioenergy. if we, in that process, when we incinerate the biofuels, the carbon dioxide that is released is the same carbon dioxide that was once absorbed by the trees as they grew. When that carbon dioxide is then captured and stored geologically, where it will stay for thousands of years, we have actually taken carbon out of the atmosphere and removed it permanently. So that is what is a negative emission. We have actually reduced the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And yet, which has already been highlighted, this is something that, in addition to the really big emission reductions we need to tackle the climate crisis, we also need to complement those with negative emissions. That has been highlighted by the IPCC, for example. So it's a complement. We will not solve the climate crisis by removals, but when we have done our reductions, we will find that there is a part of our emissions that we cannot avoid. So once the carbon budget, so to say, of the atmosphere, we have consumed the carbon budget that would take us to the 1.5 degree temperature increase, there is no room for no new carbon to be released. We need to remove at the same pace that we are releasing. And as there are processes today in our society that will continue to release carbon, for example, agriculture will continue to release carbon to the atmosphere. So we need to find ways to balance that once we have reached net zero, and that's what the removals are for. So I'm going to show you a brief movie, or a short movie on which we have produced in our company.
Negative emissions also need to be created to counter what cannot be reduced. Negative emissions reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and are a key factor if we are to succeed in reaching the 1.5 degree target in the Paris Agreement. This is why Stockholm Exergi is working to establish the first large-scale facility in Europe for bioenergy, with carbon dioxide capture and storage, BECCS. BECCS is a key technology for creating negative emissions. Thanks to its modern district heating system, Stockholm Exergi can combine BECCS with district heating, which allows for an energy-efficient process. Sweden has a long tradition of sustainable forestry and a well-established infrastructure for biofuels. The preconditions for BECCS are therefore very good. Stockholm Exergi is at the forefront of the development of BECCS and is a catalyst for creating an international market for negative emissions through carbon removal certificates, CRCs, that will be an important part of the financing of large-scale facilities. The company has been operating a research facility in Stockholm, while at the same time, work is underway to establish a large-scale facility. Once in place, it will be able to capture up to 800,000 tons of carbon dioxide each year. These are negative emissions that the society and the climate need.
So, negative emissions are necessary to reach the targets of the Paris Agreement. But how do we then get this industry off the ground? Because this is really a new industry, to the industry that produces negative emissions, technical negative emissions. The answer, we think, is trade. Corporations that have set ambitious climate targets and who want to claim net zero, they are in the need of purchasing, in most cases, negative emissions to neutralize the residual emissions they cannot reduce. So this is the last piece of the puzzle in order to be able to claim net zero, for example, by a science-based target standard. Also, negative emissions with permanent storage is really the only way we have to sort of reverse the tape. If we have an overshoot where the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere becomes too high to stay within the 1.5 degree boundary, we need to remove carbon from the atmosphere at a higher pace than we are emitting to get down back to 1.5 degrees. Negative emissions is the only solution. Also, trade in negative emissions is the only way to relieve the burden from taxpayers to having to pay for all this. We believe that negative emissions should be financed through a polluter pays principle, where the ones who cause the problems also pay for fixing the problems. This should not be something which is only falling on the taxpayers. Negative emissions, on the other hand, is actually an opportunity also for Sweden from a national economic perspective. In Sweden, we have a very great potential to generate negative emissions, actually much more negative emissions than we need to meet the Swedish climate targets. In 2045, Sweden is to be climate neutral by law. At that time, it is estimated that we will need in Sweden 3 to 10 million tons of negative emissions every year to counterbalance the emissions that we cannot avoid. The potential in Sweden, just looking at, thanks to the big forest industry we have here in Sweden and all the biogenic carbon dioxide point sources that are present, for example, in paper and pulp industry and in energy production, the potential in Sweden is to generate around 30 million tons of negative emissions every year. This makes negative emissions a potential export industry in Sweden, with a great potential also for our economy. And here I see some figures just when it comes to jobs and stuff, but this is really an opportunity. This is necessary for climate, but it's also an economic opportunity for Sweden, and we are in a position to contribute to other countries reaching their targets from being in a better position in this aspect. So we are looking to make our final investment decision for this project in the first quarter of next year. And that will allow us to go into production in 2026, the second half of 2026. There are quite a few challenges on the way, obviously. I mean, at this point, this is a new industry. The market rules are not really there yet. There is regulation missing, and many other things that need to come into place. But the good thing is that the politicians are aware, and we have all the attention we need. Here you see just a few examples. Up in the right-hand corner, we have Frans Timmermans with our CEO of Stockholm and the former mayor of Stockholm, when we received the Innovation Fund grant for this project from the European Commission. So that is one important part of our funding at this point. But we also have royals, politicians. You recognize them. So I believe that negative emissions in Sweden will be a success, and it is possible to go into the future with high hopes. Thank you.
Great, Eric. We're going to go on the sofa in a second, but just a couple of quick questions, seeing as we're still standing here. So for the audience out there, they may be aware of things like the voluntary carbon market, some companies offsetting the emissions that they can't currently manage down and out through, say, tree planting schemes in developing countries, other things like that. Is what you're talking about here part of that ecosystem or not part of that ecosystem? Or could it be part of that ecosystem? In other words, you alluded to the fact that right now the policy is lacking, and how quite this might be accounted, perhaps. So we have these other schemes out there which emerged out of the Paris Agreement, something called Article 6. It was agreed in Glasgow, I think, for a new kind of carbon market. So there is some kind of structure there, although, of course, that still needs refining as well. Where does it fit in this really grand scheme of different ideas?
Yeah, so first of all, we have the nations and all the climate targets of nations, which is framed in the Paris Agreement.
Yeah.
And eventual trading in between nations would be under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We believe that we need to look at this as two accounting systems. There is one for nations, and a single negative emission can only be counted by one country. On the other hand, there needs to also be a accounting system for corporations, where corporations that make these negative emissions happen will also be able to account them and to use them to reach their climate goals. And this is nothing strange. This is how positive or normal emissions work. You know, countries always aggregate what happens on their territory. So to have a country, to have a company, a corporation finance a negative emission happening, and then have that same negative emission being counted by the country where that corporation is operating, is just the way everything works today. So we think that should also be applied on negative emissions. So there is a bit of confusion around this, but the voluntary carbon market is very much about the companies, and then you have the Paris Agreement, which is something different.
Yeah. But in the end, if you create credits that you can trade for money, those credits could be sold within Sweden, or they could be sold beyond Sweden, and then there'd have to be some strong accounting measurements like, is Sweden claiming this negative emission, or is it the company that's bought the certificate? So there'll have to be some structure to this, yeah?
For sure. We cannot have double counting, but just like I said, we believe that double counting shall be looked upon in each accounting system. So, I mean, you have the accounting system for nations. There can never be two nations counting the same thing. There can never be two companies counting the same thing. But it's only natural that a company that is having its operation inside a country, the territory of a country, the negative emissions that they pay for to have produced can also be counted by that country because it happens on the territory.
Got you. Good. No, I think that's important for anybody that knows about the carbon markets. It's a new part of this landscape, and I think that it's worth just understanding that, so that we can see about the potential now, rather than actually worrying about the counting rules, because they'd have to come at some moment. Just briefly, how has this? Because it sounds very interesting indeed, and it's clearly going to be something that probably, almost certainly, the world is going to need in some shape or form, is negative emissions. So how are governments taking this? How are customers potentially taking this, because you supply energy as well, and the public? Are the public aware of this? But mainly the government, how are they taking it?
I think when it comes to the Swedish government, they are very positive to this happening. I mean, the Swedish climate targets cannot be reached without projects like this one and others coming. So they are very positive. They are still a bit confused on this accounting matters that you just mentioned. We surely hope that this will end up in a favorable position where we are able to build this industry, because with the wrong political decisions, we may end up in a situation where the financing of these projects are delayed for many years because we make bad choices.
Yeah. And we don't have time.
We don't have time.
Okay, good. Let's move to the sofa, and then let's invite some other friends up on stage. Eric, it's like EasyJet here. It's sort of free seating. Ryanair. Maybe we shouldn't use aviation as an analogy, but
maybe not the climate compensated one.
It's an eco-friendly electric bus seating, free seating here. So we have with us Emily Orlander, who's Climate Action Programme Manager with Ericsson, the multinational information and communications technology company. And we have Vanessa Butani, who's Vice President of Sustainability at Electrolux, the multinational home appliance manufacturer. There we go, I have all multinationals here today. And maybe one day even Stockholm Exergy will be a multinational in terms of negative emissions. That's great. Let's have a little chat about this with you, Emily and Vanessa. And look, you work for companies that have pretty high ambitions to meet the highest targets of the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degree pathway, and these are enshrined in your science-based targets under the Science Based Targets Initiative, which is part of the United Nations Race to Zero. Firstly, can you tell the audience briefly how this journey is going? I don't want to spend too much lot, because I know you're doing great, so we just want to make sure that you still are doing great. Emily, how is it going with your 1.5?
It goes well. We actually achieved our first science-based targets between 2016 and 2022. So we already achieved them. So now we are on the journey of setting official net zero targets within science-based target as well. But I think, really achieving that the first 5 years is amazing. But now we need to expand, go full head on the net zero, so we also can start with some negative emissions.
Okay. And Electrolux, are you on track?
We are on track. Actually, we're a little bit ahead of track. So we had our science-based targets set to 2025, and we reached those last year, so 3 years ahead of time for our Scope 1 and 2, as well as our Scope 3 targets. So very happy about that. Of course, there's lots of hard work that goes into doing that. But and now we're, of course, looking at the next step to continue to push ourselves, because we see the impact also, of having targets in place helps us to continue to push ourselves to improve.
And just reminding everybody that Scope 1 and 2 are your own operations, like your buildings and stuff like that, or maybe, if you travel somewhere, and your products. And then Scope 3 is your supply chain, providing the stuff to make your products.
For us Scope 2 for sure, our own operations, our production facilities, but Scope 3 is our products in use, right? So we sell 66 million products every year to consumers in their homes. So when those are used every single day, that's where our Scope 3, and that's where our big emissions comes in. Okay.
Now, I think it's worth always mentioning what Scope 1, 2, and 3 are, because I think even I sometimes go, what are those again? So let me ask you a little bit, because, you're here actually because, in a sense, you're two companies that have clearly been thinking a little bit about what is happening with Stockholm Exergy in terms of this negative emissions story. And negative emissions, again, is a relatively new concept for even well-informed people, because it's actually speaking to a reality that nobody really wanted to talk about in the past, which was maybe we don't meet the goals of the Paris Agreement on time by just basically cutting our emissions very deeply. But this is the reality that we find ourselves in right now. What potentially are they doing that could be of interest to a company like Electrolux or Ericsson? Please, if you can just expand a little bit on that.
Do you want to go? No, you can go.
Okay. Thanks. First and foremost, we're obviously looking at our own emissions and our own operations and how we can really, really reduce those, right? Then, of course, there is, we have our targets, right? We want to get to neutral within our own operations by 2030, and we want to get for the entire value chain by 2050, right? So in order to do that, we need to have probably help to do so. So the first bit, I think, is definitely looking at heating and cooling in all of our buildings, right? And if we can have a certified neutral product to help us do that, of course, that helps us along the way. And then by 2050, it's a long way off, right? And we have a big value chain, we have many suppliers, and of course, it's about the consumers using our products as well. So we are working as hard as we can, but we may need to rely on a solution that will help us get the last bit on the way.
And it may well be, because on previous programs we've talked about how climate change has brought some rather unusual relationships between companies and supply chains that maybe didn't exist previously, because you need your supply chains, the companies in your supply chains, to decarbonize what they're doing so that you can meet your targets, and in a sense vice versa. But if they don't all play ball down these long supply chains, you may find at a certain moment that you need some help. Help! And you're picking up the phone to Stockholm Exergy and saying, you've got negative emissions, I need some of those right now to help me get out of this tight spot. So it's kind of interesting. Emily, what about the Ericsson?
Yeah, so we actually, our major goal is to be net zero in the value chain by 2040, but then we also set our goal to be net zero in our own activities by 2030. And that is our scope 1 and 2, so our fleet facilities, but then also business travel and commuting, that we felt that this is our direct emission, we can actually attribute them and do something more about it, following the net zero concept of really looking at the emissions. But we know, business travel, we will not be able to go towards zero. So then we will need, even faster than the 2040 agenda, negative emissions to help with that. And I think by doing that, even before the whole value chain net zero by 2040, we can also help the industry to create the technologies, because BECCS and negative emission is one solution, but it needs to scale widely. Exactly. Also now when we saw that new IPCC report, it's really crucial that we look at those technologies and scale them, and then they need finance. We need to start now. So I think putting goals out now even further than the whole net zero value chain with the negative emissions that we know are the correct way. If you emit fossil fuel emissions, then you can maybe have some other type of negative removals if you have, for example, biogenic emissions. But I think for us it's really important what you do, and we have discussed many times about this.
Emily, I was going to say, I think you raise a good point as well, like that we can support in the growth that can help beyond just our own operations, right? And how we can encourage and help out the others that perhaps haven't been able to come as far as we have.
Exactly, and the accountability, as you said as well during your speech, it's really important that we get this thing going. So, yeah.
So, it's a short session, this. We've only got 30 minutes. So, we've only got 5 minutes, 14 seconds right now. But we wanted to come a little bit back to you, Eric, because, so it's clear that carbon dioxide removal, zero-emission technologies and systems are, well, I hate to say, almost certainly going to be needed over I've written here long term, but it might even be the medium term, who knows. But I suppose the question is, if that's the case, we can't just kind of wait until we're in total crisis and we're overshooting massively the Paris Agreement safety goals. In theory, I suppose we should be investing in these technologies ahead, in a sense, rather than just waiting for another crisis to come around the corner, because if we wait, it might be too late. Yeah. So that's an issue, and it's not just an issue engaging you, it's clearly engaging others. It's also engaging these organizations that we're all now relying upon to kind of hold everybody accountable for their emission reduction strategies. So I'm referring to the Science Based Targets Initiative, which many people may have heard of. And actually, it's engaging them because they're now developing guidance to companies on what they call beyond value chain mitigation. Okay, it's a bit geeky, sorry guys, but that's what they call it. The full guidance is expected later in the year. So Eric, at Stockholm Exergy, you have a target to reach a final investment decision within a year, that's correct, for this BECCS project, this big project. What could be the implications of this new guidance from the Science Based Targets Initiative for your ambition? Because in a sense, it's a new area, and in a sense, new areas need somebody out there, sort of independent, to say, okay, this is worth going for, right? So that the rest of the ecosystem in the world can say, okay, somebody that's reliable has said it's okay. So I think, what are the implications of this guidance for what you want to do? And secondly, what could it mean in terms of your then investment plans? Because this thing's not going to come cheap, is it? So yeah, these are really the two difficult questions, I think.
Yeah, I think the Science-Based Targets Initiative is very important for us because, it sets the standards for what are you supposed to do in order to be in compliance with the Paris Agreement.
Oh.
And as science-based targets, when they include negative emissions in their standard and what is expected from companies to counterbalance their residual emissions, they create the market for negative emissions. So that's the most important role they play at this point for us, that they are creating the market. They are demanding that companies that want to claim net zero, they need to neutralize the residual emissions by permanent negative emissions, which is represented, for example, by BECCS. So I would say that is the most important part. Then it also, as different companies have different ambitions and when they are to reach net zero, and also the fact that this industry will not come around in a day. I mean, we need time to scale this industry to the volumes needed in accordance with, to meet the Paris Agreement in general and a 1.5 degree target. So, I mean, our project is one of the first in the world. We need many, many more. So we need a market that also starts demanding these negative emissions now. Because, I mean, we cannot, if everybody waits until 2050, there will be no time to scale the industry, and there will be not enough negative emissions by then. So these two roles, to really create the market and make sure that it starts developing already now, that is what we need science-based targets for our investment.
I think it's creating the market, but also giving the assurance to companies like us that, yes, this is the right thing to do, this is a good thing to do, so that we also can sort of dare to do it, right? Because we also have to prioritize and make our own decisions, right?
Yeah, so, for sure.
Yeah, the old days of, my word is my bond no longer quite applies like it used to in the City of London years and years and years ago. You need certainty that the established, not certification agencies, but you know what I mean, the kind of respectable organizations that everybody looks to approve something as being okay, have done it so that you can all join in, then because you feel safer, right? And that makes a lot of sense. Okay, how much is it going to cost? And when are we going to see it up and running?
Well, we are, as I said, one of the first projects. I suppose that is why we got the grant from the Innovation Fund as well. That is a lot of money that we're getting from them, but I think that's, how much extra our project will cost just because we are the first one. Yep. But we expect to need revenues in the range of 200 to 300 euros per ton stored. And when it comes to the companies that we are now negotiating offtake contracts with, we are hoping that some of that money would come from the Swedish government, because there is a subsidy program in the making. There is 36 billion Swedish crowns in the budget, in the state budget, in the period between 2026 and 2046 to subsidize this industry. So we hope that of those 200 to 300 euros, we don't have to charge the companies all that money for each ton, but a substantial part.
Yeah.
To make sure it's additional.
What you really need is governments to get really serious about their emission reductions so that they pump up the price of carbon, and the polluters who really produce the carbon, that the price of carbon, which has been, I don't know, what is it now? Is it 80 euros, 90 euros, 70 euros, 20 euros? I can't remember, but it's well below 100.
Yeah. Sure.
And we all know that loads of cool technologies start happening over 100. Maybe in your case, initially it's a bit more. And this was an issue that was brought up by Steve Waygood of Viva Investors yesterday, who basically said, how can it be that basically the finance sector is still pricing in investments in fossil fuels and renewables? They're playing both ends of the market because they're still not sure the governments are serious about meeting their carbon targets. And this gets back to the very heart of the debate, because if we had a right good price on carbon, because everyone was sure the governments were going to go for their targets, then you would be, wouldn't say laughing, that's probably a very British phrase, but you'd be laughing to the bank, but it would be, give you a much faster running chance to get this thing up and running. You don't have to comment on what I'm saying. It's more my irritation with governments, and maybe you don't want to say it. But,
but also the companies will then go in and actually finance it.
Yeah, of course they would. And the private sector is going to finance it because they know that's the direction of travel, that the governments are going for ever tighter rules on carbon prices.
And it would give a better business case if you would actually have the cost of fossil fuels, as you talk about, the subsidies we have for that, then it's a climate cost that is not visible.
Yeah.
And then the business case, of course, it's expensive, but if you actually would pay what fossil fuels will emit, the business case will be more positive.
Carbon take-back obligation.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think what you really need to highlight in this context is that, we are not putting this industry on the ground to, take the burden of those who need to reduce their emissions.
Yep.
So I mean, reductions is one thing, and we need to have clear targets. This is also in science-based targets. You set targets for your reductions of your emissions, and at the same time, you need to phase in the removals in order to, at the end, reach a point where you can neutralize the residual of your emissions with removals.
Yep.
So we cannot afford to end up in a situation where companies buy removals instead of reducing their emissions, because we can never produce that much removals that we have emissions today.
Yep.
And I think it's the whole change in the industry that needs to happen.
Absolutely.
Right? Which, as I said first, like we've got processes still, I mean, in our manufacturing that we need to change those.
Exactly.
They cannot continue the way they are. So then, like you're saying, you cannot just say, oh, then you can just buy the negative emission, then you'll be fine.
Exactly.
Right?
And at the
can't do
end,
that.
the marginal abatement cost for the last, carbon molecules coming out of your business, that is already very high, much higher than these 200 to 300 euros. So when you have done your removals or your reductions, then you are in a position where this makes sense.
Right, I've got to wrap it up here. This is not the end of the story, but it was a very interesting discussion because we're illuminating a very new part of the climate story. And I think it was well worth just going slightly over on that 30 minutes, but we have gone over. I have people in my ear saying, Arrivederci Roma. And so it's time for us all to go. But thank you so much for all being here. That's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to start with a keynote from Scania about how the transport industry is necessary for our economy to operate. Yet it's totally dependent on climate-harming supply chains and energy sources. How does this need to change for us to create a sustainable green transportation industry? Starting us off is Gustav Sundell, a member of Scania's executive board and heading Mobility Solutions, which is a unit formed in 2021 with a purpose to capture market opportunities in the future transport ecosystem. And Gustav's contributions in making Scania equipped for evolving ecosystems have indeed been great. So it's wonderful to have him here. Please give him a warm hand, Gustav Sundell.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Thank
you very much. Hi.
You have our full attention.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. As I said, then I'm Gustav Sundell. Thank you very much for having me here today. I thought since it's 6 p.m. here Swedish time, I thought I'd take the opportunity to do what we Swedes do at 6 p.m. We talk about our day. So the day then today, what happened? See if I can get this clicker to work and see if I can show you a little bit of that. Oh, yeah, there we go. So we had fish yesterday. Gave me an urge this morning to get the garbage out, so I did. After that, we're running a bit late. Actually drove my 2 daughters to school today. After that, heading into the office, several meetings. At 10 o'clock, I had some time to run through some emails, do a couple of calls. 12 o'clock, got a bit of a favorite, got to lunch. After that, meetings continued, and at 3 o'clock, coffee break. And why am I telling you about this? Because it's quite an ordinary day, right? It's basically because all of this has been made possible thanks to transport. Everything we eat, we wear, or we use has been transported by a truck. Even the car I took this morning being late, all the parts that made that car and also getting the car to me, done by truck. So basically, transport moves our world. And the need for transporting both people and goods has been there for forever. And it's been a development that's been happening over thousands of years in making that transportation more efficient. Over the last 100 years, however, the efficiency has just completely skyrocketed. And that has also contributed to making societies prosper. It's been a really important part of that. But, as I think all of you here are very much aware of, it's come with a great cost as well. We've seen emissions go up in the same pace. And I think that where we're standing right now, where we've had thousands of years of development of getting transportation to where it is today, we now only have a few decades to bring it down to a zero when it comes to the footprint from that transportation. And the cool thing about that, because that's a huge challenge, is that it's actually possible. Scania then. At Scania, we have made it our purpose to drive the shift towards a sustainable transport system. We've made it to our reason to exist. And I think that understanding that you're a part of a problem, because we do understand that we're a part of a problem, obviously, makes it also important to be a part of the solution. And we categorize it, if we're capable of leading this transformation, we believe that we will come out as a winner. If we're able to manage it, we think we might survive. But if we would resist it, we think that this company, which is more than 120 years, will cease to exist. And with that conviction, we quite early, we were first in our industry then, you talked about science-based targets here just before me coming in. We were first in our industry to set out these science-based targets, to create sort of guardrails for our operations. And we have two. One is then a 50% reduction from our own operations, Scope 1 and Scope 2. And the second one is a 20% reduction from the use of our vehicles. And I think what is noticeable here is that we've set them very short term. 2025, that marks the urgency, it needs to happen now, but also it creates an accountability. So I'm not now a part of the executive board. I'll be around 2025. I'll see if we can make it happen or not. I think that's an important part of it. Let's start off with looking into then our own operations and what we do. We've addressed it in a threefold manner. So first part is then, it's a waste hunt basically. We believe today that we have 20 to 40% of the energy that we use that is not really generating any customer value. And obviously that has to go. Second part is that we continuously invest in machinery and in system to replace what we have today with more energy efficient systems and machineries. And thirdly, we're replacing fossil energy with renewable energy all across the globe, both in our industrial systems, where we're already done, so tick box, and also in our commercial system throughout the world. When it comes to then the 20% target, I mean, that is a really tough target within this time frame, to be clear, because that is actually before electrification has really taken off in the market. And this is a target that we need to address quite widely. If we want to stay on that path already by 2025, we need to work also with a conventional powertrain and chassis. Because there is no doubt that the future is electric, but I mean, we need to sort it out also here and now. So, and looking at what we can do with the conventional powertrain, it's actually quite remarkable. We can bring down fuel consumption and hence also CO2 by up to 10% by working with driver coaching. We can work with renewable fuels where possible and bring it down by 90%. We can also work with specification, looking at things like tires, side skirts, aerodynamics, and bring it down some 8 to 9%. That's quite impressive what we have, doing that's easy to do here and now. This target is tricky. We are not on track on this target. We're working really hard to get back on track on this target. And I'd like to take this opportunity also to urge transportation companies and transport buyers to see not only the ramp up of electrification, but also see what we can do here and now, because the tools are there. They're actually quite easy to use. We've done our calculations and we can get back on the right side of where science tells us that we actually need to be, but we need to do that together. Going forward, however, the future is absolutely about electrification. And this year for us, 2023, is really a year for the history books. This is when we launch our heavy regional haulage products, and that's where we start to address sort of really volume in market. And these products then, they can bring down CO2 by 90%, also using green electricity over the life cycle in comparison then towards a diesel truck. And at Scania, we have a brand promise to be premium. And premium when it comes to electrified vehicles, that means being sustainable. And as you can see on the picture here behind me, we had the honor of today then showing what we at Scania together with Northvolt we have developed, which is a battery cell, which is not only in terms of performance world-class, but also in terms of the climate impact, really unique on its low impact. In terms of performance, we can run this cell for 1.5 million kilometers. And that's equivalent to the life length of a truck. It's pretty awesome. At the same time, the footprint, the carbon dioxide footprint from this product is about 1/3 of the global average. So that to us marks that we have a premium. This autumn, this will be assembled in our new battery factory in Södertälje and then put into these vehicles that we're ramping up towards the regional haulage. And we're really right now in the beginning of that S-curve on electrification. It's super interesting times. We're seeing order intake picking up. We're seeing pre-orders on these vehicles far above our expectations. And we are seeing that by 2030, 50% of our sales will be electric. And that, of course, means that our footprint changes. Today, the use phase is really the majority of where we have our footprint. But looking forward, of course, we won't have the exhaust pipe. So that means that the production phase will be much more important. We've identified 4 areas that together make up 80% of our CO2 footprint. And we have then set targets for 2030 to have 100% green purchasing on all of these 4 areas. And that kind of commitment, of course, enables our suppliers and partners to make investments already here and now to make sure that we can jointly reach these targets. Because that's really what it's about. I mean, no one will be able to do this shift by themselves. It's about doing it together, jointly. And I've been talking about customers and about suppliers and transport companies, but there are, of course, several other really important players in this. There's green energy providers, there's infrastructure partners. The important thing is that the entire chain needs to move jointly for this to work. And there, of course, comes public policy, and at the end of the day, they need to be a part of paving this way as well. Because when this starts taking off, and it will, because the vehicles are here, we need green energy, we need grid capacity, and we need charging infrastructure. Also, we need to incentivize the whole chain. There was a really good discussion in the panel before I came in when we were talking about carbon pricing. Fantastic. That's exactly what we would like to see as well. Good carbon pricing towards our industry. We have, at Scania, we have 57,000 employees with unique knowledge and really a will, a heart and soul, to make sure that we can have a zero-emission transport in the future. And it's my conviction that these are the minds, these are the people that are actually going to make that a reality. Because this shift, it starts and it ends with people. And I have the honor today to represent these 57,000 people that I know really want to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Gustav. Please take a seat in the sofa because there will be a panel now, so you can choose any.
Can I bring this beauty?
Yep, please bring the
Thanks.
beauty. So I'm being joined by some lovely guests. Vanessa Butani, you were just up here and you just had a little bit of a break. You are Vice President of Group Sustainability at Electrolux, for those of you who weren't joining in before the previous session. And also from Northvolt with this beauty here. Well, your beauty too, but the battery. Sara Elfsson, Senior Director at Northvolt. Yes, it's a fantastic innovation. We'll talk more about this.
Thank you.
And with us on Zoom, we have Mindaugas Pasilauskas, who is CEO of Greta Europe West. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, perfectly.
Excellent. And you're with us with on Zoom here on the wall here. So, Gustav, even if you went first, I'd like to start with you first here with a follow-up question. How do we transform the system to keep enabling this progress? Because you have really kickstarted and driven change here. So how do we transform the entire system? What is needed? You mentioned policies at the end here.
Yeah.
What would you like to put forward as the key drivers here for change?
I mean, it's super tricky because it's the entire chain needs to move at once, right? But I think when it comes to what we want to achieve with the policies, basically price parity. If you can have price parity, the choice is quite simple. And if you're standing as a transport buyer and you can get price parity on it, and that's why I think tools such as carbon pricing, for instance, are really, really good, because then they actually put the price on the problem, and then you get towards the parity that we need.
Mm-hmm. Vanessa, you have a perspective, of course, of the buyer of the trucks, and what are the expectations here from your side of this transition?
Absolutely, I think it's nice to see actually where your customer's customer, right? You've got the
customer's
chain
customer
here, right?
That's a good way.
And our expectation is, I mean, we want to halve our emissions from transports, right? So we are going to be asking you to be helping us to do that, and they're going to be asking you to do that, right? So we have our own targets that we want. We deliver, as I said, 60 million products every year that go from our factories to the retailer out to people's homes. So we have a big impact there too. And it's really important for us to be able to address that.
Vanessa, Electrolux recently stated that you are reaching your targets ahead of time. So what are the success factors here, please?
I think, Gustav, I mean, you talked about the people. Obviously, it's the commitment of the people. But doing it, I think, in addition with things like having the data, so knowing what we're looking at and understanding where are we and where do we need to get to. And then, of course, setting targets for that and following up. So science-based targets helps us kind of as an external perspective to make sure that we push ourselves. We've also set our long-term incentives, so our bonus program for our managers. And we've now included transports in that as well. And we see that as soon as we start setting the targets that way, following up like this, and getting the incentives on it, then that's where people go, right? So it's very powerful, and it's exciting to be able to move those kinds of things. When it comes to our Scope 3 emissions, those are big ones, obviously, with our products in use. Again, it's target setting, and it's communicating about how can we reduce the energy use in the products all the time. How can we get consumers to use those in a better way also.
Well, thank you, Vanessa. It's inspiring to hear. Also very inspiring, of course, is the battery production here and the aim that you have of creating the world's largest, maybe not the largest, but greenest battery. So Sara, tell us about this process.
Well, I think it's really a mission-driven company, and everybody in Northvolt really believes in this. So we do that on multiple ways. One of the things is we carefully select the location of our sites where there are excess of a lot of fossil-free electricity, like in Skellefteå, where this is produced. The other one is that you said, checking target traceability. This is also really important, selecting our supply chain. We work a lot with vertical integration. We also produce our own cathode material where we can have the recycled material coming in, also to make sure the CO2 footprint, and also reusing sort of the metals that are so valuable, both of supply but sustainability and cost also.
So the recycling and the circularity, of course, this is key, and many people are curious to this aspect of electrification. So is there anything else you could add to this? Because it's really, it's sort of a field that is underdeveloped, and you're really pushing for change here?
I mean, recycling, part of that normally of recycling maybe cans or bottles, right? But these are really rare minerals. Northvolt has a business unit called Revolt, and that is really a key part of our business proposal. So Revolt today, together with the automotive teams, also work really closely with all the OEMs to collect recalls all over, and also looking at factory waste, but also looking at how can we find collection points, work with companies like Scania. How do we find the end of life? I know today there's not so much end of life, and hopefully, you know, the trucks for Scania will go on for a very long time. But in the end, have a thought of how to collect this initially, you know, and also putting this value that are in these cells, which are high, into a circular business model. So we incentivize the whole market to return things that are not used, and then also make sure that if we work really closely with companies like Scania, we are then in a closed loop. And in this way, we can protect that the material of an old cell comes to a new one, but also we can, you know, in the battery regulation, there also recycled material will be a rare assets going forward because the ramp is so steep. So with that, you also can make sure that with these collaboration and the circular loop, you put the sort of, you close this and make sure that this is also enables to the new ones. And in addition to that, I mean, we're all very dependent on exchange, like LME, the metal, how that are fluctuating. With this also, we can make a commercially more stable setup, which I thought also in the end will probably be beneficial for your end customer.
Very much. I mean, this is really going to be key. And I think that by working with partners such as yourselves in Northvolt and having sort of the drive from the Electroluxes of the world, that's really what's going to be key. And I think in the end, we're going to see a circular setup where we have a network of partnerships that enable that.
Yeah, I agree.
So thank you. Turning to Mindaugas, your company is one of the largest transportation companies in Europe. So how is your focus on decarbonisation, please?
Well, for sure, several of the things Gustav already mentioned, and I divide that into two parts. So something we need to do on the fleet we have today with combustion engines, and for sure we spend a lot of time in training the employees how they need to drive in the economy way, that we would have the fuel consumption in the norms, that we would see it decreasing. For sure, we spend a lot of time in creating tools for zero empty mileage. So we use artificial intelligence, which is very popular in today's world. We also try to buy the most efficient products on the market. So this means trucks, as Gustav mentioned, tires, and other equipment. The second thing is that we also understand that we are in a period where the technology is changing a lot. This means that the industry is changing a lot. And we as a company, we want to be a pioneer here. We want to do a big scale of transformation because we also understand that there are a lot of things to be learned, not only in buying the vehicle, but also in terms of how the operations will be happening, how all the industry will be looking like in upcoming 10 years.
Thank you. You recently launched a collaboration with Scania. Could you please tell us a bit about this?
Yeah, so it was already mentioned that it's a great product coming up, and we believe in the product. For sure, everybody heard about the scale, and we as a company will look into the long term about this cooperation. And in today's situation, we spend a lot of time educating the market because some of the companies have a different understanding of how the vehicle is working. So this is a lot of things that we need to explain, how it is different now, how the technology will be evolving. And for sure, we're working on some real projects that will become live in a very short period of time.
Thank you very much. Of course, all these steps forward needs to be taken quicker and quicker because we are indeed running out of time. And of course, we need legislation. You talked briefly about this before, Gustav. So I'd like for all four of you to give a call to action for the decision makers to speed things up. So what is needed? We need, obviously, charging stations, etc., but there are many things that you might need from your perspective. So Vanessa, what is your sort of call to action for the decision makers?
I think to speed this up for us, we also need the consumer awareness to be raised, right?
Consumer awareness.
Our big impact again comes from our consumers. But if they understand, if they know how they can change their behavior to really make an impact, that will help a lot, and that will help us to get along the way to really be able to provide the products that we want to do and work with the partners like the Scanias and the others to make this happen.
Thank you.
So, of course, electrification needs a lot of fossil-free energy, right, and electricity. And that's something we also encourage, all EU and everybody to sort of support also on the infrastructure, not only for us and our factories, but also suppliers and in the infrastructure. In addition to that, we're happy to see that the new battery legislation is also highlighting the importance of CO2 footprint. And it's also important when there come legislations or incentives that we look at this from a sustainability from the beginning. That's what we also believe very strongly in.
Thank you, Sarah. Gustav?
I think actually I'll come back to the carbon pricing. If you really make that efficient for the transport industry, I think that will really be a key, because that will then sort of incentivize the entire chain.
Of course.
Then we have all of these enabling factors that really need to be there in order for that sort of the movement then to be able to actually proceed and the S-curve to take off. But if there is one, then that would be the one I would highlight.
And how do we get this to happen? Because we've been meddling in the previous session. You talked about the pricing, how it's been fluctuating, and it's not high enough.
No, it's not. I mean, I was just reading the other week about what they're looking at in Germany, where they're looking at road charges of putting sort of quite high prices on CO2 on the roads. That would be quite efficient. That would be very efficient. I mean, then you would get the pricing right there where it's happening. So I think looking at that kind of examples, I'm sure there will be several examples coming up around, but I think if you can get them sort of to really target where it needs to be, like in that example.
And like you're saying, so people feel it, right? So we start to understand this and like see this in the terms that we see other costs that we have, right? Because right now it's still not really something that you must take into account as yet. But I think getting that in place, like you're saying, then we will really change behavior.
There are some pretty big levers you could push or pull to make things happen. So Mindaugas, what is your call to action to the decision makers, the policy makers, the politicians?
I think that I would bet more on the people who are involved instead of politicians. And I think we need pioneers, big companies who would show a good example. Probably we need a bit more on discussions, explaining how the things are really working, and I think it will work out.
Well, that's a good final word here. But before I let you go, I'd like to ask my guests, if there is time, where are we 5 years from here? Sara, what is Northvolt up to?
Oh, we have a lot of plans, but I do hope that we, together with our partner of Scania, that we come up to a high volume, that we're able to electrify the truck market, absolutely.
Vanessa?
I think building on that, right? Like making sure that we can get those distances that we need, that we can get that efficiency and get the scale. Because right now, we've got some good pilots happening, mostly in Europe, but we have enormous operations in the rest of the world, right? And that's where we really need to get to also. So that's what I hope.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Gustav?
I think that in 5 years from now, we're seeing that S-curve take off, right? Yeah. We're seeing these volumes. And I think that hopefully we're feeling that we're looking into then the circularity with a feeling that now that would be 5 years away. So I hope that in 5 years we're seeing, okay, now electrification, it's out, it's all happening, we're doing great together, aren't we?
Yeah.
And then 5 years from there, we'll be having it as a full circular system.
Maybe I should add there, I hope we can be working more together, because we're having a hard time with that actually right now. We'd love to be working with you as well with our batteries.
Well, we're more than welcome.
Collaboration is key.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the size of that one.
This is a very powerful cell, but we probably find some really good fit for you too.
Terrific. It's happening live. So, Mindaugas, in 5 years, where is your company?
I think in 5 years, we would really like to see that everything that we have been discussing today is becoming live. more or less in the scope that everybody was speaking. And finally, the industry is fully in belief that technology is really capable to provide everything in the same way as the previous technology was doing that.
Excellent. Bright things ahead. Thank you. Thanks all of you for sharing your insights and for joining us here today. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're going to our very own We Don't Have Time segment, featuring our founders, CEO, and one of my co-moderators, Shweta Chakraborty. So for this segment, I hand it over to Nick Nuttall. There you are, Nick.
I'm here, yes.
Fire away.
Phone. That's very attractive, isn't it? You don't really get these very often. So basically, this is a segment on the story of We Don't Have Time, entitled Beyond Trump and Greta. Joining me on stage to tell this tale are some of the founding members of the We Don't Have Time team who are going to help paint the picture of We Don't Have Time's inception, present, and our future in fighting the climate crisis. I'd like you all to join me in giving a warm welcome to Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. And David Olsen, who's also a co-founder and chief operating officer of We Don't Have Time. And the wonderful Anette Nordvall, who is chairwoman of We Don't Have Time. I've also been asked to remind the audience that after this segment, and then our friends from the United Nations Development Programme, there's a cracking good party happening in the space arena just through the doors here with, guess what, Frankie the Dinosaur. Okay, yeah, look forward to it. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Nick. So, I used to work in the finance industry before I came to the conclusion that we must do something for the climate crisis. And the person that inspired me to change my career was actually this person here. When he won the US election in November 2016, I felt very depressed, not just because of him, but because it became so obvious that our world leaders will not solve the climate crisis. So I came up with this idea: what if we connect everyone that are working on solution and use the power of social media and information technology, and by that create a leadership that we don't have in the world? So that was basically the idea. I had this name just came up in my name, We Don't Have Time, because, you know, we don't have time to wait. But it was basically just an idea when I was mad about this election result. 2 days later, I had this dinner booked with my friend here. I remember we actually eat some raw red meat, not so climate friendly. I presented this idea to you, like, what do you think about this? And what did you say?
Well, I also remember the night Donald Trump was elected as quite an apocalyptic night when the snow in Stockholm, the weather in Stockholm the snow was absolutely pounding down on the city. And the buses couldn't go and the metro didn't work. And I woke up with this eerie feeling in my belly that something was not quite right. And I got the feeling confirmed. because I saw on the push notifications that a climate denier had indeed been elected US president. And then I came to this dinner, and Ingmar, you talked about this and how outrageous it was. And you presented the idea. And I immediately saw its potential, because what you had figured out was something that addressed two very fundamental things about climate. One, it's global, and two, it's very, 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 very urgent. And what do we have that can be so global and instant in today's world? It's only direct online communication. So we need a global online movement for the climate that takes away all the focus on cat videos and rage tweeting and doom scrolling.
Yes. So you believed in this idea?
I did.
And that surprised me, because I thought you were going to say that I was crazy. But you didn't. And that's important, because it's impossible to do something if you're alone. But if you're two, you can start working on it. And if you're three, more things will happen. And the reason, I think I met you on a lunch just 1 month later or something, and I wanted to buy you lunch because you were just back from Silicon Valley, where you had been for over a year. Yeah. And I wanted to hear your opinion about this. I probably wanted to pitch you this, to be honest. And I did. So what did you think?
Yeah, no, but I think the lunch was interesting. It was surprising. We had met years prior to it, but then when you pitched it to him, I'm a tech investor, so I do invest in technology, and I've been doing so for quite some time. But when I came back from Silicon Valley, it felt so acute. It felt so natural to actually participate in something like this, because I was as devastated as you were. And then I decided that in that lunch, I said, yes, of course I would support you. I would support you with money, but obviously I would like to also continue to work with it or on it, because I figured that climate action was something that was needed, or the platform that you described. So I felt that that was really something that I could do. What else could I do? And then we did all other things, it sort of fell together. So I thought it was really a good opportunity.
So did it become what you thought 6 years ago?
I thought that it would go quicker, but you always do, because you pitch the idea of like, okay, in 2 years it's going to be like this. But we all know that that doesn't happen. But the technology in itself is actually proven to be something that we can continue to build on, which also is the core team is still around, which is even cooler. So we know what we're building and what we can deliver. And now look at this.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So now, 6 years later, We Don't Have Time are the world's largest social media for climate solutions.
Yes. Bam.
And I will give a very, very quick demonstration on how you can use the We Don't Have Time app for you that haven't done that yet. So We Don't Have Time, you will find it on your phone or at wedon'thavetime.org. And it will look like this. You will find so much content about companies, world leaders, organizations, and people doing climate action. But we have built a platform that is not just about bragging about how good you are. We have actually built a platform that is built for manifesting dialogue. So the communication is from the leaders to the people, but it's also from the people to the leaders. And here's an example where we actually have a prime minister of Vanuatu that have received climate love. On our platform, people that are doing good stuff are receiving climate love, and if they're doing bad stuff, they're receiving climate warning. That's the logic behind it. And this country and this prime minister had received climate love on the platform. So we are giving a reward on that, and that is also creating a lot of attention on social media. So if I click here, I could go and read the answer. I can read what is this climate love is all about. And I could also read the answer directly from the Prime Minister. So what you have seen here at Stockholm Climate Week during this event, where you have seen ministers, where you have seen company leaders and activists on stage, you can ask them questions, etc., is happening all day, all year, ongoing on the We Don't Have Time platform. So here's a dialogue between me and the users on We Don't Have Time platform and this Prime Minister, and it's a lot of more people reading this on other platforms, on other social media. So this is a great tool to communicate and to reward good action, but it's also a great tool for accountability. So if I want to go and look up a company, I could just search for it at We Don't Have Time. In this case, I'm searching for a chemical company called BASF, one of the world's largest. They're doing a lot of good stuff for the climate by reducing their emission, but they're also, according to media, sponsoring climate lobbying that goes against climate regulation. And that's not so good. So here is actually a climate warning to them and a dialogue directly with the company. How are they defending themselves? How are they explaining how they see this? And this drives a lot of change. So this is a simple logic behind it. You give love for those that you think do the good stuff. You give warning for those that do the bad stuff. And either way, we have them to respond and answer into this dialogue. So to explain this in a more broader way, what we are doing here with the We Don't Have Time platform is that we are the ongoing climate meeting. So we're doing those broadcasts when it's big climate meetings going on, like the EU meeting here in Stockholm. We were last year in Egypt, we were in New York, we were in Davos, we were a lot of places. So we are opening up those meetings and more people can engage in the dialogue. But we also have the dialogue on our platform. So what you see here on the right is all the partners we have. It's everything from United Nations to global corporations to smaller startups. They are communicating with our user base. Today it's 90,000 quite knowledgeable people. And in order to not just have this conversation in the sustainable bubble, we are strategically working with social media. So we get out this message to the millions. So, I mean, we're a couple of hundred people in this room tonight, but we are also a couple of millions on social media. So that's how we do things. That's how we drag in more people into this cause. Because the more people you are doing change, the more change will happen. So here you have the concept. And this is also our business model, because as you see, it's a lot of businesses that actually are acting on the climate and they want to communicate it. But it's important that it's not one-way communication, it's two-way communication. So we love all opinions, because that is how we move things forward. So 6 years, quite a long time. I agree with you, Annette. It's too long.
Well, not too long, but it could go quicker. But here we are, and now we're moved into this enormous platform that we have. It's fantastic.
Yes. But it's one thing that really stresses me out. I can admit, the first years, I was so stressed because every time I look in my mirror, I was kind of, we don't have time. I don't do that anymore, but I did that at first. It was really stressful. But what is stressful is that actually 6 years is not super long time period. We all know what we did 6 years ago. I mean, the world was almost the same, but not really. But if we look into the future, we're almost at 2030. And that's how long we have left to have a chance of staying under 1.5 degree target. So we're halfway there. So we need to catalyze this. So what you're going to hear tonight is what we have been doing those 6 years and what we're going to do the coming 6 years. So we're now going to give you the inside story of We Don't Have Time, how we started and what is happening. And what's a good thing with We Don't Have Time is that we have everything on record. We have thousands of content like you see here. So we have collected some snapshots.
Yeah. So you guys made the first movie. You took some savings and then created this first movie that actually came out very early on, and it also created over 500 people's call to action to actually invest in We Don't Have Time. I don't know if we should look at it and see how it's rolling.
We are running out of time. Right now, carbon dioxide emissions are being released at a staggering rate. Climate change will soon be self-fulfilling and unstoppable. The ice in the Arctic will no longer deflect sunlight, and the Siberian tundra is melting while releasing enormous quantities of methane gas into the atmosphere. We cannot turn the clock back. We are growing closer at an unprecedented speed to the point of no return. But there is still time to stop the emissions. So why do we not introduce a carbon dioxide tax now? Why is it we are not shifting to 100% renewable energies? How is it that nothing is being done? We have a solution. Right now, as we speak, we are building a social network, an arena where you and millions of people around the world will be able to watch who is really doing something to put an end to the climate crisis. An arena where you can look into what your politicians and business leaders are doing about climate change. Do they in fact take it seriously? Are they doing their job? Love bomb the ones in power that are actively looking for solutions, and climate bomb the ones that must do more. Nobody likes a bad rating. Nobody wants to be held accountable for the climate crisis. When the pressure is felt by the people in power, they will no longer be able to deny, mislead, or hide. They will have to change their ways. This is a time when together we can solve this crisis, a time of great change. We are working round the clock to create this social network, but you don't have to wait for us. At WeDon'tHaveTime.org, you can already send climate bombs, love bombs, and messages to chosen world leaders through social media. Remember, together we have the power, but we are running out of time.
Well, we cleaned it up a little bit with the bombs. We did warnings instead, and I guess that was good. We thought it was hilarious with the bombs.
And we recruited some people with better judgment.
Yes, perhaps.
But it was also that when we made this film, the climate was not that polarized.
No.
But as you know, this is a very polarized topic, and I mean, we don't want to encourage anyone to actually
we warn
put a bomb
now,
somewhere.
And we
so
give them loves.
It's better with warning than bombs.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually got 500 investors on board, and it was
financial support, and then also be able to continue to build on the platform, but also supporting the idea, which gave a huge boost for everyone also to continue to actually develop and see that we actually had something to create, that network, that call to action, the climate sort of network platform that we started.
So first we were 1, 2, 3, and now 500. And I know that many of you that were there are now here with us tonight. So thank you so much for being with us, supporting us. But David,
yes,
500 people is hard to change the world with only.
Yes.
We need more. So we wanted to get out there, right?
Yes,
and we didn't really have a clue. I mean, we had
no clue. We had an idea, and it was to project the We Don't Have Time logo on Stureplan and have a big party with champagne. I think you could say we were locked into business as usual mindset. But we got out of that. And what we have stayed true to is what is very evident in that movie. And it's that it's about people coming together online, pushing for change. So what we wanted to do was something that was, true to that vision. And actually, in fact, you who are sitting here watching us online or at the venue, you are actually part of the continuation of what we came up with. Because we developed a format for the launch, not based on everyone coming to a physical venue and it's only being a closed event for people being able to travel, flying into somewhere to talk about this issue. Instead, we used a TV studio and a little known online video conferencing tool called Zoom to patch in any speaker anywhere and at any time. Our late board member, Stuart Scott, got up 3 in the night to zoom in from Hawaii, where he lived. and it was quite an amazing experience then, too. At 2018, remember now, where were you and where were we on climate 2018? Well, we at least did not throw that big party at Stureplan. Instead, we hosted the 2018 We Don't Have Time No-Fly Climate Conference. Let's take a look.
Yeah, and you're very familiar with the discussion we had back then.
Some scientists are indicating we should make plans to adapt to a 4-degree hotter world.
Business as usual means about 4 degrees warmer, which is approximately 1 ice age in the opposite direction.
Based on today's temperatures, we are going to hit 2 meters of sea level rise, no matter what.
We are in a race against time.
It takes a double whammy to understand.
It takes repeated shocks.
We need a global movement that demands real change.
We don't have time to speculate.
We don't have time is absolutely correct.
As we know, we don't have time.
There's no more time.
Yes, we don't have time.
We use the hashtag
We don't have time.
We don't have much time.
We don't have time to wait. So, when we had this conference 5 years ago, the discussion in sustainable conferences like this were very much, you were not supposed to alarm people because you will scare them away. I mean, people were not talking about a crisis. So we were kind of radical with that content. Today it's like mainstream. You can just put on TV and you will see something similar. So this was before radical movements like Extinction Rebellion. This was also before Fridays for Future and all that. So we were kind of pioneer, kicking the ball, making things happen faster. That is what we do. Nothing we're doing is doing something that will have happen anyway, but our mission is to speed things up. It's in our name, we don't have time. So a little bit later that year, something else happened here in Stockholm. You probably are familiar with this picture. This is Greta Thunberg in September. It's before the Swedish election in 2018. I was there as the first person on site when she started this school strike. And it's so crazy amounts of conspiracy theory if you Google this, my name and Greta Thunberg. And the reason for that is that it instantly became very, very big, not just in Sweden, but global. And I can understand when I'm looking at these pictures now why there is so much conspiracy theory, because it looks very like a film, like it was very planned. But it wasn't. It was very, very much spontaneous. This school strike were never supposed to be international. It was a school strike that was supposed to be 2 weeks before the Swedish election for Swedish people. But one thing we don't have time or good at is that we're good at amplifying climate action to a global audience, because that's how we could change things on a global scale. So that was something we did here, but it was not really planned. It happened like this, that I got a tip off from someone in the Swedish climate movement that there's going to be a school strike outside the Swedish parliament. So I decided to go check it out together with one of my colleagues that's a photographer. I thought that I were going to meet like some kids with signs, yelling like a demonstration, angry. But that was not at all how it was. Instead, it was this very shy, very lonely girl sitting at the street outside the parliament with this note there. And people were just walking by. It was so strange. Me and my colleague, we were standing there. My colleague actually filmed this because it was like surrealistic. So we just stood there for quite a long time, and after a while, we were the only ones talking to her. I asked Greta if she could read the statement there that you have on the pamphlet in English. And she did that instantly in very, very good English, much better than me. So that kind of impressed me. So we got that on camera, and we asked if we were allowed to share this on the internet, and she said yes. And when we shared this on the internet, it instantly came viral. And the next day it was a lot more people there. So here is how that film actually looked. And it was just put together in some spontaneous couple of hours later.
We kids don't usually do what you tell us to do. We do what you do. And because you don't give a damn about my future, I won't either. My name is Greta, and I school strike until the Swedish election day.
So, and then we know what happened. And I will say that without Fridays for Future movement, we will be so far left behind. Because what they have achieved is a crisis mentality. And if you have a sickness, if you don't realize that you are really sick, you will never get the cure. So that is what she has given the world. We now know that we are sick. It's kind of uncomfortable news to get, actually. That's why it's upsetting many people. But the only way we can actually cure this disease is by knowing that we have it. And that was a pivotal moment that we are proud to play a small part, or maybe a big part, or whatever. So, another sickness, Annette.
Yes, moving a little bit forward in real time.
2020, what happened with the world?
I don't know, nothing. Well, we had already decided that we were supposed to work together with Earth Day and their 50-year anniversary, and we would collaborate for a full week. But as you know, early 2020, COVID hit, and we saw that this would be a super challenge. However, Smart Team obviously knew that we could run an event large enough for a full week with just online participants. And I think that we all were very astonished about the lineup of speakers and how easy it was to actually get everyone on board on the digital matter and doing it the way that we wanted to do for the full week. So it was like ongoing, it never sort of stopped. It was amazing, and it was created here on one of the stages here in Stockholm. So why don't we take a peek and see what's happening?
Well, especially now in those days with COVID, it's easy to sort of just that everything goes to a standstill in terms of climate action. And we don't have time for that.
I think there's something unique in this because it makes it very democratic that you can join independent of where you are in the world, but also where you are in terms of where you work. You can even join from your home these days.
I'm a human rights lawyer. I want to do my work. I don't want to be in home detention. But people need to understand what corporations are willing to do to protect their privileges, to protect this industry that's in structural decline, this industry that's so hurting the planet.
We first met with We Don't Have Time last year on Earth Day 2019, and were impressed by the potential and the possibility of a kind of online conference of this sort, because you can, for a much lower cost in many ways, and when I say lower cost I mean financial, but also environmentally, bring many people together from many different parts of the world to discuss these big issues such as climate change. And I think the We Don't Have Time platform is a perfect opportunity where you can showcase innovation, you can hear new ideas, you can debate some of the big challenges, but also the opportunities in terms of addressing climate change, other environmental issues.
So Nick Nuttall actually didn't work for us that year.
Not then.
He worked for Earth Day Network, a partner of us, still are. But we recruited him after this.
We sure did.
So now he's working for us,
Yay
as
for us.
you have seen. 2020, I mean, it was a strange year, and what's really upsetting me was that we kind of paused everything. And we delayed the climate meeting, COP26, for a full year. And I mean, we can't delay climate meetings or climate action just because we have externalities. I mean, in the future, we're going to see so much disruption, extreme weather and catastrophes. And if we can't have a meeting under those conditions, we will not make it. So we must keep we can't keep business as usual, but we need to have action. We can't stop action. But the year after, at 2021, we had this COP26 meeting that was supposed to be 1 year earlier. And David, what were we doing in Glasgow?
So what we did in Glasgow was quite amazing. And since we are the online climate meeting, we also have a very big presence at the UN climate meetings. And I don't know how many of you know, but the world governments actually subsidize the fossil fuel industry with $11 million every minute. 11 million every minute. That's like buying a castle every minute. So we had a counter on our COP26 broadcast. And it started at 0 when the COP began. But then it counted up the fossil fuel subsidies that were given out just during the COP. And the 0 became millions, that very, 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 very quickly became billions, that became hundreds of billions and maybe even trillions. But a staggering figure. And people came to our stage there in Glasgow, and they it became a conversation piece. And eventually this text about phasing out fossil fuel subsidies made it into the final agreement between the parties.
And we had a lot of help with Frankie the Dino that was campaigning about the exact same thing.
Exactly.
Coincidentally,
so it shows the value of the global partnerships that we are building.
Here is how it looked. I think you need to move away from the picture.
Oh,
Tell them what they do so that they will be encouraged to do more. And together with the community or users, we share this to millions of people on social media, so this is getting noticed.
Let's bring in Greta Chakrabarty tonight, risk and behavioral scientist and president of U.S. operations for We Don't Have Time.
As the name says, we don't have time.
Stockholm مؤسس منظمة ليس لدينا الوقت. We don't have time. السيد إنغمار رونسبورغ.
Joining us for more is We Don't Have Time's Nick Nuttall. Nick, welcome to the program.
And Nick, about this counter, speaking of numbers.
This is a clock that shows you how much money has been spent on fossil fuel subsidies since the beginning of the COP.
We have a climate crisis and we're still subsidizing the industry which is causing the crisis. I mean, it's completely dumb. I'm a finance guy, it makes no sense whatsoever.
$2.5 trillion went into subsidies for fossil fuel. That's a definition of insanity.
Still, this is a positive. It's the first COP decision that actually mentions coal power or fossil fuel subsidies.
We need to communicate climate action. Because if only a few people or a few companies are doing climate action without communicating it to others, we will not solve the climate crisis. So the next year, COP27 in Egypt, that was a ride, I could say. All the equipment we had was stuck in customs, and we got the Swedish government to somehow solve it 1 hour before we were going live for. It was crazy.
Nobody said it was easy, right?
But what we did was that we took this campaign, this counter, to COP27, and we also launched a new campaign together with our partners, UNDP and Exponential Roadmap, where we got business leaders and scientists to sign a manifesto where they want to actually end fossil fuel subsidies. So now it's mainstream. You can find almost a lot of big corporations that wants to end those subsidies, even though that they are receiving them from the government. So I don't understand what the governments are waiting for, because we can't sponsor the destruction. It's kind of insane. If we take away those subsidies, we will solve so much. Anyway, so that was what we were doing at the We Don't Have Time. in COP27. And you've probably seen this We Can Do It campaign. We have it in the club there, where you can take a selfie with Dino. And here is how behind the scenes it was in Egypt, where we were launching this together with Frankie.
I'm okay, thank you. It's our final day here and trying to get the last bits and pieces together.
You seem so busy.
I've been busy for the past few weeks, but we have a lot of great speakers on board. Looking forward to this event, trying to gather a few quotes as we listen to these speakers as well.
That's brilliant. How can you describe your experience on COP27?
Oh wow, I don't think I can yet. I need to go back home, sleep, reflect, and then I'll get back to you.
One thing you will carry home about COP27?
It's been truly international. I have really been enjoying seeing so many people from so many parts of the world. That has been truly invigorating. I've been loving it.
That's fantastic. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
How has been your experience so far?
Stressful, very intense, also very fun. A lot of to keep track of.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I just bumped into you.
I'm fine. I'm fully focused on what's going on there.
Sorry, that was a scare.
What do you say?
How was your day so far?
Fantastic. Yes.
What's your experience so far on COP27?
I don't want to repeat myself and say that it was intense, but it was intense. There were very challenging work conditions, but we made it through. I think we were a very good team, and that's always saving us in all of our events. So yeah, it's a learning experience. Great to be at COP for the first time. Maybe we'll come back again next year. But yeah, but we can remember.
Okay, perfect. And one thing you will carry home about COP27?
Hopefully not COVID-19, but this pin's here, right here, this one. I'll carry it around and carry our campaign.
How was your day so far?
It's the last day, so this is a good day.
And your experience so far on COP27?
Utter and sheer chaos.
Okay, perfect. One thing you'll carry home? How's your day so far?
Today was one of the most calm days ever, actually. We have a chaos before.
I think I will carry on the light that I've seen from all the youth delegates here, and from whenever I've talked to them, they have been sort of my biggest source of inspiration while being here. I've been stuck here, so I haven't really enjoyed the deep conversations and all of the great side events. I mean, we've been producing most of them, of course, but I'm basically going to be, while I'm flying back at home, I'm going to be rewatching, relearning, and catching up on what's been done. But what I have been absorbing is the energy from our youth delegates, and so well, you included.
Yeah. Aujourd'hui est l'anniversaire de maman. Maman, joyeux anniversaire.
First of all, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel. As a young man, I was backpacking in New Zealand.
So, now is it. We don't like to fly. But actually, the first time I flew since I started Wind on Time was actually to Egypt. It was impossible to go there, but we did it without fossil fuel. At least it was not emission-free, but we didn't sponsor any oil company. So today we also have with us our colleagues from Nairobi and Washington DC. Hello, Patrick.
Hello, Igmar. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing? And could you please tell us how come you joined the Wind on Time and what are you doing representing our Africa chapter?
Okay, greetings to the world, and I'm glad I'm here today. it was just a dream, and now it's a reality in terms of digitalization. Okay, I happen to know about We Don't Have Time back 2019, the time of COVID-19, and it's a friend of mine from Sweden suggested to me, Patrick, why can't you join We Don't Have Time? It's a friend who visited me back 2012. And then I told him, why are you telling me to join something called We Don't Have Time? I never knew what's We Don't Have Time. Then he told me, maybe you can download their app, just interact with the app, and maybe you will understand. Because I know in Africa you are much affected by the climate change. Maybe you can learn something, and maybe you can help your mother, who is a peasant farmer by that particular time, and still she is a peasant farmer. Then I got interested. I'm that person who is daring. Then I searched We Don't Have Time and downloaded the We Don't Have Time app, and I became part of it. And now it's a history. And through the vision that you have with Aneta, with David, it's now a reality to Africa. I feel so proud today. At least I'm talking to the Africa through this platform. We are able to achieve a lot, and I'm still doing the activism regarding the climate change. Maybe if it's not We Don't Have Time, maybe I could not be able to do that.
True.
That's great to hear, Patrick. And I hope that we also have Shata Chakraborty from Washington, D.C. with us. Hello, Shata, and really nice to see you.
Really good to see you all as well.
So how come you discovered us? Because this is a concept that most people that are working for We Don't Have Time has actually contacted us, not the other way around. So how did it start for you?
It started a few years back now, and it was through LinkedIn, which we're really proud to be partnered with. But this was before any sort of formal relationship with LinkedIn, and we discovered each other through LinkedIn, and the rest is really history. It was very clear alignment of missions between two individuals at the time still, because I was very much working on branding myself as an advocate for needing climate action, the urgency around it, and how we could actually apply behavioral science to move people to change their behaviors so it aligns with the climate science, it aligns with the data, it aligns with the evidence. And I was really doing that by myself, and I was struggling as an individual to get the message out. So it was really serendipitous through LinkedIn that we were able to connect, and I saw the tool that you were building, the We Don't Have Time platform, and I realized that this was going to be a technology that could take behavioral science and communicating what needs to be done and really get it out to the masses, amplify the messaging in a way that results in predictable behavioral outcomes, again, that align to the reality of what we're experiencing and what we're facing. So what you were able to do for me back then was to take what I was kind of shouting as a single person, as an individual, and bring me into the We Don't Have Time family, allow me to become an advisory board member initially to make sure that the technology that we were building together was going to be entrenched in that science, and then to ensure that we were taking full advantage of it to reach as many people as possible. So that was the beginning, and I moved from advisory board member to the President of the United States, We Don't Have Time office, and then from there to the CEO of North America, and it's been quite the ride as we built out the team here in Washington, D.C., and really support what's happening at headquarters at the parent company in Stockholm, Sweden. And what we hope to accomplish here in the United States is really threefold. Of course, to bring on more partners. That's the goal, is to bring companies that are doing really good work and companies that are trying to take the right actions, companies that are looking to pivot in the direction of transitioning to clean energy. They might have been historical polluters, but they're looking to do the right thing now. We want to support that. We want to bring all of those companies onto the platform, especially US-based ones. That's a critical mission point for us out of here. We brought on Salesforce, for example, a massive company last year, and we have partners like Mercer and Kearney, and it's not just the largest multinationals, but across the spectrum, also smaller startups that we are just bringing into the fold, into the We Don't Have Time family, and supporting them as they make their journey into clean energy. So that's one. The second major mission of the United States here is to partner with policymakers, decision makers. It's why we decided to have our US headquarters out of Washington, D.C. and in Capitol Hill. So we are just a stone's throw from the White House. We're just a stone's throw from Capitol Hill. And that's important because you've seen in our broadcast previously, and that'll be coming up, that we will be bringing on decision makers, various senators, various sitting members of Congress that really wield the power of the people and can put forward legislation that aligns to the climate science. And that's really important. That's why we're in Washington. We want to show that the people's cries for action, cries for policy, cries for legislation that will protect us, that will allow for us to adapt to a warmer planet, that will allow for us to mitigate against worse or warming scenarios, that we can make that direct line of contact between those who are involved with We Don't Have Time and those that are in positions of power. So that's a second important mission for us, is to develop those relationships with policymakers and make sure that the policies that are being put in place are very much evidence-based, science-based policies. And then the final mission out of the United States, of course, is to really partner with media, to continue to build relationships with traditional media, with social media, and to get this content, this really critical solutions-oriented content out to the public. People should be talking about solutions for the climate crisis as much as they're talking about the most recent concert they just saw, the most recent sports match that that people have attended. So in the same context of talking about pop culture and politics and sports, we need to be talking about climate and solutions to the climate crisis. So that's really a big part of what we're doing in the US, is advocating for policy, advocating for media, and really advocating for private sector to make the transition to clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shata, and thank you, Patrick. And David and Annette, we will see you in a short moment. But what I would like to do now is to give a sneak peek of We Don't Have Time 2.0. I told you that we have been around 6 years, and we have 6 years until we really need to reach the emission targets. We need to halve the emission. That's kind of impossible, but we need to try, and we need to do our best. And I think we can do it, but we are really not there yet. So what we are going to do with the We Don't Have Time platform going forward is that we're going to have the dialogue continuously, but we can't really change the world by just talking, right? So we also need to deliver the talk. 6 years ago, it was fantastic to have a big CEO talk like a climate activist. Today, if we have a big CEO talk like a climate activist and not act like an activist, it's worthless, right? It's almost greenwashing. So we need to have all the leaders talking to deliver the results. And to see if they're going to deliver, we need data. And here is a problem today. And if you see a problem as an entrepreneur, you see something you can solve, right? So a really good source for data today is Google. I think everyone are using Google. Google is a great source of information. If I want to know a company's carbon emission, I probably Google it. So in this case, I Google for Ericsson Scope 1 emission. That is direct emission from the telecom company Ericsson. And what I find when I search for this is the answer to the question, what is Scope 1 emission? That is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for if Ericsson, that's really good on our shows, are really delivering the result, and I want to know the number. But you can't find this number. Even though that it's becoming more and more standard that companies actually are disclosing this information, but there's no public available database for it. If I instead Google for, I want to see Ericsson revenue, I'm a finance guy, and instantly all the information will show up. I don't even need to click anywhere on Google. So here is a big difference, right? What we at We Don't Have Time wants to do is that we want to do this. Complex environment, social, governance, data sector is a $1 billion industry, and it's super complicated. They are doing ratings, they are working, have acronyms, they are doing big presentation, and it's so many consulting, helping companies reporting a lot of data. But no one really knows what it means. And if you want to know the really interesting data, you need to pay a lot of money, because this industry, their business model is to gather data, do something magic with it, and sell it. Very expensive. We don't believe in that. So what we want to do is something the finance industry also have acknowledged. Bank of America says that new ESG rules are needed to reboot capitalism. And what I think we need here is two things. We need something that is so simple so that everyone can understand it. You don't need to be a sustainable guy to understand if a company are doing the right or wrong thing. The other thing we need is that we need data that is free. I mean, I don't want to pay for data. I want to know if a company are reducing their emission or not. I don't want to go into and find information with 5 clicks on Google. I want to compare companies. I want to know if Google have lower emission compared to Apple. So that is what we're going to do when We Don't Have Time. We're going to do 3 things, not 100 data points. What we're going to do is that we're going to publish data about all companies that actually are publishing this data. So we're going to take their scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emission. That's emissions. Their direct and indirect emissions. And we're going to take that data and connect it, divided with the financial data. So you will end up with a data point where you have emission, CO2 divided with revenue. And that will be metrics where you can compare a large company with a small company. You can also compare a company within the same sector, and you will have a ranking. If a bank, are they number 10 or are they number 1? Car manufacturer, you can compare those businesses to each other, and you can see if they're delivering on their target. And it will be super simple, super easy. So that is what we're going to publish. But we will not just do that. We will also focus on another thing, and that's important. We can't just focus on emission reduction. The best thing I can do as an individual or a business, if I want to go to 0 emission, is to stop living, is to go bankrupt. That will help me go to 0. But that is not how we solve the climate crisis. If we're going to solve the climate crisis, we must scale the solutions. We must scale them up. So we will also publish for the companies that are doing this calculation, some are, more will, avoided emission. And it's very simple. We will do that with the same thing, that we have avoided emission divided with the revenue. And avoided emission, simple explanation, if I produce solar panels, my customer are avoiding emission, and that will be my metrics. So if I'm scaling solutions, I will probably have some emission, but I will also increasing my scaling the solutions. But this is not enough. But the problem with this data is that it has a delay of 1 year. So we will only know if a company are delivering on the result with 1 year delay. That's not a good thing if we need to move things in 6 years. So that's where our climate reviews are coming in. This is an instant metric that where you can see if a company are doing the right thing here and now. They will get climate reviews in real time. So we're combining the climate reviews on the platform with the climate data. And those 3 data points will give a really good picture. And here's how it's going to look visualized. Here is a company. The blue here is the share price. The red is the emission. The green is the solutions. We see how they are performing historically. We see their climate target, and we can see if they're on track on the target. That's the basic concept behind this. And one very important thing with it, in order for this to be useful, we need to compare companies to see if they are performing in a great way. So this is a new functionality that we just launched on the We Don't Have Time platform, where we're dividing all the companies, we're sorting them into a taxonomy. So here, for example, I'm clicking on finance. I will see all the finance companies with climate reviews on our platform, the ones that are doing good at top, the ones that are doing worse at the bottom here. And just a random example, we could take Zurich, a big insurance company. I go to their profile, I see that they have quite good score, 69% climate love, but they have quite recently also received a lot of climate warning. Why? Because they are leaving the Race to Zero initiative. When they joined the Race to Zero, they did a big press release and everyone applauded. When they were leaving it, they did it with backdoor and tried to sneak out of it and hope that no one will notice. But now, when everyone goes to We Don't Have Time, they will see this information. I mean, how will a company that are leaving the target succeed with the target? They will probably not do that, right? Because if they are succeeding with the target, they're not leaving the target. I mean, I will not shame Zurich for everything. They're doing a lot of good stuff as well, but I think they should join the Race to Zero. So the way we are going to really create an impact with this is that we're going to use our power, and our power is our reach on social media. So what's happening on We Don't Have Time doesn't stay there. We're getting it out to the millions. And we're also going to connect our platform, not just to social media, but to all other data platforms. So when you're a trader, financial trader, you probably will have an account at Bloomberg or Reuters. We want our emission data to be published there. If you're using a CRM or sales system or a business system, when you look up a company to buy something from, we want the emission data to be published there, so that everyone can use this in order to improve their supply chains and compete on how they can actually produce better things and succeed with the climate target. So this is the basic concept behind We Don't Have Time 2.0, and we're right now looking for more investors to support this. So you know where to reach us if you're interested to get involved. We hope that we can launch this new version at the COP 28, because I really think it's needed. With that said, I would like to actually invite my colleagues, because one important fact that we have tried to give you here in the audience is that you can't do anything on your own. But when you're 2, 3, 500, 40 people, a couple of millions, you can actually do things. And I want to thank, come up here, don't be shy. This is the whole audience. I would like to thank you in the audience for being here with us. And I know that many of you have been here since we launched. And I, of course, want to thank all of this amazing team, because, I mean, we're like 30 people. I'm too tired to count right here. But I mean, you really don't need to be hundreds or thousands of people to do some change in the world. You just need to be us in this room. So, and you tuning in live as well. And if we use this and inspire others, that's everything we need to really solve this 6 years from now. Thank you.
This one goes out to planet Earth. Each one teach one.
Listen, listen, there's a distant sound.
Yeah.
Coming closer soon, it's all around.
It's all around.
Hear me, time is running out.
Come on.
Come on, tell them what it's all about.
We're running out of time, running out of air. Gotta keep it clean, show me you care. Wherever you are, you gotta wake up. Come on. We got a job to do, so stand up. Salute life, not the general. Play fair, wish your morale. We can be united as the nations. For our planet, running out of patience.
During this session, in partnership with the United Nations Development Programme, we'll be hearing more about UNDP's work on sustainable energy, the research done in the transition to carbon-neutral energy, and the importance of phasing out fossil fuel subsidies. And during this session, we'll also touch on the power of communication behind the Sustainable Development Goals, and how changing the narrative is indeed crucial, a crucial step in fighting the climate crisis and achieving our goals through collective action. So it's a pleasure to introduce a panel for this session. And with us on Zoom, let's see if we can get up on Zoom, Riyad Medeb. Wonderful, you're here. Director of the Sustainable Energy Hub at the United Nations Development Programme. You're a seasoned economist and international development professional specializing in trade, investment, migration, and technology innovation to address issues and facilitate decisions of policymakers. So warm welcome to you. And also joining us here in the sofa, Sverker Karlsson-Jagers. Please step up, Sverker. Professor in political science at University of Gothenburg, professor of climate change leadership at Uppsala University. Please take a seat, Sverker, great to have you again. And director of the Center for Collective Action Research. And you'll share some of your findings from your research here in this panel too. And also Boas Paldi, Chief Creative Officer at the UNDP, who's responsible for the Don't Choose Extinction campaign. And you're aiming and doing a great job on changing the narrative on fossil fuel subsidies. Great to have you on board here, Boas. And also, Gail Gay is the founder of Project 17, a co-founder of Project Everyone. I think we can give them all a round of applause, right? It's late in the day, but... Hello, Gay. Senior leader, you've run marketing and advertising practices, focusing on media and campaign work in the creative field and development worlds. And of course, Project Everyone, for those of you that are not familiar with it, is a nonprofit communications agency. And you aim to communicate about the SDGs and address poverty, climate change, and inequality. So great. Such a team, huh? So, Riyad, let's start turning to you here, and you might need to twist a bit to see Riyad. You're joining us from New York, and can you tell us a bit about what the Sustainable Energy Hub does, please? And share some insights also about your work when it contains to building sustainable energy systems.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me on this panel. As a director of the UNDP Sustainable Energy Hub, my role is to harvest UNDP knowledge, experience, to provide technical support and policy guidance to countries on building a sustainable energy system. So our work with countries focus on identifying, addressing barriers to sustainable energy access, such as policy, regulatory framework, de-risking, financing mechanism, and technological innovation. And another aspect of our work is promoting energy efficiency and conservation measures. And our approach to building sustainable energy system is holistic, inclusive, taking into account social aspect, economic aspect, environmental dimension. So we work with countries to ensure that energy access benefit and distributed equitably, and especially focusing on the vulnerable and marginalized population. No one is left behind, such as women, rural communities, and refugees. Lastly, and something which is very important, and when we talk about the difference between sustainable energy and energy, our work is mostly linking the Sustainable Development Goal SDG 7 to the other SDGs. So the SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, and how we can respond to the commitment of UNDP to support 500 million people to gain access to clean and affordable energy.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Riyad. So, Sverker, turning to you, fossil fuel reforms are crucial to get this show on the road. And you have done extensive research on this. And of course, we are curious to what motivated you to write about this topic.
It all started with me participating in a conference in environmental economics just before the pandemic in Colombia. And in one of the final panels of the conference, the topic was fossil fuel subsidies. And I went to this panel and I got figures on not only the amounts of money being spent each year on basically paying actors to generate a public bad, but also what social costs and lack of welfare development that these subsidies sort of give cost to. And that spurred me to wonder what people think about removing these subsidies. And I went through the literature and found nothing, absolutely nothing. And so that motivated me, both the badness that these subsidies are giving cost to, but also a curiosity what people would think about removing them. Because, I mean, according to social science theory, they should be more negative to that compared to introducing sort of policies that aim at internalizing the externalities or sort of to phase out fossil fuels. And the results were slightly different than I expected.
Well, we'll dig a bit deeper into the subsidies soon, so hold that thought, please. Boas, in your position, you have launched the fantastic Don't Choose Extinction campaign. So how do we go about changing the narrative, and how do we use communication in this field?
So I think what we kind of know, Gail and myself for sure, is that we need to reach people. And we can't reach people with wonky language, with difficult concepts. We need to use communication, mass communication, as it's used in a way that allows people an entry point, that allows people to be part of the conversation and to comprehend the conversation and to really understand what we're trying to say. I work at the United Nations. I'm the chief creative officer of the United Nations, but often I think of myself as the chief translator, because I'm trying to translate what the United Nations is saying to words that people actually understand. And so, for me, it's always about trying to bring the very, very important issues, not least among them fossil fuel subsidy reform, to people, to make them understand, to make it accessible for people, to make them able to enter a conversation, to enter a dialogue, to enter a position where they feel part of it and feel some ownership. And that's what we always try to do. We managed to do that with the Don't Choose Extinction campaign by bringing something that people do anyway, which is watch movies about dinosaurs, engage in, everyone loves a dinosaur. So it was a very easy ploy to try and get people into a conversation that's extremely difficult. Sverker had to write a very eloquent academic paper about it, and that's the level that it's usually at. Most people actually don't know anything about it.
And we need both.
We need both.
So, and to this point in day, we have 2.2 billion people that have watched the Frankie movie.
Yes, we kind of stopped counting at 2.2 billion because there's no point any after that, I think. But 2.2 billion people have watched the film so far. We've also seen, changes. Riyadh's team is working with countries to address fossil fuel subsidy reform, trying to give them the policy that might work, the methodology that might work. We see fossil fuel subsidies being talked about much more. It became part of COP26 agenda. So we see some movement, but of course we need much faster movement.
Thank you, Boaz. In your work, you have worked with Project Everyone and worked extensively on communication when it comes to sustainability. So what are your key learnings? And tell us a bit about Project Everyone, please.
Hi. Well, so Project Everyone is, as you said, a non-profit communications agency that turned the UN's SDG policy document into a set of colourful icons and a wheel. And the aim was to make sure that the goals reached everyone. The MDGs were not targeted as public consumption, so we wanted to make the SDGs into public consumable goods so that people could care, so that it would be easier to then make tangible progress against each of the goals with public awareness and support. Because if people don't know, I think my co-founder Richard Curtis used to say, people can't fight for the rights if they don't know what they are. So this was a system designed to get people to understand the direction of travel and the world that we could get to by 2030 if we all address these goals. Now, I think the sustainability side of things was new. They weren't in the Millennium Development Goals. They were added to the SDGs. And at the time, Boaz, you might remember, there was hostility between the two camps. There was a sense in the development world about why are we adding climate? Does that not complicate things? Don't they have their own process with the UNFCCC, etc. And I think what we've done over the learnings, you asked about what are the learnings over the last 7 years, is that having an holistic system, which we've always communicated as being interconnected, there's no point achieving a great world for people if the planet is ruined. There's no point having a great planet if life conditions are awful. You can't have gender equality if you don't have good education. You're never going to achieve a nature-balanced, nature-positive world if people don't know what they're supposed to be aiming at. There'll be no scientists if we don't educate them, etc. So I think we have gotten to a place through communications where people are beginning to understand the connections. But I still think by people, what I mean is people in the sectors, people in academia, people in business. I think the job now is to get these messages about sustainability, fossil fuel subsidies, carbon reduction, carbon removal, ever increasingly complicated concepts, get these into people's minds and hearts so that they can sustain the positive action and the volume of pressure on decision makers to make sure that we make these right decisions in this decisive decade, because we may be halfway through the 2030 agenda. We are at half time of the global goals, but we are nowhere near halfway to achieving them. And so we really need people behind us now, and we need stories to come out of these very excellent academic and other papers and works and discoveries. We need stories coming out of them. And I'll just finish by something Boaz said to me yesterday. Right now, he has the dinosaur campaign. Dinosaurs went extinct because of an asteroid, is the story that we think. Right now, with fuel subsidies, we are paying people to throw asteroids at us. And letting them have a really increasingly wealthy, distant life from the majority of the people who end up having to pay to get the asteroids thrown at them. And I don't think people understand that. And I think if they did understand that, they might be a little bit cross. And that might help businesses, politicians, and regulators and policymakers move to change the system in which the asteroids get thrown.
Excellent, Gail. Well, let's move back to focus even more on the subsidies. And I'm turning to you, Riyadh, again. Could you please run us through the UNDP, the policy brief about, talking and addressing the fossil subsidies?
Okay, so phasing out fossil fuel subsidies is a critical step in transitioning to carbon neutral energy system for us. And UNDP is advocating, as Boaz said, through our Sustainable Energy Hub, promoting policies that accelerate the transition to clean energy and reduce the dependence on fossil fuel. And we are also on the forefront in supporting global effort on fossil fuel subsidies reform, like the professor just mentioned previously, through strong partnership with government, international institutions, development institutions, and local stakeholders. And for us, as we mentioned, it was at the COP27 when we presented our policy brief on it. So for UNDP, the policy advocacy for fossil fuel subsidies reform has several key thrusts. One is policymakers need to be cognizant and to be able to effectively communicate that fair energy prices are an important aspect of the underlying social contract of any country. Number two, countries without fair energy prices, but instead resorting to heavy subsidization of fossil fuel and electricity, are significantly undermining their fiscal and external stability, compromising on the social contract, and distancing their energy transition and net zero ambition. And this is a reality that we see in many countries. Number three, as fair energy prices are needed for any country to ensure long-term socio-economic stability and also in fulfilling their underlying social contract, countries should gradually, and that is very important, move away from subsidizing and avoiding moving back into it after having undertaken subsidy reform. As you know, when the prices of the energy are low, it is or high, it's easy to remove the subsidies reform. Number four, finally, given the, for me, highly complex nature of the issue, the basic premises for the fossil fuel subsidy reform should be that measure be taught and implemented in a progressive manner and communicated very well.
Thank you, Riyadh. Turning back to you, Sverker, could you please tell us a bit more about your research? Because it sounded extremely interesting, and of course, this is a new field.
So, what I've gradually, or actually promised my children, is that my research should be useful. And looking at social environmental science in general, it's usually not very useful. It's about studying the environment in order to do comparisons between environmental problems or comparing poor children in this context with another context and use that to develop theory or challenge the theory or sort of have a critical approach to society in general and demonstrate that things are unfair and so forth. Very few are taking our theories and try to apply them on problems and to sort of ask questions that where the answers could be used by decision makers to sort of make better decisions. And I think that's what drives me and my team is to ask research questions where the answers can be useful. So we have done plenty of studies on how carbon dioxide taxes can be designed and combined with other policy instruments in order to not only be effective and cost efficient, but also acceptable. So we avoid things like yellow vests or resistance, which is often the case when you introduce sort of optimal policy instruments. They are in the school book, perfect, or in the equation, but they are impossible to implement. And we try to sort of, through studies, trying to figure out how feasible policies looks like. They may be not perfect in terms of economic theory and so forth, but they are possible to implement. And that's way much better than having optimal policy instruments in the book.
Can you share some examples of these reforms that have been working?
So, yeah, let's take the Yellow Vest movement in France. So how do you introduce and increase a carbon dioxide tax? Well, you can do it like in France. You take, you suggest an increase of the tax, and you take the revenues and use that to lower the wealth tax. So that's one way of going. Then you get yellow vests, or you do like in Canada. You introduce a carbon dioxide tax. You're clear with this level will be increased over time, but we take all the revenues and pay them back to taxpayers again, because it's not a fiscal. The purpose is not fiscal. The purpose is to steer behavior. And once you have changed the price in the gas pump, the steering mechanism is there. The government don't need those revenues, so let's pay them back. In Canada also, it's paid back to everyone, all taxpayers, including those who can't afford to have a car. So it even has a sort of slightly adjusting function as well. And the same could be the same could be with fossil fuel subsidies. That if you not only say that we will remove them, but you also say we will use these revenues, tax revenues. I mean, it's paid with tax money. We will use this tax money to support schools, education, health in the country, or to finance climate change adaptation, or to work with to support the poorest segment of society. Even just pay back the money, or let's lower the income tax. All these things immediately increases people's acceptance for removing it. I mean, we have just started with these kind of studies, but there are so many possible policy innovations. The toolbox is so large.
And Sverker, for those watching, thinking, well, I need to read this latest report, where do they find it?
So we did this.
We'll put it on We Don't Have Time on the page, a link.
Sorry.
You can put the link on the We Don't Have Time platform.
Yeah. Let's read it.
It's easy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it needs to be shared.
Yeah,
is that
definitely.
Good?
Read
it's
it
fine
all.
With you? Yeah.
No, but it's it's a nice study.
Yeah, we can.
But it's a first study. Much more research needs to be done. But
to be continued.
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So thank you. So Riyadh, run us through how UNDP is working to sort of incentivize this transition away from fossil fuel subsidies, and how do you work around cooperation, and you're leading this international cooperation?
Okay, in this sense, for us, subsidies that encourage an efficient and wasteful consumption of fossil fuel are, for us, a major source of CO2 emissions. So we work closely with government in reforming the system. For us, meaningful progression toward net zero will not happen in face of continuing of subsidization of fossil fuel. In many countries, continuing of high subsidies of fossil fuel is a key reason of preventing investment, particularly of the private sector, into the renewable energy system. So our role is supporting government to put in place regulatory and institutional framework which will be conducive for investment in renewable energy system, accelerating the transition, adopting new technology, which will make a system having a fiscal space much larger for other investment. The third element is, for us, when we are supporting countries in subsidy reform, the main objective also is to unlock the substantial resources in terms of fiscal space that could be used for catalytic investment in renewable energy and other intervention that will help nation meet their climate goals and net zero transition. And responding also to other issues related to social environment impact in the country.
Thank you, Riyadh. Would any of you like to comment or reflect on what Riyadh just said?
So just to put it in plain terms, imagine if you had $700 billion to invest in social impact. Imagine if you could use that funds for positive impact rather than negative impact. That's what we want to imagine. So imagine that we could completely eliminate fossil fuel subsidies that benefit the rich and the fossil fuel companies, and essentially build a better society with that money. So let's imagine it. For one thing, the recent agreement in Montreal on biodiversity. The gap that we need in order to reach that agreement is $700 billion. So we could put it into that, and then we would reduce emissions dramatically by our natural forest, kelp, etc. We could reach 30% protection of oceans and landmass by 2030 with those funds. That's one thing that we could do. Imagine if we could instate a universal basic income in countries where there is a very significant amount of poverty. We could alleviate people out of poverty. When we started thinking about this, this was before Riyadh was the director. We're so excited that he's with us now. It was during the COVID, really kind of the deep start of the COVID pandemic. At that point, we realized that money would pay to vaccinate every single human being around the world 4 times over. So much positive could happen from these negative subsidies, and that's the picture that we want to paint. And governments have a choice. Governments have a choice to say, okay, if according to Professor Svecker's research, if we do some kind of transactional change with the social contract of our constituencies, and they see a benefit, they'll go along with it.
So,
absolutely.
For people watching this, I mean, if you weren't aware of these mind-boggling numbers and the effect it could have on the planet if we have to actually turn off that faucet and make the flow go somewhere else, one can become furious and astounded. So Gail, from your perspective as a communications expert, what could everybody do? We need to talk more about this, but people sit here in the audience from a various number of organizations that work with climate action, and also viewers all over the world. We should just sort of really get out on the streets almost and demand this, right? So how do we communicate this in a broad sense? I mean, the Don't Choose Extinction campaign is brilliant. So what can every citizen do?
Well, I'm glad you started the question like that, because that was where my head was as well. Is can you imagine if everybody
it's mind-boggling.
if everybody really understood, and then you break that down. So imagine everybody who is hungry. Imagine they all find out that the government money that could have gone on feeding their family, that's gone to the fossil fuel companies in subsidies. Imagine anybody who's can't afford to send their children to school, and can't afford healthcare. Imagine the anger that would unleash. You'd think. But we're not, apart from kids with Just Stop Oil t-shirts, like throwing super paintings, we haven't seen that. And I think it is because it hasn't been told as a story well enough. That said, I don't know that we want the entire world up in arms, because is that going to be productive? And there's a degree to which we don't, at Project Everyone, we tend to do quite optimistic, actionable communication. Because doom comms, as we call it, definitely has a place, but it's just not what we do. But doom comms also, I think, in this issue, wouldn't motivate. And it is nuanced. There is a transition that is needed. There are more research projects that need to be done to be sure that we have a Canada and not a yellow vest. But I believe we need to start sowing the seeds now, because I think it's always like being in 2 rooms. Like there's rooms like this where we pretty much know, and we know how to fix it, and we're finding our way, and we all agree it needs to happen. But the majority of the world is in another room where this is not being talked about, this is not known, whether it's because you're struggling to afford your healthcare or feed your family, or whether it's because you're kind of fine and climate change looks like it might happen a bit later or to somebody else. So we need to start turning up the communications in the other room, and start where people are, which is probably not aware that there are such things as fossil fuel subsidies. They probably don't even have total clarity on what a fossil fuel is. But what they do know is what matters to them. And I think we need to start telling the story in those terms. Do you have clean air to breathe? Do you have enough food? Are you confident that your children will have a good future? And then start building it up And maybe we'll get to the, do you want to be funding the asteroid that blows us up? But hopefully before then, we'd get to a consensus between the work that the professionals are doing to make the case for how we transition, meeting an awareness that this world is a better place to move towards together. But whether we can manage a smooth transition between the two rooms, I don't know. Because you look at the Just Stop Oil kids, as soon as they find out, they get really furious. So I think there's a need very quickly to start the communication building and try and prevent an explosion.
Thank you, Gail. Boas, would you like to add?
I think that's exactly right. I think I think of it as trying to look at the opportunity here rather than at the negativity. Of course, it's maddening that this is happening, but there's a huge opportunity here. And there's a huge opportunity in transition. There's a huge opportunity in decarbonization. And that's what we really need to focus on. Because if we keep focusing on the negative of like how angry we are and how, how messed up everything is and how there's no hope, we're not going to get anywhere. So what we really need to do is focus on opportunity, on the fact that we can get this done. I think everyone that read the IPCC report, and I assume that many of our audience have, or at least understand what was in it, understand that we now know that we have the technology, we have the know-how, we have the capability, we have research that helps us. We have UNDP's incredible work on fossil fuel subsidies and other transition mechanisms working, and so in the end of the day, then it becomes a choice, and that's what we need to focus on. Let's choose. Let's not choose extinction.
Let's have this as the final word for this session, Boas. Thank you very much. Let's not choose extinction. Let's look at your research, follow your lead. Thank you, Riyadh, for your fantastic work at the UNDP. And thank you, Gail, for Project Everyone and everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this marks the end of this day. Tomorrow, we're back here for another day, and we're going to talk about exponential solutions. So see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
You need a minute?
Frankie,
Cool.
I didn't expect you to arrive here on the stage, so I'm a bit taken. I'm sort of in awe here. So,
Listen
what
up, people.
did you hear the conversation?
I
and
know
what
a
did you
thing or
think
two
about
about
it?
extinction. Let me tell you.
Sonia is the interpreter.
Yeah, Frankie kind of needs a dino translator sometimes. He does speak 53 languages, but he's kind of reverted to, I'm just going to speak dino and I have to translate. Yeah, for any reason. Anyway, Frankie is super excited to be in Stockholm, and basically he says thank you for inviting him to the first Climate Week in Stockholm. Thank you for watching the film and being supportive of this whole movement. Frankie has been around the world a little bit, haven't you? And Frankie has met many, many, many people and has made many friends. So he's kind of got attached to humans, which is why Frankie is here. He likes to party. A little bit of party never hurts any dinosaur. He's also not bad at dancing. So anyhow, I think there is a party on this evening. I heard a rumor.
It is.
Is there, Ingmar?
Yeah, it's just right here.
Oh, there you go. That's why
But
Frankie...
before that,
Yes.
I would like to take the unscripted opportunity to give Frankie this. And it's not just to Frankie, because if you heard my keynote, it's certainly a team behind a dinosaur. and is also a chief creative officer behind the dinosaur. And Boas, I want you to take this back to New York and the UN headquarters and store it near your heart, because this man, he has managed to transform a kind of dull UN organization to become the coolest activist organization on this planet.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
What do you say, Frankie? Frankie says he loves Boas Baldi. Best friend ever.
I love you too, Frankie. Thank you, Ingmar. Great to have this.
All right, so let's go to the party. Come on, Frankie.
And don't miss the opportunity to take a selfie with Frankie at our selfie corner. But you need to hurry because it's a little bit hot in here.